Bhuloka, and only from Bhuloka, like this is the connecting point, and all are only connecting flights from here. The direct flight from all the lokas are only to Bhuloka, and only from Bhuloka to those planes. So the birth that all of us have taken as human beings is extremely auspicious, so powerful, supremely powerful. Something that we need to really understand in this is that how, because all of us are standing straight, our spine is straight most of the time, we have the fuel available to us, the ojas, which is the fuel that is needed to travel to all these lokas, are available to us. Very beautifully, Swamiji explained to us what are the qualities one needs, or what are the qualities one gets awakened to when we enter into the Swargaloka. Name the qualities, at least one or two qualities from what Swamiji has revealed as to what qualities will take you to Swargaloka. Come on. Please take a moment now and post it in the chat. What are the qualities that will take you to Swargaloka? My Istak is asking why they should go down and then go up. Yeah, because here only we have the freedom to choose. Understand, no other being in any of the planes have the freedom to choose. Okay, Tyaga. What else? Mamina Narayanan has posted Tyaga. Tyaga will keep you in Sargaloka. Swamiji beautifully explained even with Tyaga Raja. Come on, name few more qualities.
Prithvi has posted Tyaga of STHT. Okay. Come on, others.
What type of consciousness does one have if they have to experience a parallel universe? Come on, experience this Swargaloka. See, I know when each of us are coming from various walks of life, and many of you might get overwhelmed by these Sanskrit words. Relax, don't worry at all. We'll also be sending you booklets, we'll be sending you free gifts every day, like even today you'll be receiving in the email. So it's easier for you to orient yourself with it, understand it, and apply it in your life. See, understand, you might be wondering, why are we learning about these parallel universes, or how does it practically apply to us? Understand, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not for just for enjoying this moment alone. It's a greater science of life. It addresses this birth and what you do after this birth also. When you leave your body, the loka that you enter into, unless you are aware of it, like for example, let's say that from a very young age, you have been only taught, okay, world exists only in this country that you're born in. You don't even know the existence of other countries. You don't even know that you have the freedom and ability to travel to other countries. Now, how much ever rich you become, would you have, let's say, a few years down the lane, you've really earned a lot of wealth and you want to now migrate, but you don't have the knowledge. You don't know where you can go to. You don't have the knowledge of the existence of other countries itself. How would you feel? You'll feel powerless, right? Understand, this is what we experience when you are going out of your body and want to exit this Bhuloka plane and want to experience your parallel universe identity. Only Hinduism has solutions for this. Only in Hinduism we have a clear, detailed explanation, revelation on when you leave this body, what all are the options you have, where all you can experience what all dimensions of you. And now, if you are empowering complete completion, conflict free life, by infusing consciousness into every decision of yours, simply, just like that. As soon as you leave the body, your Swargaloka will open up for you. Immediately you can experience. And not just that, even while you're alive in this body, that identity of yours, which is in Swargaloka, with your face and the body of a Devata, will get empowered.
Actually, that is why it's very important. Swamiji tells very beautifully, right? You cannot say, oh, all my life I'll remember Coca-Cola and McD, and then when I'm leaving my body, I'll suddenly remember Krishna, Rama, Govinda. No, life doesn't work like that. You cannot say, oh, all my life, let me enjoy whatever I want. It's anyways only in the last few moments of my life, right? That time, let me go and remember. No, no alarm clocks, nothing is going to help you at that time correctly to remember, what it is and to remember the divine. What thought currents you entertain from now matters. Many times we may think it's okay, and that's how it is normally in the world, right? That's how we treat. It's okay. You get angry, it's okay. Unfortunately, these days legitimacy is given to everything. In the name of freedom of expression, legitimacy is given to every incompletion that we entertain. But understand, the thought currents that you cherish takes you to a certain frequency. Let's say you believe that the best strategy in life is, even if I cheat, it's okay, but somehow I should just manage to, get things done. I should just manage to have things. Understand, as long as you entertain those types of thought currents, you are empowering your identity in the lower planes. Listen very carefully. As much as you exist in Bhuloka, in planet Earth, in all the 14 lokas you exist, there's a same Ma Adrian in Bhuloka, there's a Ma Adrian in Bhuvarloka, Suvarloka, every world, in every plane. Like Ma Prithvi Prasad, you exist in all the 14 lokas. You exist in Bhuloka, you exist in Bhuvarloka, Suvarloka. In each of these planes, we exist. And the one thing that connects us, our identities are same in all the 14 lokas, meaning your face is the same, but the body is different. And understand, there's an elaborate verse, Shastra Pramana, which describes every single line of what we are saying. And Swamiji has revealed it from these Shastras, from these scriptures of Hinduism. So, in all these 14 planes, right, what has an impact on each other is the thought current that you cherish. If you entertain always grabbing from others, or even if I cheat, it's okay, as long as I win, that is fine for me. If you entertain these type of thought currents, and understand, you empower your existence in the lower planes. If you entertain the thought currents enriching based, life positive based, and all of these life powerful cognitions, you empower your existence in the higher planes.
Actually, I'm just remembering, Swamiji gives us such an amazing uh, technique for this. Like, for you to understand what type of thought currents you actually cherish. Whenever, like, to understand what will happen to you when you leave your body, right? Just study how the last thought you're having when you fall asleep. If you see, when you're going from this waking state, slipping into the dream state, the kind of thought currents that you cherish, what kind of ideas you cherish. See, till before that, you might be planning something, lot of things. The mind will be very active in a very logical manner. But you will see when you're slipping into the dream state, your eye consciousness will reduce, meaning that thoughts will be so haphazard. It wouldn't be under your control, almost. That's how you feel. But when you start attending to it consciously, you can decide not just for a joyful, blissful life while you're living in this body, but after you leave this body also. That is why these sessions, learning about the existence of parallel universes, existence of yourself in these parallel universes, are very, very important. Simple thought. Acha, today I'm going to just manage my boss. That is enough for me. I just need to manage him for a few more minutes and I know I can easily get away with it. That simple thought can also make you cherish some of the lower loka identity of yours. Simple thought. This person is hungry. Let me feed him. Let me give him some food. Can help you to empower your higher locus. It's not about good or bad as per what society teaches you. Even a simple thought of you wanting to give food to someone who is hungry, if it is having a conflict inside you, you don't want to, you're from inside, you're not wanting to do, but you are working for it for the sake of getting a good name from someone else. And in front of the other person, you want to give food to the hungry person. That conflict inside you will make you empower a lower loka. So you need to be very clear, aware of what kind of thought currents you cherish. And
Because
each of
these
these
impacts are
impacts are
immediate. See, don't think, oh, right now it's anyways end of the life only. Even if I change 2 weeks later, or even if I change towards end of my life, it's fine. It is not going to work like that. Your every moment of your present is a cumulative result of your past actions and the past thought currents. So the earlier you change, the better it is for you. Like, it reminds me of a story that Somji tells. Like, once a preacher goes to a group of people in village and he's preaching. He's telling about Raja Harishchandra's life. So, for those of you who don't know, just to tell in a nutshell, like, Raja Harishchandra is known for being honest and integrated. Okay, he's known for his integrity and standing with the dharma. And it comes to a situation where, just to keep his word, he'll have to even give away his own wife and his son, his child. And a lot of things happen later on. But this preacher comes and he's preaching this, and he's telling everyone about, how great Raja Harishchandra was and all of that. And then he sees the whole crowd is so inspired, and with lot of expectation he's asking the crowd, so what did you all understand from this? And one man raises his hand and says that, I understood the best thing in life to do is, you have to be honest, you have to be integrated, and that is the right principle. This preacher is so happy, he's feeling very proud. And then he looks another man standing who's even more excited. He's so inspired than anyone else. Then he looks at that man with so much of expectation. He asks, what did you understand? He says, I understood, if the situation, like, if the situation demands, even selling your wife is not wrong. You can sell your wife also. See, same situation, you can come to any conclusion that you want. Same situation, you can come to any understanding that you want. But be smart, derive the right understanding. You need to start the change from this moment. The thought currents that you entertain matters. The thought current that you cherish matters. So if you start aligning yourself, look into your life. If you entertain self doubt, self hatred, self denial, all these thought currents, it is going to take you to the lower planes of existence. And how does that have an impact? Not just when you leave the body, even when you are alive. When you entertain a particular set of thought currents, that existence gets strengthened. As much as you strengthen your existence in the lower lokas, it starts influencing your decisions, actions, even in the bhuloka as you navigate through your life on daily basis.
now let's understand more about how our existence is there in Swargaloka. That's the very first parallel universe that you can experience. Swargaloka, first, the part of you that you have denied due to your self doubt, self hatred, self denial. You know you have such a high possibility. You feel that, but you are also afraid to express it or empower that identity because of your self doubt or self hatred or self denial. That part of you that you're denying because of your SDHD is your parallel universe identity in Swargaloka. The highest possibility that you're denying because of your self doubt, self hatred, self denial is your very identity that is existing in the Swargaloka. So let's all take a few minutes. Now, just look in at any of your higher possibilities that you have. You know that you have a higher possibility, but even you have a fear that, oh, I may not be able to handle myself in that higher possibility because of your self doubt, self hatred, self denial. What is that? Pen down that. Take a few minutes and please pen that down. Fear that you may fail, collapse, fall down again and again. Because of that fear of failure, the great possibility which you deny is your identity, yourself in Swargaloka. When you decide to live that whole thing by being ferocious with your SDHD, saying, hey, if I fail, it is okay. Failing is not wrong, but being in the space without trying is a real crime. Let me jump, jump, jump and fail. Nothing wrong. Take an action to manifest your higher possibility. Now, take a few minutes. First, you're going to identify this is only for yourself. You don't need to write it anywhere else. Just write it in your paper and pen. It's just put it in for you. Identify the higher possibilities that you're denying inside you. See, for it can be simple things. For example, you have a deep fear. You have tried talking or presenting your project pitch in your office. You tried presenting it a couple times before and you had terribly failed in it, or you just did not get the response you thought you would get. So that had lowered your confidence level in you, and you started feeling a lot of self doubt inside of you, and you just denied that very possibility. So, any other time you keep giving that opportunity to your friend or your colleague, but you know that's a very high possibility you have where you can strategize, plan, and execute. But that fear of failure or the self doubt that you're carrying inside you about yourself, all that put together, you just deny that very possibility for you. Identify such possibilities that you carry in you. Take a few minutes and please write that down. Hope all of you have written down now. See, just take a ferocious decision inside of you. Now, whatever you have written down, just look at it. These are all your own higher possibilities that you are stopping because of the self-doubt, self-hate, self-ness. See, if you are anyone here coming for the very first time, like, or this is your very first program, you might have been coming for this program in the last few days, but this is your very first program. Anyone like that here? Please, can you put it in the chat if you're here as this is your very first program that you're attending? Okay. See, why I was asking this is now, whatever you have written down, sit and do the completion with it. Take a ferocious declaration. Understand, unless you give up, there is nothing called as failure. Your failures, see all the successful people, are there any one, even one, is there even a single person who is successful without having to face failures? No. The only difference is they never gave up. The problem is we give up. Swamiji very beautifully said, there is nothing called failure unless you stop and give up. Only when you stop and give up, you are declaring it as a failure. Because all those are just your path to success. Take a ferocious declaration inside of you. See, if you have been faced with a really bad situation, it is causing a lot of incompletion in you, sit, do the completion process. If anyone does not know how to do the completion process, please let us know in the chat. We'll give you the link where Swamiji explains in detail about how you need to do the process of completion. And decide ferociously, no matter what, I will not give up on this higher possibility that I carry. Take that decision and do it. You will see the success will just open up for you. Actually, the very next session that we are having is just about this. It's a very powerful session where Swamiji is going to be explaining to us in detail how to never get stuck in your life. Never get stuck in your life. It's called as the Ananda Tandava of Paramashiva. But before we enter into that, we are first going to be doing a round of power manifestation, and then we are going to be entering into that session.
And also today, it's a weekend. This is the best way to spend someone's weekend, to awaken their DNA, to be here, to spend the time. This is the best time for you to invite your family members, friends, everyone. Let them come along. And it can be a different weekend for them. And this will lead them to awakening their own higher possibilities and powers. So Swamiji is gifting this program completely for free. So make sure you are reaching out to your loved ones and inviting them as well to enjoy the program. All right. So today we're going to be manifesting a very, very beautiful power. We're going to be manifesting the power of oneness over the elements. How we can play, this is called Bhuta Jaya in Sanskrit. And these powers, see, all of us are inherently embedded, hardwired to be able to manifest these powers. So every time you manifest a powerful cognition, you work on yourself. If you see, all our programs are structured in such a way that every 30 minutes, 40 minutes, once you do a round of power manifestation. That is because these powers, when it is awakened within us, as in when you keep manifesting the powerful cognition, when you manifest these powers, understand the powerful cognition starts settling in you deeper. You may not be able to manifest it immediately. It's okay. We are not going to give you a pass certificate, or we are not going to fail you if you're not able to manifest. But this is more like a just like a training. You are starting to get used to you manifesting your own higher possibilities. You are getting used to manifesting your own higher powers. So even if you don't get it, it's okay. Just sit, make yourself available, and manifest. Just sit and play with the powers. All right. So let us all enter into the power manifestation now.
Now, we'll be entering into the power manifestation session. Today, throughout the day, we're going to be manifesting various powers, including the power of Bhuta Jaya, which is the power of complete oneness with the 5 elements of nature, whether it's the earth element, the water element, fire element, the air element, or the space element. We're going to be throughout the day working with these 5 elements. See, fundamentally, our body is made out of these 5 elements. We have the earth component of our body, our bones. We have the water component. We know we are made of 70% water, our blood, etc. Then we have the fire element, the Jataragni, the digestive power within us. We have the air element, our breath, the inner chatter that happens within us, and our space element, the place, the space within us where consciousness is reflected. So for today, we'll start with the power of Vayu Shakti, the power of air bending. Swamiji beautifully reveals that when you're in oneness with the air element, in the Taittiriya Upanishad, it very beautifully describes how from Akasha, the Vayu comes out, from Vayu, the Agni comes out, from Agni, the Jala, the up comes out, the water, from that Jala, the Prithvi, the earth element comes out. Then our space, it depends on what's inside our space that manifests the other rest of them. What the whole science we're understanding. See, we have full control over our space right now. Of the 5 elements, right now, at this moment, the easiest, the most easiest one, the subtlest one, where we have a full conscious will to decide, is our space element. Every power, whether it's the power of Vayu Shakti, whether you're doing the Agni power, the power of fire, power over the earth element, it is about what your space is established in, which manifests that. Let's understand a little more about what Swamiji reveals about Vayu Shakti, about this connecting with the elements. Swamiji beautifully reveals the first and foremost lesson to manifest any power is that power is not power over others, power is oneness over others. This is not specifically for the elements alone, this is for any power manifestation that you do. Unfortunately, your unconscious mind always tends to think naturally you will be pushed to manipulate, to control. Manipulation is not manifestation. That is the difference between black magic and white magic. Yes, even by manipulation, you can have power over nature and people, but it will only be for a very limited time. Swamiji beautifully says that you will manifest the power with the wind element, and when you're on stage in the big demo and doing it, if you are doing it from the space of controlling, from the space of manipulation, then when you're in demo, suddenly Vayu will just leave you on the stage and run away and not listen to you anymore. But from the space of oneness, when you do anything, that only will be permanent. Understand, every time you play with the wind, see, in this, Swamiji gives us the example of the Vayu element, the wind, either stopping or agitating or aggravating. With the mood of oneness, you will gain more and more power over the wind. Wind will reveal more and more of its secrets to you, more and more of its feelings to you. He will sit with you and confess to you. He'll sit and talk to you. Hanuman was my son. See, when I gave birth to him, this is what happened, and this kid is so powerful. He went and tried to swallow the sun. I have to go and meditate. He'll sit and tell you his stories. He'll sit and open up himself to you. Very beautifully, Swamiji continues to explain how, when you relate with Vayu, with the various elements, from a space of oneness, this is the science that Paramashiva explains about powers. The first foremost thing, as Swamiji repeatedly emphasizes, see, these powers that we are manifesting is Shaktis. They are coming from the space already you have become enlightened and the powers are manifesting. Because you'll hear, normally when you will hear the things like siddhis, the powers are stopping in the way of enlightenment. Those are referring to the possibilities that you get when you're on the way to enlightenment. But very beautifully, through the initiation of Swamiji, no power is a power, it is only the confirmation of your oneness with that object, is what Swamiji says. Every time you manifest a power, you're doing it from the space of oneness. You're doing it already knowing that you are that being. If you're able to stop the wind, make the rain shower, all of that is just your oneness with it. This is a very important preliminary lesson for power manifestation, Swamiji says. We have to understand that at every level, it is only the space that matters. Again and again, Swamiji explains to us that all power manifestation comes from this space. See, today we're doing with the 5 elements. So this is very important to understand. It is not the matter that you're trying to move. Now, when we think of wind, when we think of fire, of earth, of water, it is all a manifestation of matter. Only the space, which is that component on which our consciousness is reflecting, is the only thing that has the ability to reflect consciousness, the space element. And all the other elements will align to what you hold in your space. This is a very important thing. How many of you are understanding this? All the elements in your life, see, ultimately, when you look at it, all the objects in your life, all the happenings in your life are some expression of these 5 elements, of the length, breadth, depth, time, and space. which is the water, the earth, water, fire, air and space, right? So how many of you are catching this? All the elements in your life manifesting are some way an expression of your space. Now, when we catch this, when we understand that all we have to do is change our space. Now we are, let's say we are in the space of this world is matter and existing as a matter. Then it will only be as matter trying to move matter. Then yes, you will manifest. But it will always be bound by what you call the laws of physics, the laws of the society, the laws of nature. But when you realize that you are energy and this world is also energy, it's just energy interacting with energy, then only the quantum laws work on you. What are the quantum laws? You can go back in time. You can be in two places at the same time. You can be in two states at the same time. You don't have to be in a particular position, or that everything is interacting with another, everything is a field, everything is space. This is what starts manifesting through you. That is what we're going to tap into when we do the power manifestation today. The Shastra Pramana for the power of Vayu Shakti is from the Shiva Samhita, verse 3.42. Yogi Padmasanasthopi Bhuvamutsrijya Vartate Vayu Siddhistatha Ksheya Samsara Nashini. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, when the yogi, through remaining in Padmasana, can rise in the air and leave the ground, then know that he has gained the Vayu Shakti, the power of wind element, which destroys the darkness of the whole world. This is the ultimate level that Paramashiva is describing of Vayu Shakti, where you're able to change, you're able to even lift yourself above the ground through the air, in the air. There is a very beautiful incident from the life of Hanuman and Sri Rama in the Mahabharata, where when Hanuman has to go to get the Sanjeevani Aushadha for reviving Rama's brother Lakshmana, who is fatally wounded in the battle by Indrajit, the son of Ravana. The necessary herb exists very far away in the Himalayas, the opposite end of what is modern day India. And Hanuman says, I will fly and go get it. So first he flies. Very beautifully, this incident describes the difference between power over nature and oneness with it. So Ravana, who had conquered the whole world, had conquered also the Navagrahas, the 9 planets, the 9 holding factors of our life, including Surya Deva, the sun god. Now the condition that Lakshmana was in was such that if the sun rises, if the next day starts, he would have to leave the body. He would not be able to be saved. So Ravana, knowing of Rama's deep love for his brother, comes to the conclusion that if Lakshmana dies, Rama will leave the battle and go. So he commands the sun to rise. With his power over the sun, with his manipulation of the sun, he forces the sun to rise. Now, as the sun is rising, Hanuman sees this and he says, no, I cannot allow this to happen. And I know that the sun also does not want to do this. So he goes and he requests Surya Bhagavan, his guru actually, saying that I know that you are forced by Ravana to rise, but I will keep you with me. I will catch you and keep you with me so that you cannot rise. Therefore, what you want and what I want also will happen. And with that space of friendliness, with that space of oneness that he has with Surya Bhagavan, he takes Surya, he literally takes the whole sun and puts it in his armpit and keeps it. He finishes the mission, he goes, he gets the Sanjeevani herb, Lakshmana is revived. And then Rama comes and asks him, like, Hanuman, there's something shining in your armpit. What is that? And he's like, oh, sorry, I had kept Surya Deva there because Ravana had commanded him to rise. And he beautifully releases Surya Deva. And even Surya Deva was so happy he was able to be of aid in Rama's incarnation on the planet Earth. And so beautifully how oneness is the real manifestation that happens. first round. So actually, for this power of Bhuta Jaya, we have seen so many manifestations of Swamiji himself. You can ask any long time devotee, anyone who's been there, they'll know that they will have at least 10 incidents where Swamiji has manifested the power of oneness with the various elements. One such incident that I remember personally was where in the Kumbh Mela of 2016, and I remember this day very clearly. We were all in there was the temple, the tent for the temple, and there was a main hall, there was a dormitory, there was many tents that had been set up for the whole program. And our campus, the Swamiji's campus in Kumbh Mela, was the largest in the whole Kumbh Mela. So we had thousands of people staying there. And the whole place was planned for a hot summer, which was the predicted weather. And suddenly, out of the blue, there was a huge cyclone. And I remember few days before Kumbh Mela, sometime before Kumbh Mela, Swamiji had said, "You will see me manifesting one power. You will see with your own eyes some power manifested in this Kumbh Mela," he had said in public satsang. So there was a huge cyclone that had struck the whole Kumbh Mela area. And I was in the temple at that time. We were doing the various power demonstrations for the devotees and the people who were there in the Kumbh Mela. And it started becoming very dusty, and there was so much sand everywhere. So we had to duck under the table. And after some time, they said, "Okay, everyone, go to the side room, which was set up for the Gurukul Balasans." So we all went there. It was a full chaos. The roof, tin roof sheets were flying away. People were running in all directions. It was raining. The tents were being torn open. And in that confusion, we made it to the main hall, and we were all there. And I remember at that time, I've heard this from many people, and I was there. We were walking, and the cyclone. It was an actual tornado. It was like a cyclone. The hurricane was coming to our camp. So the entrance of the camp was a huge made out of wooden sticks, like wooden poles. They had made a huge entrance, like a gateway and a banner. It came there. Swamiji was walking there at that time. And as the cyclone hit that entrance, the whole thing collapsed. It's a huge thing made out of wooden rods, wooden poles, all tied together. The whole thing collapsed. And Swamiji literally moved the cyclone in the opposite direction. It was coming like this towards the camp. It just touched the entrance, and Swamiji physically moved it in the opposite direction. That strong wind, just in that beautiful space of oneness, Swamiji was able to turn it around, move it in the opposite direction. And then, yes, everyone was safe. There was not even a single hurt or a single casualty in the entire camp of a few thousand people. And Swamiji came, we were with him the whole day after that, and it was a phenomenal time. But physically seeing how Swamiji in that space of oneness is able to move an entire cyclone, physically move it, is really something to see. So now we are going to manifest the power, starting with taking a few minutes to connect to nature. Now, all the participants, I request you to go to an open nature, whether it's wind, whether it's a window or a door. You can go to some open area where you can connect with the nature. see the space with which Swamiji is even looking at the flower in the picture. It's so beautiful how he's fully into it, fully connecting with it like another being. That way, you're going to now connect with the nature. So, can I request all the participants to go to a window or a door, open nature, where you're going to now connect to the wind element. Talk to him, relate with him. If you have done in the previous programs, if you have been there, you will know this by now, how alive Vayudeva is, how responsive he is. So let's take the first round to connect with Vayudeva. We'll have just a few minutes.
Nityanand Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityanand Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda
Yes, let's all settle
Paramashivoham.
down.
Om
Let's all settle down.
Nityananda
You can come back.
Paramashivoham.
You can share how was the whole manifestation experience for you? Connecting with Vayudeva. In the further rounds, we're going to be, as you saw, level 1, turning off a flame using the wind, going into further more very advanced powers, working with these 5 elements. You will see it happen. See, the more and more you connect with Paramashiva, the more and more you realize your oneness with these 5 elements, you will see the manifestation just start happening. Now, in the next session, we're going to be understanding what exactly this Ananda Tandava of Nataraja is. The Ananda Tandava of Paramashiva symbolizes, is an embodiment of that, how not to get stuck in life. Let us now hear about these powerful cognitions from Swamiji himself.
Listen, I'm in such a state now. I'm going to make too many important revelations. The multi-dimensional logic of the cosmos I will reveal. Surely the binary logic cannot understand what I am trying to tell. Binary logic will not be able to, because it is not matured enough, it has not grown up enough to catch the cosmic reality. Understand? If you can grasp a being, conscious being, creating the principles of creation, creating the principles of creation, not just creation, creating the principles of creation with one hand and sustaining the principles of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation, and rejuvenating in one hand. The principles of creation, principles of sustenance, and principles of rejuvenation, and principles of pulling out of delusion, and principles of liberation. Through one hand, manifesting the principles of manifestation, manifesting the principles of sustenance, principles of rejuvenation, principles of pulling out of delusion, and principles of liberation. Through the other hand, sustaining, not just sustaining what is created, sustaining principles of creation and principles of sustenance. On the other hand, not just destroying or rejuvenating, rejuvenating even the principles of rejuvenation. And through the thrown up leg, liberating, and the leg which is pressing the demon, Muyalaka, pulling beings out of delusion. Not just pulling beings alone out of delusion, pulling even the principle of creation, maintenance out of delusion. And with the leg which is thrown up in the air, giving liberation not just to the beings, even to the principle of creation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Doing all this not only without stress, in ecstatic dance. Just even if you grasp intellectually this, you will grasp Nataraja, the Ananda Dandava, cosmic dance of Nataraja. That is the meditation, ultimate meditation, connecting with Paramashiva, Nataraja. Ananda Tandava, bliss dance, Nataraja, who manifested from Ishana space of Ishana face, Phase, space. Listen carefully. All the other four, Satyojata, Vamadeva, Satyojata, Agora, Vamadeva, Tatpurusha, all these other are FACES, faces, and PHASES, spaces of Paramashiva. Ishana is face, space, space. FACE, PHASE, SPACE, all three. Chidambara, from the Ishana space, Nataraja manifests. Nataraja is the liberating principle, Mukti Tattva. Understand? Cosmic dance, Mukti Tattva of Nataraja, cosmic dance of Nataraja. Is the ultimate liberating principle. I will map it to your prajna now and support you and make you manifest this as a reality. Listen carefully. I'll bring it down to my prajna and manifest it in all your prajna and make it into vijnana. Listen. Paramashiva, when he was dancing, suddenly one anklet falls, but he is not stopping the dance. He doesn't feel stuck. He doesn't bother about the so-called perfection. Understand? He is an absolute perfectionist. But when he is dancing, perfectionism does not stop his action. Perfectionism does not put him in inaction. If you lived around me, you will know exactly the meaning of this word. I am an absolute perfectionist, but my perfectionism will never stop me starting my projects, starting my work. I will not even miss putting the jewelry on the throne, but when I started this whole Sri Kailasa project, I did not even have my own land. People who live around me, they know how perfectionist I am, but my perfectionism never stops me starting new projects or venturing into projects. He continues to dance and Adisesha rushes and ties himself and makes himself as an anklet, and Paramashiva continues to dance. This is the key. Perfectionism, which does not make you stop or feel stuck, handicap, capped is the liberating principlic action. Understand? You cannot see more perfect than Paramashiva's Ananda Tandava. But when his anklet falls, he doesn't wait. He continues. In your life, either you give up perfectionism or you give up beginning, initiating, continuously moving. In these two, you give up any one. That is what is delusion. Listen, feeling stuck is the only sin in the life. Cosmos does not feel stuck just because of its nature of not feeling stuck. It manifests the space of perfectionism. Understand? Listen to what I am talking intensely. Intense action. Start 10 projects. If you are stuck, feeling stuck in one project, go on be doing other 9. By the time you're pushing the other 9, this feeling stuck will dissolve. Understand, there is no such thing as stuck in reality. It is always only feeling stuck. Eschatology does not exist in Paramashiva Jnana. Everything is ontology. There is no end. Understand that. There is no end. Paramashiva Tandava of cosmos. Its perfection is because it doesn't get stuck. Stop feeling stuck. Stop being stuck. You will manifest perfectionism. Understand? Don't give up on perfectionism, but don't stop actions. Binary logic teaches you, if you want to be perfect, start late after preparing everything. Multidimensional logic teaches you, only by your action you will reach the perfection. You will manifest the perfection. Do not give up on perfection, but do not stop acting. Understand? Enlightenment is ultimate, not final. It is constant happening. In few days you will see the whole satsang background and the way it is going to be relayed. It's all going to be next level. The whole background, LED screen, or the high definition, or the volume quality, or the different mics, all that thing set. It's going to be next level. But I don't wait for all that to get set and then start the satsang. Then I'll never be able to start. I know the great Shiva Bhuta Ganas work around me. I just start the dance by its intensity. Perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection. manifests. Not imperfection to perfection, no. Perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection to perfection manifests. Listen carefully. Always be like Nataraja doing Ananda Tandava, not bothered about one anklet falling. Not bothered about some musical instruments less. Let Ananda be your fuel. Nityananda be your fuel. Start the cosmic dance. Start the cosmic dance. Start the cosmic dance. I tell you, this principle which I am teaching today always manifest ultimate. Don't feel stuck, but know it very clearly, it is not final. My publicly recorded biography starts maybe from 1990, because that's when the first evidences and records, earliest records of my gurus initiating me or giving me the mantras and those books, papers, notebooks, write-ups, all that we are recovering, retrieving. Earliest recorded public life. We are also getting all the more detailed evidences, documents, thanks to autobiography team. Understand, now everything looks so perfect, but I did not wait for perfection. Started. Start the Ananda Tandava, bliss dance of your life. When you start dancing, perfection happens. When this earth manifested, it was not like this, a perfect globe shape. But by rotating, it got beautifully aligned and became beautiful globe. Listen. When I look back into my life, how Arunagiri Yogeshwara has installed this powerful cognition into my system. Do not stop the Ananda Tandava due to any idea of feeling stuck. Feeling stuck. If it does not stop your Ananda Tandava, it is only feeling stuck. If it stops your Ananda Tandava, you are stuck. This is the essence of today's satsang. Listen. Feeling stuck. If does not stop your Ananda Tandava, it is only feeling stuck. If it stops your Ananda Tandava, you are stuck. Don't stop Ananda Tandava, the cosmic life. Whether your actions to manifest the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva, superconsciousness of Paramashiva, Shri Kailasa of Paramashiva, whether your actions to manifest health, wealth, beautiful relationships, career, success, enlightenment, mental health, happiness, whatever you think as your cosmic dance. Go on, go on, go on. Continue the dance. If you are feeling stuck, intensify the dance. That feeling stuck will disappear. If you stop the dance, slow down the dance, and feeling stuck will become stuck. Dangerous. Feeling stuck is delusion. Stuck is death. Don't stop. Let Nityananda be the source of your life and be highly active. You will become life positive, and all the perfectionism of Paramashiva will manifest through you. Understand the epistemology of Paramashiva Jnana. Epistemology is a branch of philosophy that investigates the origin, nature, methods, and limits of human knowledge. Feeling stuck is the worst thing binary logic does to you. Even if you feel your whole life is a chaos, don't stop the cosmic dance. Continue to dance. Manifest, manifest, manifest. Continuing to dance. Nitya is the brand of Nityananda. Understand one thing. Do not be stuck in anything. Nothing is a bad decision in your life other than being stuck. Being stuck is only delusion, only trobhava, only negativity. Epistemology of the human nature. Understand? The origin, nature, methods, and limits of human knowledge. I am teaching you the epistemology of Paramashiva Jnana. essence of epistemology of Paramashiva be like Nataraja, continue dancing. Continue dancing. Continue dancing. Be Nitya, eternal. Nothing is wrong decision if your whole life is seen together other than feeling stuck or being stuck. Nothing is wrong decision. As long as you are flowing, 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 flowing. Nothing is a wrong decision. As long as you are flowing, flowing, flowing. That is the beauty of life. Paramashiva assumes form at many times, comes to earth for various reasons, and even goes and stays inside the civilization inside the earth. Six times planet earth, all life completely got extincted on the planet earth. Planet earth became empty, no life. Six times this has happened from the time earth is formed. Every time Paramashiva sent life back to planet earth, those 6 times only we worship 6 Abhishekams of Nataraja. Those exact 6 astrological times when Paramashiva sent life back to planet earth from Kailasa, those 6 times only, please understand, 5 times complete extinction and 6th time he has sent and we are still here. And 6 times he sent life, super consciousness back to planet earth. Whatever level it is, prayer is the most powerful, ultimate way of connecting with Paramashiva. Intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer. Connect with Paramashiva. Today, great day. Nataraja's first Abhishekam. So in all the Kailasas, Puja, Abhishekam, Arati to Nataraja is getting done. Nevedyams are offered. Let's connect with Nataraja, receive his blessings. So nice to have wonderful Nataraja Abhishekam, Nataraja's Puja. Life is cosmic dance. Life is cosmic dance. nothing compared to the beauty of cosmic dance, the highest, most powerful principle or most powerful manifestation of Paramashiva is Nataraja, literally doing Panchakritya with bliss. Let's meditate on that form, Nataraja. Connect with Nataraja, Paramashiva himself in the form of Nataraja. Let's connect. This is the boon for all my disciples. You will experience Nataraja now. First, let us connect with him. Nataraja is real. He is the cosmic dance. And he is the cosmos. Connect with him. Let's connect with him with the Mahavagya. All my disciples will experience Nataraja now.
So powerfully, Swamiji explained that the only thing, when you look at life from a larger perspective, the only thing that can be an issue, that can be a problem in your life, is becoming stuck. We tend to feel, right, like if I need something to happen, I have to have all the preparations, I have to make sure everything is ready. But Swamiji gives us such a breakthrough understanding. Only when you start moving, that is when everything happens in your life. All these higher truths, when every powerful cognition Swamiji gives us, it's not about waiting for it to happen and then believing it. It is start living it as your life. And then immediately you'll see how these truths become a truth in your life. There is a small story which Swamiji shares. Once a man goes to a yoga teacher and he tells the teacher, I want to get enlightened. And the yoga teacher says, okay, yes, you want to do it. You have to first master yama, the niyama, all the ashtangas of the yoga. And he says, okay, what is yama, what is niyama? And then he says, you have to be completely integrated, you have to be completely authentic, completely responsible, completely enriching. You have to follow the 5 vows of not stealing. He gives a long explanation like this of yama and niyama. First, you have to do this. Then only we can move on to the pranayama, dhyana, dharana, all the other steps. Finally, we'll reach samadhi. And that man says, if I could even do one of these things, I would already be enlightened. I would not need to come to you for enlightenment. This is what Swamiji says, is you cannot wait for everything to happen and then say, yes, this is the truth. It is when you start living it, you start doing, you start moving in life. That is when everything manifests. And Swamiji's life is an example of this. Every step of his life, you will see how he has physically, in the human body, demonstrated this truth of Ananda Tandava of Paramashiva, not stopping at any moment in life. Swamiji tells the incident, like when he first came to the Bidadi ashram. So all of you who have been to the Bidadi Adhinam, the Adi Kailasha in Bidadi, Bangalore, you would have seen it's literally like a whole city in itself. It's self-sufficient when it comes to water. We have so many buildings and farming going on and so many things. When Swamiji first moved to Bidadi, it was a just evacuated snake farm. It was actually a snake area where different variety of snakes were bred, and when they were moving, some 100 to some 200 plus snakes had escaped actually when they were moving. So there was a lot of poisonous snakes roaming around in that area. Even till today, you would have heard of this. In that kind, it was a forest. It was literally, there's nobody. Even till today, there's not that many people other than Aradhinam who live around that area. When Swamiji moved there, so there were many devotees with him at that time. They all said, Swamiji, you stay with us. We'll get the basic construction and the safety and all in place. Then you can move in. Swamiji said, no, I will stay over here. So Swamiji used to stay. First, there was just a shed. There was just a regular shed with 2 cows where Swamiji used to stay over there. And then Swamiji himself got the clay and baked the first few bricks, the first 70 to 100 bricks, to build the shelter for him to stay. He did not wait for the whole infrastructure to be built. He started moving, and today you see it's a whole city in itself. That first 70 bricks, which Swamiji himself collected the clay, put it in the mold, and baked it and built the first place for Swamiji to stay. That is what is a living example of how you don't wait for perfection to happen, you start and the perfection just automatically follows. The essence of the whole thing never gets stuck. Be constantly moving, constantly doing. Where Swamiji says, take up so many projects, take up 25 projects, constantly move on it. And as you're moving, you'll see if one gets stuck, move on the other, automatically even this will open up. the embodiment of the 5 Panchakrityas of Paramashiva is the form of Bhagavan Nataraja. 5 actions of superconscious mutation. The Shrishti, the Damaru in his hand, the hand drum, symbolizes the creation, the sound that created the whole universe. That is the Srishti, the creation. Then the Varada Mudra, the Abhaya Mudra, which is the Sthiti, the maintenance, the fear dispelling posture of Swamiji, of Paramashiva, which maintains the universe. The fire which he holds, the Samhara aspect, rejuvenation. Him standing on the demon, Apasmara, on the demon Moyalaka, the demon, which is the Apasmara, which is the forgetfulness demon, which Paramashiva is standing upon, symbolizing the pulling out of delusion, and the raised leg, which is the Anugraha, which symbolizes where you reach Paramashiva's leg, which is actually, you see his left leg, Devi Parashakti's leg, reaches you to liberation. This picture is actually on your screen, the world's tallest and largest deity of Bhagavan Nataraja outside of India, installed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Kailasha's Seattle Sarvagnya Peetha, USA, and the first life-size deity which was carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. As I said, called the Chidambaram of the West. So Chidambaram is the temple in South India, which is where Nataraja, the space dimension, is embodied as Bhagavan Nataraja. It was inaugurated on the 24th February 2008 by Swamiji himself. It's a 15-foot Nataraja deity. Swamiji said when he installed the temple, since the skies are always celebrating, let this temple radiate Akasha, ether energy. You'll know in Seattle is known for its rain. And Swamiji is saying, since the skies are always celebrating, let this temple radiate the energy, the space energy of Nataraja. This Bhagavan Nataraja deity is personally carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And Swamiji beautifully shares how he would chant the mantras and carve the deity. In his exact words that he says, I will sit the whole night and carve in Bididi and the workers. They have to support me, help me turn the deity around. It's too big. Sometimes you have to turn to do the side shaping of the face, side shaping of the body. So the workers have to be there supporting me, helping me. This is the first life-size deity that Swamiji himself carved with his own hands. Today we have the huge sacred arts department, but this is what is the first step, not being stuck because of no resources, because of an idea of no supplies, but just moving and how the perfection happens. The SPH continues. In those days, there was no electricity in the Virdi ashram. Only the night torch, the light lamp torch and launder lamp will be there. So in the launder lamp, I would keep a paper with the original Dhyana Shloka. Every moment when I would carve, I would be chanting, humming the Dhyana Shloka. So beautifully, Swamiji tells how Paramashiva himself has come down as Swamiji, sculpting his own deity. Bhagavan Nataraja is the attribute, that component of Paramashiva, of not feeling stuck. As Swamiji beautifully shared the story, the incident, how when Nataraja was dancing, his anklet flew off. But automatically the perfection manifests. This was Swamiji's vision for the temple. He himself used to sit and personally carve the deities. There are so many deities across the US, the United States, and across the whole world, which were physically carved by Swamiji. That was the passion Swamiji had for the whole science. Swamiji says, understand now everything looks so perfect, but I do not wait for perfection. I started. My publicly recorded biography starts maybe from 1990, because that's when the first evidences and records, earliest records of my gurus initiating me, giving me the mantras. Books, papers, write-ups are available. Swamiji says, start the Ananda Tandava bliss dance of your life. When you start dancing, perfection happens. Always manifest the ultimate. Don't feel stuck. How many of you have physically seen Swamiji's passion in the way he manifested? How he started with that whole idea, the whole cognition out of which Swamiji has manifested his life. When you are building the boat, while you're swimming, build the boat. While you're building the boat, build the ship. While you're building the ship, build the bridge. When Swamiji was there in Bidadi, actually, he did not even have a roof over his head. As I had shared, he had only a simple shed. But he did not wait for the perfection, for the whole infrastructure to manifest. He just did it. He made it happen through constant action, through constant happening, not getting stuck at any point. You can see from his childhood how so many things have started getting documented in his life, where you see in this picture the box of Rudraksha malas and Rudrakshas which Swamiji used in his childhood. At that youngest age, from then building up, not waiting for some money to come, for some people to come, for some infrastructure to happen, but with whatever he had. On the other side, you see the traditional malas that Swamiji used to use for his Shabrimala Yatra, the temple in South India, which is dedicated to Ayyappa, which is the energy of Paramashiva and Mahavishnu. From the childhood itself, Swamiji shares how he would go from one temple in his village to another temple as a yatra, and he would be just walking, and people will ask, like a young boy on his own going on the yatra will ask, and from there he will start one person at a time, enriching them, causing them, telling them, explaining these great spiritual truths to them. Swamiji never waited for people to come. He went one person at a time. For each one of us, I think we all can share in our life how it was Swamiji that personally how he has attended to each one of us. How many of you can really say that you see in your life how Swamiji has personally attended to you, running a nation, having so many things going on, so many adinams around the world. Each one of us, how he personally attends to us. We see other more biographical records from the life of Swamiji from age 3, 1981. Swamiji says, it is deities and books that made me. The picture where he's around 14 years of age with books on his left and deities on his right. All the various deities that Swamiji has used for his puja from the age of 3 and small ornamental weapons, ornaments, and kattamurti parts, the extra arms and parts used for depicting the gods and goddesses with multiple hands, all used by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his puja. There are so many different components. You can see the detail. If you see, Swamiji says how he would sit from day and night, even as a young boy, and make deities. And very jovially, Swamiji shares how his mother and his grandmother would always have a big problem during the Navaratri time, where the Golu is set up, the whole depiction of the 14 lokas is set up with all the deities. Swamiji would sit physically, get the clay, and make each and every deity. And Swamiji himself had his own shed in the house so that he would not create a whole confusion in the house with deities and mud and everything lying around everywhere. They had to give him his own shed, his own room in the house where he could do all this without disturbing anyone else, because that was the passion Swamiji had for deities. He says, deities and books made me. There from age 10, where Swamiji carved physically, the very famous incident where Swamiji carved the deity of Devi Parashakti of Bhuvaneshwari, of the Sri Chakra. He carved a perfect Sri Chakra. And Devi Mahalakshmi, all carved personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We have other more records. See, all these are the hard work that Swamiji has put in. The way we see that Swamiji never stopped, he never waited for something to come to him, but he made everything happen by his constant activism. We see a depiction of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and Swamiji as guided by him, guided by Swamiji himself. Here we see many things, many items that Swamiji had given to him, gifted to him by Arunagiri Yogeshwara. We have the Vibhuti bag gifted by Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the wooden padukas gifted by Arunagiri Yogeshwara, gifted to Arunagiri Yogeshwara by Swamiji, where till today you can see the imprint of Arunagiri Yogeshwara's feet. A small capsule where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism kept the Aushadha that Arunagiri Yogeshwara had given him. And we see many other records from Swamiji's life. A kavi, a sacred cloth given to Swamiji by Arunagiri Yogeshwara in the ethereal plane of the banyan tree on Arunachala. It is among the few items on planet Earth to have been transported from a different dimension of the universe itself. Where beautifully this cloth, actually samples have been sent to more than 7 many cloth industries and clothing experts, and they are not able to identify till today which fabric this is made out of. And this is not just the case with what Arunagiri Yogeshwara has given. There are so many instances of the disciples and devotees of Swamiji who have received Swamiji's personal clothing items that never rot, never decay, never become old, and remain fresh despite how many ever years that they have been there. There is a iconic photograph of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at age 12 in 1990. And when the time was deemed right, Swamiji's guru, Yogiraj Yogananda Puri, had arranged to announce Swamiji as his successor. And for this, Yogananda Puri had arranged a photo shoot, photographs to be taken to record this decision. And actually, in those days, Swamiji shares how it used to be a big deal to get a photograph. It was rare. And literally, for a marriage itself, there would be two photographs. That was the only time photos were taken. So he was asking Yogananda Puri, what is the necessity for all this spend? It costs so much, and all this setup that needs to be done. Yogananda Puri, Raghupati Yogi, beautifully said that now you're saying this, but history will thank me for this spend that I'm doing, for this all this whatever I'm spending to make this happen. The history will thank me for this. And today, each one of us, if we are having these beautiful photographs, these beautiful records of Swamiji's life, it is because of, as Swamiji says, the dedication of his gurus. So when these photos were printed, Yogananda Puri asked Swamiji what he envisioned himself to look like in the future. Spontaneously, Swamiji drew a self-portrait. You can see the photograph on the extreme right, which literally portrays exactly how he is now, with the turban, with the vibhuti and the kumkum. There are so many more biographical records. This is age 10 to 12, 1988 to 1990, where from Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, one of Swamiji's gurus, had given several handwritten initiations with sacred mantras to Swamiji to chant for the consecration of particular aushadas. And from Annamalai Swamigal, who was a great disciple, great devotee of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, where Swamiji has been given from him his personal diary. We have so many more going ahead. Stay aware, listen, and we have the herb which was given to him by his gurus, energized root from a Nagalinga tree to keep Swamiji free from hunger during his Parivrajaka, and the conch which is teleported from Raghupati Yogi's house and given to Swamiji from the temple. And this incident has been recorded by Raghupati Yogi's youngest son also, Bhupati, who is there presently living in Tiruvannamalai. And he shares how this conch was actually given to him and he had it in the house, and suddenly one day it went missing without anybody picking it up, and later he found out that Raghupati Yogi had teleported it from his house and given it to Swamiji. There is the first Olai Chavudi, the palm leaf scripture given by Isaki Swamigal to Swamiji, and the first scriptural book that Swamiji ever owned, the Atma Puranam, which contains the four main Upanishads. This photograph, such a beautiful photograph of Swamiji in what is now known as the Ananda Gandha cave, the Ananda Gandha Guha, where Swamiji was taken during a period of the first great pause, which was defined by long hours of meditation in the caves of the Arunachala hill. And like this, we see so many records from Swamiji's life. How many of you had even have seen any of these before? How many of you known there's actually so many more various different records from Swamiji's life which he has shared, each and every part, which how just his dedication is shown through the so many parts of his life. So now let's now get into the process. Let's all now manifest this dimension of Paramashiva. Perfectionism is that which does not make you feel stopped or stuck. Handicapped is the liberating principalic action. Now, how many of you understood this whole thing? Can we all post a small understanding in the chat of what all we understood about perfectionism? Because you'll see in your life where you say that, okay, I can either be perfect, I have to make everything happen, or else I have to now let's all clearly understand this. In the various aspects of our life where we feel like, you feel like, okay, it has to be perfect before I can make it happen, or else I can just do it as it is and it will just be some shoddy work, and if I have to make it happen immediately, I cannot make it perfect, I cannot make it the way I want it to be, I just have to do it however it happens. There is a How many of you are able to see this in your life actually in the various aspects? For example, now you have to make a presentation, let's say for your boss, and you require some particular software and you're not able to get that software, it's taking you time, you're not able to get it, so you just stop. You say, I cannot do this presentation because if I want to make a perfect presentation, I need only this software. And you stop. And you're just stuck over there. That is what Paramashiva, what Swamiji is saying. We should not get stuck because of that. Let me start with whatever I have. You will see how so many higher things get opened up, how much more starts manifesting. When you give up one of them, either perfection, you say, okay, I'll just use whatever software I have. It'll not be the best, but nothing else can be done. Either you do that, or you say, till I get that software, I'm not going to move on this. I'm just going to sit on it. Either of these is what is delusion. Swamiji says it's the only sin that you do in life is getting stuck. Because cosmos never feels stuck. You never see the planet saying, oh, this planet is in my way, I cannot move anymore. No, the planets move, and automatically, because of that cosmic intelligence of the cosmos, it all happens perfectly. Can I have all of you share once, telling me how you're able to see this in your life, where you tend to stop moving because you get stuck. You get stuck in life because you think that, okay, it has to be perfect and I cannot make it perfect. Ma Yanan Mang, Ma Luluni, Ma Margarita, Ma Pinuchen, can all of you type up quickly in the chat whatever you understood from this session? Ma Sumita, Ma Susan, Ma Revati, can I request all of you, Ma Parvati, Ma Donna, can I request all of you to share in the chat what did you understand from this session? Ma Gwenel, Ma Sunny-chan, Ma Candice. Okay, Ma Prithvi is saying, yes, I feel stuck, but Swamiji made it clear to move on no matter what. The understanding, Ma, see, even the stuckness comes, it may be feeling stuck, but if it stops your actions, then it becomes really being stuck. Don't allow that stuck to define your life. When you feel stuck, then you become active again. See, now let's take an example. Let's say that you need to you have to get through to someone, you want to talk to someone really badly, and you need to make it happen, and the person is not picking up your call. So you say, okay, I cannot make this thing happen in my life, it's impossible, and you just leave it and don't do anything on it anymore. When this happens, that is what is feeling stuck. That is the only sin in life where you will not be able to move anymore. Because Swamiji says that you can either expand or shrink. There's no such thing as stopping. So when you get stuck, what actually happens is the expansion stops and shrinking starts. So let's say you want to start a business. You think first, okay, let me get a good place. Let me get some good client people who I'm going to hire, some good employees. Let everything be in place. Let me get the money, and then I'll start. And then you're waiting for these things to happen. You wait and wait and wait, and you're just stuck over there, and you never start the business you want to. It happens in so many aspects of our life. You really want to become healthy, and you want to work on your body, make yourself healthy, but you don't have the time to go to gym. You don't have the time, the equipment, the energy to do it. So you say, okay, I'll do it later when everything is set in my life. Then when I have all the time I need, when my family is completely settled, I have no more financial issues, then I'll start working on my health. And you never start until it's too late. Yes, Ma Yunjin Chin is saying, keep working, and do not feel stuck in any action. Keep moving, keep being active. Just let activism be your lifestyle. And do not, yes, Ma Yunjin Chin, you have got a very beautiful point. Do not entertain the thought of feeling stuck. That is so important. Because many times we start to think that it's okay to be stuck in life. And that is where the biggest problem starts. Can we have everyone else also? You can post your understandings. What was the clicks you had from this session? Okay, Ma Mahaguhamba has shared. I'm an artist, but I was feeling stuck and make everything stop happening in my work. Yes, Ma Mahaguhamba. Today in the darshan, you will see how so much energy will just flow through you, and ma, this click you have had will reflect directly in your life and in your power manifestation. This is, I can guarantee it to you, ma. Never getting stuck. See, the things will happen in your life. Ma Stephanie, what you've shared is so beautiful. How things will take time in your life to happen. The proverb which you shared, where good things sometimes take time, that is our perception. Sometimes we see, yes, it's not happening yet. But when you step back and look, that is when you see how the larger plan of the universe is there. If you get stuck, you'll never be able to manifest that. But if you continue moving, then you will see how the manifestation happens in your life. Now let's do a quick exercise. Please pen down 11 major areas in your life where you are feeling stuck. Let's take the example of you want to increase your monthly income, but you do not know how, and your current job is not giving you the financial freedom you want. It's taking up all your time and energy. Neither have the time to look for other options, nor able to grow in your current job, and you feel stuck. So this is one example. Or else you really want to develop a good business partnership with someone you know, but they're not, somehow you're not able to get in touch with them, nor you're able to find someone else. So you're stuck in this. Like this, we may feel stuck in multiple dimensions of our life: health, relationships, career. Ma Guhamba, Ma Maha Guhamba, you can also pen down this. Where all you're feeling stuck in your life. Swamiji says that when you are able to diagnose the problem, the only thing to find a solution is diagnosing the problem right. So let's sit for a few minutes and pen down all the areas of our life where we are feeling stuck. Have you all finished penning down where all we're stuck? Ma Yunjin Chin has also posted. Did we all finish? Ma Kareen, Ma Sharmin, Ma Mahaguhamba, Maxi Chen. Have you all finished penning down? Now we can move on to the second step. Now you're going to decide consciously to come out of this feeling stuck pattern through intense action. What is this? Decide to start 11 projects today. Now you're going to decide to start multiple projects. See, everywhere you're stuck, decide to take it to the next level and work. For each project, pen down now how you're going to, for each of these situations that you have written where you're feeling stuck, decide. Now physically plan, decide how you're going to come out of this feeling stuck pattern. For example, you're saying that you're not able to, let's say you're an author and you're having the so-called writer's block and you're not able to continue. Decide now that I will write 5 new chapters in this book and I will start another book as your active project. In these 11 parts, decide now how you're going to get active. If you're doing 2 projects, take up 5. Expand. In all the places you see that you are stuck, expand in those places. Become intensely active in every situation of your life. Decide, ferociously decide, consciously decide that you are going to now expand, not encourage this feeling stuck in your life at any aspect. There can be no part of my life where I am going to be stuck. Every point, I'm going to only have a constant expansion. Because being stuck means actually shrinking. It is when can we all post our declaration in the chat? Let's all take a minute. Ma Pinyu Chen, Ma Yunjin Chin, Ma Guxia Lee, Ma Mahaguhamba, Ma Stephanie, Ma Minyuan, Ma Janet, Ma Jenny Tran, Ma Candice, all of you, Ma Prithvi, you can all post now. Declare your expansion. See, when we put it in words, we are strengthening that decision in our life. Every time you take a decision from a particular thought current, you are strengthening that thought current in your life. Malita Sige, you're saying I have many projects like that. I outline them and get their details down, but then I do not seem to be able to push them through to complete manifestation. In what way can I solve that part, please? Does this mean I'm focusing on too many things and therefore stuck because of that? Ma, you have actually asked a very beautiful question that I think many people will have that feeling where am I putting my energy on too many things and therefore I am stuck? See, there is this fundamental cognition we have. If I put my energy in too many things, then I won't be able to be excellent in one. I won't be able to be successful in one. We have the term the jack of all trades, where they say that you know a little bit of everything, but you don't know anything completely, right? This fundamentally, Swamiji says, is a product of the modern day understanding of division, where everything is divided. If I want to be a successful lawyer, then I have to spend all my time in studying law, in working in law. If I want to be a successful doctor, then I have to spend all my time in that to be successful in that. This idea, Swamiji says, is what causes boredom in life, causes this whole feeling stuck. It is when you put your whole attention on one project is when you feel stuck, ma. Swamiji, you would have heard, you've been attending so many programs, how he says, if you take up 10 projects, you may be successful in 5, you will fail in 5. If you take up 100 projects, you may be successful in 30, and you may be successful, you may fail in 30 projects, but you'll be successful in 100 projects. If you take up 1,000,000 projects, you may fail even in if you take up 1,000 projects, you may fail in 500 projects, but you will be successful in 1,000,000 projects. Because fundamentally it is activism. Swamiji said yesterday during the abundance webinar, when you increase your activism, just increase your waking hours, abundance will happen. Because you are realizing your true potential. See, ma, fundamentally you are Paramashiva. Malita, you are Paramashiva. You have the capability to manifest universes, sustain universes, destroy universes, rejuvenate universes, delude and liberate universes at the same time over zillions of years in the present moment. This is our true possibility. When we realize this, when we get active, we will realize this, ma. Why is it not becoming a reality? You have to look in and see where you're allowing yourself to be stuck in them. Why are you feeling you can't manifest them? Sometimes we feel, oh, I do not have enough time. This is the biggest thing that all of us feel. I do not have enough time. Fundamentally, time is a delusion. When you decide to get active, ma, when you get integrated, authentic, responsible, time will just manifest. Ma, if you're finding yourself stuck in one project, put your attention in another project. That also gets stuck, put it in another. Automatically, that activism will clear up whatever problems are happening. Now, let's enter into the power manifestation. So, in the first round, we all connected with the Vayu Deva, with the wind element. Now, in this round, we will be manifesting the power of Vayu Shakti, where we're going to be turning off a flame using the power of wind.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
So can I request all the participants light a lamp? In this round, we're going to be playing with the wind element to turn off a flame. So I know previously people have raised issues where they're not allowed to have fire in the place where they are. Mahaguhamba, thank you, Ma, for posting. You will see how everything gets manifested when you see it from a context of power manifestation, from this new click that you have had. As Nataraja, where all the Panchakrityas are happening simultaneously as a dance, as a play, not with some serious work or some effort that needs to be put in. So if you do not have a lamp, the ability to light a lamp or a candle, you may keep a paper or a feather in your hand, which you're going to, you can keep it in front of you, and with the wind, you're going to blow it. Let's remember again, powerful cognition, connecting from the space of oneness with the nature. In the intense space of love, oneness, friendliness with nature, you're going to do the power manifestation. Remember, Vayudeva is waiting to respond to you. Swamiji says that Paramashiva is not going to get jealous when you declare Shivoham, when you declare Paramashivoham. He's not going to feel threatened by you. He's waiting to shower himself on you. Just your yes will make him pour through you for the power manifestation to happen. Ma Zolin Lim, you have asked a very beautiful question where you say, can you clarify what you mean when you said time will manifest? Do you mean that we'll be able to sleep lesser, or we will have more, so we have more time? Or will we experience the illusion that we will have more time to do more things? Thank you. Ma Lim, Ma Zolin, I think the first cognition we have to understand, time is an illusion. It's not that we'll experience an illusion. Right now, time itself does not exist. If you actually look at it, right, there is no physical material you can say as time. As humans, we're conditioned to believe only what we see with our eyes, what we hear with our ears, what we experience through our five senses. But actually, there is no experience of time we have other than as change, right? The only way we experience time is as change, which is actually an illusion. That is why you will see that when you're sitting with your friend where you're having such a great time, you literally lose track of time. Or sometimes in darshan, you'll be like, darshan just started, how come it's already over? And when you look at the time, it would have been 2 hours or 3 hours. Or else, let's say you're in your college, you're sitting in front of your professor, and you're checking the time every 5 seconds, and you're like, why is the clock not moving? It's already been at least 10 minutes, but the clock has not moved even an inch. This is because time itself is actually a subjective experience, the way we know it. I always share this incident that Swamiji shared, where when he went to meet the pontiff of a very big monastery temple complex in India, Swamiji went to meet him. And he was running a temple, he was running a monastery, he had meetings, he had various rituals he had to attend to. But in his personal living space, in that pontiff's room, in that Pithadishwar's room, there were so many clocks. The walls were filled with clocks. Different time. That was the funniest thing. Each clock had a different time on it. And when he inquired and he asked the Adinam head, what is this? He said, no, whenever I want it to be a certain time, I just pick up that clock and I choose it as that time. A head of a monastery, running a successful monastery, a successful temple, attending all the meetings, the rituals, the projects he needs to, functions by choosing what time he wants to. This is a possibility for all of us. When we are able to understand the nature of the universe, when we are able to play with the wind element, you'll be able to play with time. Fundamentally, when you're able to play with the wind element, you're able to play with time. Because our time is actually subjective. It's not a physical entity out there. The amount of gap you have in your thoughts defines your time. That is why in the Swargaloka, in the Devaloka, 1 year for us is 1 day for them. It keeps going progressively the higher lokas you go, because the gap between the thoughts becomes more. And Swamiji says it is that inner chatter which is the microcosmic manifestation of the air element. The macrocosm, we see it as air, and the microcosm, we see it as our inner chatter, as our thoughts. So when we are able to get that gap between our thoughts, ma, you will actually see physically, ma, time will expand for you. Now you say I have 1 hour, I'm able to go to 10 places and do 10 projects. You will see in that same hour 100 things will happen and you will not realize how. We have had sharings from so many devotees where Swamiji is talking and talking, something is supposed to start in 1 minute and the 1 minute is not even getting over. Where Swamiji is talking, he's getting some things, he's sending some things, he's doing some things, he's attending to some people. There's 1 minute for the screen to open. We have so many Ajinavasis who have shared this. But the time does not move. You will be able to manifest this in your life. Ma Zolin Lim, are you understanding this, ma? Are you understanding? How you will be able to expand time when you do the power manifestation? Yes, ma. So we have a few more minutes to do the power manifestation. Understand that when you play with the wind element, you are directly playing with that aspect of the cosmos. The time of the cosmos you can change. When you play with the earth element, you can directly change the length of the cosmos. When you play with the water element, you can directly change the breadth of the cosmos. When you play with the fire element, you can directly change the depth of the cosmos. And when you play with your space, you are changing the whole ether, the whole akasha of the cosmos. Chant the Mahavakya. Let your inner space become filled with Swamiji. Ma Zolan, if you have been beginning to sleep lesser as a natural process and you have more time to do multiple things without any sort of psychological imbalance and physical imbalance, that is a manifestation. There's a power itself. It's called Kutakesha, which actually is a name of Arjuna also. He's called Gudakesha. Kutakesha power initiation, where you go completely beyond sleep. So ma, if you're manifesting that is awesome. You can make a sharing Share it on the Mahaparameshivoham Facebook page. It will be so beautiful for people to understand how you no longer have to have sleep as a defining factor in your life. Let's continue the manifestation. Ma Mahaguhamba, see, I told you, Ma, the manifestation will happen. The click you had will manifest as powers. Ma Mahaguhamba has shared, you moved the paper in oneness with Swamiji. That's so beautiful, Ma. See, Ma, that will, you will see, I promise you, I can guarantee you, based on this manifestation, now your whole life will shift. Wherever you're feeling stuck, you will see the manifestation happen, Ma. See, the click is what manifests as powers. It's so important. Ma, you can do it again and again. See, now, master this power. Take a video, a timestamp video of your manifestation. Post it, share it. Make this your life. The way I can manifest my life. Now, we are going to be entering into the next session. This next session is a very exciting session on DNA. Yes, super DNA. What we are using now is what we call as the junk DNA. The DNA which is only active is right now is the basic 2 strands. But what modern day science calls the junk DNA, Swamiji says it's the Jivatman DNA. It is the part of you that is connected to Paramashiva. So let's now hear from Swamiji about this extraordinary power of super DNA.
I have something about indigo children, so that you understand the super DNA. See, children born throughout the history of humanity to raise the frequency of the planet and human consciousness, having more than 2 strands of DNA, active DNA, are called indigo children or rainbow children, crystal children. There are 3-4 names. Please understand, throughout the history, the kids are born, when they are taking birth, something extraordinary is in them. And now science is proving clearly, more than 2 strands of DNA is active in them. They are called indigo kids, and throughout the history there are references, these indigo kids were there. The core human DNA imprint is built on 12-strand structure. which says human form was designed to embody 12 dimensions of conscious awareness. I always used to talk about these 11 dimensions. The 12th is the Shiva state. We can have our own brand name, Nityananda state, whatever. Fully awakened, Shiva consciousness. Please understand, these are the Shastra Pramanas, means the eternal truths revealed by modern day rishis. Then I will add my understanding about these 12 strands, human body, and 2 strands being active, more than 2 strands being active in kids, and how it happens. It's from a scientist and researcher, Cheryl Kakshialansa. The junk DNA or a dormant DNA activation is a tremendous gift to accelerate the spiritual awakening of collective consciousness on the planet. This is a quotation, means some research from that person. A person with 2 strands of DNA, with only 1 strand active, is like a computer with access to only 16 MB RAM memory. Can run only few programs. Once the DNA is activated, it's like giving internet connection. You can access anything by intent and intuition. Please understand, these are not my words. These are the collections from different researchers and discoveries. The dormant DNA activation level controls your frequency. Every time when a DNA is activated, you download higher consciousness from soul, identity, and attract people, places, events of similar high frequency. Again, it may look like my words, it is not my words. What I am going to add is my words. These are exact quotations I am reading out from different scientists and people who are specialists in this field, researchers. DNA activation not only has an effect on the individual, but this change will affect the individual's ancestors, 3 to 5 generations in the past, as well as 3 to 5 generations in the future. This is one of the important revelation. In the Sannyas Upanishads, there is a very clear mention. If one person takes sannyas and elevates his consciousness, sannyas is nothing but awakening the different layers of your DNA. It says very clearly, Munnேழு ஜென்மத்திற்கும் பின்னேழு ஜென்மத்திற்கும் பிறவிக்கடன் தீர்த்தான் பெருமகன் நீத்தார்கடன் சந்நியாசி. It's exact translation I am giving you from the Tamil Vedantic scriptures like Kaivalya Navanitam in all these literatures. So that says, when somebody takes sannyas and raises his frequency, please understand, not the after 7th generation of you. Don't think only the after 7th generation, not just after 7th generation, before 7th generation, who passed away, who left the body, their frequency is raised. In Vedic tradition, there is a story called Bhagiratha story. His ancestors were cursed by a king, a rishi, Kapila only, who is the father of our tradition, Nirvaniya Kada. Kapil was disturbed by these guys, so he cursed them, and they all became ashes. He did not even curse actually, he opened the eyes, the power of his eyes, and the karma they did, burnt them completely. So, in his generation, the 3rd generation person was in their generation, 3rd was the Bhagiratha. So what to do? What is the way to liberate them? They all have become just a heap of ash. The only way for liberating them is bringing Ganga and sprinkling that water on them. Means that raising their consciousness through the Amrita, nectar, the spiritual nectar. And he does tapas, brings the Ganga to planet Earth, means infusing consciousness into their dead DNA structure. Please understand, infusing consciousness into the dead DNA structure was a science available in Indian tradition. In Chennai, Mylapore, there was a Chettiar girl, Pumbai. She died in the snake bite. So her remains, relics was preserved by her father in a pot. So Tiruñana Sambandar, a great saint who knows the science of DNA. Among the modern day saints, modern day means, sorry, I should not use the word modern day, among the recent day saints, in the Vedic tradition, 1000 years means recent days. The recent day saints, this Jnana Sambandar and Tirunavukkarathar, these two have shown physically the science of DNA in their life, doing miracles. That they showed that they had a power over a DNA structure. He gave life. He infused consciousness into the DNA and liberated her. So, the same thing Bhagirath did. Please understand, when you raise the frequency of your DNA, you can connect with 7 generations wherever, whatever state they are in. If they already taken new birth, you can elevate them. I tell you, many of you guys have come to me because your sons have raised their frequency. Your 2 generations before son has raised his frequency. So suddenly, for no reason, you feel connected to me. Because he raised his frequency, your frequency is raised. And you do not even know why you decided to come and be with a Swami. Sometimes you can think your background and what you are doing now is completely unconnected. Understand? 2 generations before, the sons or daughters you gave birth, somebody has raised their frequency. That is having effect on you. One more thing, I always tell people, whenever their parents or somebody passes away in the family, I tell them, don't suffer. If you suffer, you will stop their journey, further journey. You will not give them beautiful farewell. Because whether you like it or not, want it or not, our biomemories and DNAs are interconnected. Thoroughly interconnected. Thoroughly interconnected. Our biomemories and DNAs are interconnected. You can see. I have seen in my experience many times with many disciples, if the father or mother passed away, even though they are not physically attached, psychologically attached, suddenly physically they will be down. And the suffering and pain will be there. Because the biomemory is down. Biomemory is down. So, if you elevate your consciousness, naturally like Bhagirath, you will infuse life into the DNA structure of your ancestors and raise their very frequency. If they are in Pitruloka, you will promote them to a higher level. If they are in Bhuloka, you will elevate them to higher consciousness. Wherever they are, see, it's like when you beat the water, both sides, the water will splash. Same way, when you beat the consciousness and raise yourself, not just future, even the past will be raised. Because, one more thing, unfortunately you can only see future. You do not have the energy to look into the past. But I can see past, that's why I am telling you it is possible. It is possible. It is just possible. So I have some more researches, but first I will finish one by one. So I have brought some 3-4 important truths today. I will first talk one after another. First thing, children born throughout the history of humanity to raise the frequency of the planet that have more than 2 strands of active DNA. They are called indigo children. Fortunately, after the 60s and 70s, the 60 rebels and 70 hippies, most of them were indigo children. Please understand. The 60 rebels, 70 hippies. The 60s there is a huge rebel movement started. The 70s there is a huge hippie movement started. Many of them were indigo children. Unfortunately, the society is so cunning, so frozen, unable to accommodate them, labeled them as negative and push them aside. And they are made to negative, nothing else. And recently, after 90s, enormous amount, please understand, the guys who are working on this line, they are saying something like a 40 times more kids than the 60s and 70s are taking birth whose DNA is more than 2 strands active. Please understand. Huge number of kids whose DNAs are active more than 2 strands. Means the multi-dimensional kids are taking birth. And another important thing, the core human DNA imprint is built on 12-strand structure. Means it can radiate, it can embody 12 dimensions of conscious awareness. I think I have spoken on this 11th dimension in a very detailed way. I may not spend much time on this 11th dimension. The 12th is the ultimate Shiva consciousness which can't be described. When you experience the 12th, you are an incarnation. That's all. So, there is a second truth. I want you to know the third truth is, I think I already read out, the person with 2 strands of DNA is only with a 16 MB RAM memory. And the DNA structure is activated. Once the DNA is activated, it's like giving internet connection. You can access anything by intent and intuition. So all other things as I read out. First I wanted to explain how to, because that is my unique thing, how to activate more than one DNA strand in you. Because most of the human beings have only one DNA activation. When you become a seeker, ready to take the risk of renouncing the sensual pleasure for something which you don't understand, the second DNA gets awakened. Second strand DNA gets awakened. Practically all of you, second strand DNA gets awakened. Because even for 1 month, if you have just 2 meals and taking bath twice a day and not having sex for something which you are not really tangible enough now. See, at least none of you have any tangible idea why you are doing that. Maybe you have the trust over Apta Pramana. Oh, if this guy is enlightened and this is what enlightenment, I would like to have it. That's all. That's all is the reason why you are eating twice a day and taking bath twice a day and abstaining from the sex and abstaining from all pleasures and everything. So this proves very clearly your second strand DNA is already awakened. How to awaken the next level strand DNAs? Understand? I'll give you exact that how. I don't want to use the old words. If I use the old words, you will say, oh, I know about it, it's okay. I tried it, not working out, so I am not going to I will not be able to awaken the third strand of DNA. No, you can. You can. Please understand, remember who you are really. Remember who you are really. So naturally, like a lump you will feel, one part is that identity which you are showing to the world. Then one part will say, no, this is not, because this changes. I myself can convince myself to change the identity which I am projecting to the world in half an hour and can change it into another one. Is it not? See, sometimes when you are not able to maintain that identity, or when that identity gives you suffering, in half an hour, one cycle of time, one circle of time, the 21 minutes, you sit and talk to yourself and change it. Is it not? Then how can you be that? Not. It's liquid. It's changing. How can that be the me? No. Then what is me? What is me? In few minutes, naturally, you will feel there is some point in which you are cornering you. What is me? A kind of a silent awareness for a few seconds. Then what will happen? Because you are not able to be in the pressure of cornering you, it just gets bumped. It goes away to some subject or object, or it goes away something, and this idea gets lost. Means the third strand DNA you are touching, but it is kicking you back. Hey, get out, don't come here. I am not interested in waking up now. I want to sleep a little more time. That is where you need seeking. Telling, no. I am not just going to build my body, I am going to build my DNA structure. I tell you, with seeking, do weightlifting. That will get into your DNA structure. With awareness, when you lift the weight, feel the tremendous pressure, not pain. Understand, when you are with awareness, it will never be a pain. It can only be called as pressure on your muscles and system. With that heavy pressure, but decide, no. I feel by this lifting, I'll change my DNA structure because Swamiji has told, I am going to do that. With awareness, with seeking, go on doing which your muscle does not want to do. First step, see who am I. The lump of the identity and lump of the identity which negates the identity. These two are you as on now. Please understand. If I use the example of this apple, this part which you are seeing is what you are showing to the world. This part which you are not able to see is the part which has ability to change this part. You understand? When this part has some suffering, or when this part is not trustworthy, this part takes over and changes this part. You understand? So see, which is the part which has the ability to change this part. So you will see this part, the unknown part of you, has the ability to reason with this part and alter, transform, change within 21 minutes. That is why you are able to get out of depression or get into depression. The possibility for getting in or getting out exists. Because there is some part of you which has the ability to change what you think as you. You understand? So now, if that can be changed, how can that be you? No, it cannot be. Is it not? Then dig, who is that me? Who is that me? Whenever you are thrown out, again without repenting, dig. With intense seeking. No. I am clear. I am going to awaken the extra higher strands of DNA. If you feel no, that is not that inspiring. Who knows what is 12 strands, DNA and all that. Then at least see, here is a person whose all strands of DNA is awakened. What game he is playing, what life he is living, how he is. Then take this as an inspiration and push yourself. That's all. I tell you, intense seeking simply awakens at least 4 to 5 strands of DNA. Nothing else. Nothing else. You don't need any sadhana. Just intense craving. See, the intense craving suddenly makes this apple grow into 3-4. It's like that seed becoming a simply 4-5 apples. Like one stem cell becoming 2-3. Same way, it just becomes many. So slowly the identity which you are showing becomes a superficial small part of you. It is no more half of you, it is half of you. Not half of you, it is half of you. Understand? It is not that I do not have identity which I am showing to you all. It is not half of me, it is half of me. The identity which you are showing to the world, if it is half of you, you are man. If it is half of you, you are God. It's not that that will not be there in you, but it will be half of you. Biggest job, I can say biggest job on the world, on the planet Earth, is keeping the seeking alive in people. I tell you. God assumes human body only for this job of keeping seeking alive in human beings. Understand? It has 5 jobs. ஆக்குவாய் காப்பாய் அழிப்பாய் அருள் தருவாய் போக்குவாய் என்னை புகுவிப்பாய் இன்றொழும்பில். 5 job: creation, maintenance, destruction, putting people into maya, illusion, and liberating them. This 5 job. First 4, creating, maintaining, destroying, and putting them into illusion, he does not need to move his butt. He can just lie down, Ananda Sayana, and he can be in Yoga Nidra. It goes on. Nothing needs to be done. And he can be in Samadhi in Kailash, or he can be in Yoga Nidra in Vaikuntha. No problem. It goes on. But to keep seeking alive in human beings, he has to assume human body. Understand? Then most difficult job on the planet Earth is keeping seeking alive in human beings. Understand? Keeping the seeking alive. One more thing. Whenever you feel the seeking has dried up, don't worry. The next strand of DNA is getting awakened. You are progressing. Don't think my 3 years life is wasted, 4 years life is wasted, 5 years life is wasted. No. Next strand of DNA is getting awakened. How can something be wasted? Understand? Very beautifully Shankara says, even one sloka of Bhagavad Gita chanting, little Ganga water drinking, once casually saying Krishna Govinda cannot be wasted. Even that cannot go as waste. Then how can so many years meditating or practicing or being around the master can go waste? No. Next strand of DNA is getting awakened. That is why the dry land. That is why the dry scene. Usually, after the 5-6 strands of DNA awakened, next DNA awakening will not be painful. That is what I call enlightenment. You understand? Usually, for a normal man, I can say 6 strands of DNA. But till the 6 strands of DNA, when you cross every strand, you will always look back. Means, oh, am I doing right or wrong? It's painful. I think I am wasting time. Why not get married and suffer? Sorry, get married and be happy. At least when you think, that's what you think. Or why not do this? Why not do that? It's almost like you are being pushed to the wall. But after 6th, no. After 6th, any transition of that next strand of DNA awakening, there will not be any pain. It's just smooth thing. That's what I am saying. See, 0 to 6, 1 will be always awakened the moment you have the body. And the second will be awakened the moment you start seeking. And the 2nd to 6th is enlightenment period. The 6th to 12th is the incarnation period. By the time the 12th is awakened, you are an incarnation. And one more thing, after the 12th is awakened, there are hundreds of new layers opens up. That is what the new layers, when it opens up, that is what is Puranavatara. Means that so many different truths and revelations constantly being revealed to the world. Constantly being shared to the world. So the essence is 3 things. First, see who am I. The personality which can be changed is not you. So dig, then who am I? When you feel you are hitting the dead end or suffocation, increase the seeking, intensity, passion, and look again. When I say again, again and again and again and again, till you awaken the next strand of DNA, next strand of DNA, next strand of DNA.
The science of DNA. Actually, for how many of you this gave a completely new perspective about DNA? Can I request everyone to share? Very nice. Actually, I'm seeing so many of you sitting and very sincerely listening. It's very nice to see it because what we're covering today is a very, very important aspect. You may think, oh, DNA, okay, it's just there. But remember that has a very, very important role to play. It has a very powerful and a very significant impact in your system. So we are covering that aspect today, which is very, very important for all of us. So, and on that note, before we enter further, I just have a quick reminder to all the participants. For today's darshan, for today's initiation, I request and encourage all of you to reach out to your friends, family members, and please invite all of them for today's initiation because it's a very, very powerful initiation. What we're having today, it is directly going to be working on awakening your DNA. So don't miss. If any of your family members or friends are there, please invite them so that they can as well join.
Very beautifully, Swamiji was making all of us understand about what is DNA, how we can awaken the various strands of our DNA. Swamiji explained about the indigo children. Swamiji explained to us the example of Pumbavai, how Trinyana Sambandar awakened the DNA from a dead person's DNA and gave life to her. And we saw various examples, case studies, and amazing revelations in detail with a lot of depth about this one concept of DNA. You might be wondering, but what can this knowledge do to me? Like when I know about DNA, what can it potentially help me with? Understand, just even imagine how about having the ability to live the longest. Like you literally have the power to live as long as you want, or you literally have the power to decide what time you want to leave the body. And many of us even believe that if I am born in a particular family that has a history of, let's say, diabetes, then you are already prone to believing that diabetes is going to be coming for you. Swamiji gave us a very, very important revelation. See, because this earlier belief that you carry about your DNA, how the genes operate, it is only going to make you feel more in an enslaved manner. Oh, it's in someone else's hand. I have to suffer. You look, it's not just my lifestyle, it's just that I have the DNA, the genes to get diabetes, so I'm going to get diabetes. Like this, we are having a particular type of thinking where we feel very victimized and powerless inside of us. Am I right? This is the way how we are taught about DNA, the way DNA works. These revelations we just listened to from Swamiji are from various time frames, much before like 2004, 2009, 2007, like very a few years before Swamiji had revealed the science. Very recently, there has been groundbreaking scientific discoveries. The study field is known as epigenetics. Many of you might be familiar with it, especially if you're a biology student, definitely you would have come across this, where they discovered evidences to show what Swamiji had revealed was actually very true. Scientists have discovered that. Swamiji had revealed about how just with our thoughts, with our lifestyle, and with the initiation from the Guru, our DNA can be altered, reprogrammed. Certain genes can be turned on, certain genes can be turned off. And very recent studies prove how, even scientifically, prove this to be true and right. So today's initiation that all of us are going to be receiving is going to be awakening not just our DNA, but in a much deeper level, the DNA's connection with our consciousness. What is consciousness? How with our conscious will we can alter the DNA, and there is a connection between our DNA and our consciousness.
So
And
many of
that
you
connection is what we are going to be literally, Swamiji is going to be cutting those knots and reprogramming the connection. So if you have any relatives that are suffering with any genetic issues, it might be diabetes, even cancer, because most of the times the doctors tell you that if it's a genetic disease, there is no cure at all for it. Because at least that's what currently is the situation with our modern day science. Any such people that you know, we urge you to invite them right away because now we have already entered into the subject. We are going to
also
be
even all those people who are having, see, one is even genetic disorders or something like that, but also even children and who are going to universities, colleges, we can invite them as well, because awakening the strands of the DNA means enhanced intuition, enhanced higher intelligence, IQ, everything increases. This is what Swamiji told, right? About how that person with the two strands of DNA and only with one strand active, it is like having a 16 MB RAM in a computer. But awakening your DNA is like giving you the internet connection itself, which will enable you to access everything in the internet. Literally, like you have access to the whole cosmos. That is a science behind how the DNA works, right? And anyone, even young children, young adults, whoever you know, invite them here, because awakening your DNA, this six strands of DNA, awakening all of them will literally make you manifest the powers, super consciousness, being of Paramashiva. It's a very, very powerful initiation.
See, I see some of you posting. Stephanie has posted. I know about this indigo rainbow children. I read about this since many years, and but not about a 2 or 3 DNA strains. Christine Jones also has posted. That was very interesting. I have heard a lot about indigo children, but didn't really know much about it. Wonderful. I just want to say, amazing, good that see now both of you, because you have even learned about the indigo children, it will be very easy for you to understand and grasp what Swamiji had revealed about it. How when you are born, the moment you assume the body, the first layer of the DNA is already awakened for you. There are a huge chunk of people that live just with this one DNA strand awakened, live their entire life and die. There are other people who, with their conscious will and effort, whether it's lifestyle, like whenever you tap your highest potential, with a lot of like especially when you hit your puberty and you change your dynamics physically and consciously, all of these are the stages where even second level DNA, the second strand of your DNA gets awakened. Indigo children or the gifted children or the rainbow children, these are the various terms for those children for who, like they're sometimes even identified as child prodigies because they have more than this 2 or 3 strands of their DNAs awakened. This enables them to live their life in a much higher possible way. Actually, today's initiation is going to awaken some of the deeper strands in you to help you elevate your very conscious, the way how you live, how you exist can transform phenomenally. Alexander is asking, do we have a quick join-in session link, please? Yes, our support desk team would post you the join link where you can just send it to your friends or family members who you want to invite. But I really request all of you to do it right away because this session and the further sessions are going to be very important for preparing for today's initiation. So please take a few minutes and quickly go and invite all the family members and friends, especially people that are suffering with genetic issues, because this program today is going to be directly addressing them. Zolin Lim has asked, which DNA are we activating today? Yes, you're going to be activating the Jivatman DNA, which is there inside of you, like how beautifully Swamiji explained. All of us have what scientists call the remaining 9 strands of DNA as junk DNA, but Swamiji says that is the Jivatman DNA, which holds a lot of powers within it. And that DNA is what Swamiji is going to be awakening today. And more than that, Swamiji is going to be specifically awakening and reprogramming the connections that are there within your deeper DNA level. We're going to talk about that in some time. So make sure that you're inviting all your family members and friends right away itself so they don't miss out on any of them. Now let's enter into the exercise.
She revealed to all of us, right, about understanding the awakening of these DNA strands in us. Usually, for a normal man, 6 strands of DNA gets awakened. But till the 6 strands of DNA, when you cross every strand, you will always look back. Means, oh, am I doing it right or wrong? Is it going the right direction or wrong? Is it painful or am I wasting my time? Why this? Why that? But after the 6 strands awakens, it's just a smooth transition one to another. Swamiji tells, right? Remember who you are really. So naturally, like a lump, you will feel like one part is that identity which you are showing to the world. Then one part will say, no, 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 it's not because of that changes. When you are not able to maintain that identity, or when that identity gives you suffering in half an hour, one cycle of time, in 21 minutes, you sit and talk to yourself and change. See, please understand, every one of us have this DNA in us. Science calls it junk DNA, but it's Jivatman DNA. Means there are so many hidden potentials that is there inside of us, which just by awakening the DNA can be awakened. Just take a few minutes. Identify what are those attributes on which your identity is built. If you feel like you're a good singer, again revisit it. If you feel you're a good dancer, revisit it. Keep asking questions to all your identity on what is your identity built. Just keep penning that down. Take a few minutes, just keep writing this down. All of you have written down? Okay. So now, all of us are going to be entering into a next very, very important aspect. See, please understand. When you feel that, you are going to that last point where, beyond this, it's not going to be possible, all of those thoughts, when you just awaken your DNA, all of these extraordinary abilities, which even you would have not known is already existing in you, gets awakened. And today, science is starting to beginning to catch up with this concept of DNA awakening. Science is beginning to understand about this concept of what is awakening the DNA, what it means to, to be able to enable you to access your own higher dimensions. So your DNA is like the supercomputer. It stores all the information about you in your current life, your past lives, in all your births put together. And that is what is this Jivatman DNA. Many of this information might not be relevant to you, let's say, in your 9 to 5 job, but it is relevant to you in your consciousness evolving. It is relevant to you in your consciousness taking that leap to the next level, to the breakthrough in the next level. That is why DNA awakening plays a key role in your ability to manifest these extraordinary powers. So, are all of you understanding? Yes. Now, all of us are going to be entering into the power manifestation session. So, let me start with this question. From morning, how many of you have started manifesting? How many of you have were able to manifest? Like you gave a command and you actually felt that the wind or the nature listened to you. Can I request you all to post in chat? How many of you felt ki, like, actually the wind listened to you? Yes, Ma Mahaguhambananda is saying you manifested. Beautiful. All the others, how about you all? Ma Zengxun, is this your first time? Okay, interesting. Ma Sadanrita Priye, Nityanandam. Actually, just look around you, right? Ma Mary Mahabri, not yet, no problem. Who all have not yet manifested? Okay, Ma Prithvi is saying you're yet to feel. Okay, sure, no problem. See, listen very carefully. For all of you who are manifesting, we are going to be going layer by layer by layer. Okay, fire, wind element, and then water element and space element. Listen very carefully. You don't need to try and conquer it. Don't try to say, like, oh, I want it and I'm commanding it has to listen to me. No, it doesn't work that way. For you to listen to it, for you to experience it, you need to first build that space of friendliness, oneness with it. That's why Swamiji uses a very careful word. Swamiji says the oneness with wind. It's not, you're not building power over the wind, you're building oneness with the wind. So understand, you're all going to be now connecting to the elements of the nature in front of you, and understand you can actually manifest. Just by your conscious will, you can command the sun, the moon, everything to listen to you. See, I'll tell you one basic cognition in Gurukul that we're all taught. Let me give you all a scenario, an example. Let's say you have a meeting coming up. This is for all of you, okay? So let's say you have a very important meeting coming up. You've been waiting for this for days together and you're about to go, but suddenly it starts raining heavily. Like it's unbearable and it starts raining heavily. Okay? So what will you do? Each of you can post your answers. What will you do to reach? If it's raining and it doesn't stop raining and you have a meeting to go to. So if you were in such a scenario, what will you do? You all can post it in the chat. You will still go, okay? Probably take an umbrella or raincoat. Okay, many of you posting, you'll go, or all right. Or sometimes you may cancel it. Correct, makes sense. You may cancel it. Okay. Now, the exact same thing. What will a Gurukul kid do when you are initiated with the power? If we are in such a scenario, we will just connect, stop the rain, and go, and we'll ask the rain to continue, and the rain will continue. That's the key. In Gurukul, this is literally the lifestyle that we live. Ask any kids, we all do the Rudra Homa every day, right? And every single day, without fail, it will rain. When we ask it to rain, it rains. When we stop the rain, it stops. Listen, it is not that, you'll think, oh, that means the wind is under my control. I am the Lord of the wind. No. When you experience tremendous friendliness, we are all so used to constantly carrying that animosity with everything around us. Because that's the way it is. We always keep individualizing ourselves. We're like, okay, this is me, this is my body, this is my skin, and that's all. That ends the thing. But just next to the skin, the breeze that touches you every moment, we forget about that. We take that for granted. We don't feel the same space of oneness with the nature, elements of nature around us. When the belt fits, the belly is forgotten. When the shoe fits, the foot is forgotten. When the tie fits, the neck is forgotten. When the watch fits, the wrist is forgotten. Every one of us are constantly living in our own juggle, constantly between so many other things around, that we literally lose that space of oneness with the nature, elements of nature around us. If you see Swamiji, when Swamiji is walking, right, he will be so aware about the surroundings. It is not just awareness in terms of like being cautious. No, he will be so sensitive and friendly with that nature around him. That's why we all have been a witness. So many times Swamiji will just declare and play with the nature, and the nature will almost instantaneously respond to Swamiji. That connect that we all have, all of us tend to miss it. This power will work on establishing yourself back to your space of oneness. Okay, let's all do one thing to manifest this power. Can I request every one of you to go to a place where you can actually see the sky? Maybe go next to the window, go to the door, go out of the door for a few minutes. Just connect to the nature. Even if it's nighttime in your house, just go to the window and see the sky, stars. Gaze at the space, feel the air. Just take a few minutes, go connect to the nature and come back. Can I request every one of you to do it? What you're going to do in this round, you're only going to play with the nature. Means don't try to say, oh, come on, I have come, it has to move. No, see, the rain is not coming, it's not listening to me, then it doesn't work for me. No, don't do any of that. Just go connect to the nature. I request every single person to do this. You're just going to feel the wind, feel the breeze, just connect to the breeze, talk to it. Like Swamiji said, the wind will reveal itself to you. Nature will reveal itself to you. You just need to connect to it like a friend. Like, for example, let's say if Ma Prithvi, if I'm your friend, I'll not think twice to ask you something. I'll just say, like, oh, Ma Prithvi, can you just do this for me? And you will do it. And you will have the same rights over me, correct? That friendship is what you need to establish with the nature. We are like that. We are made of nature. It's just that we build this animosity as we grow. Just connect to it. Don't drop any expectation, drop anything. Just go connect to the nature. Maybe touch a plant. Just speak to the nature. Connect to the nature. Express your gratitude. Don't do anything else. Just play with the nature. Talk to nature. You will literally see how it manifests. I request every one of you to do it and do it sincerely. I have done this and it is phenomenal. Every time, just when you go to the nature, connect with it, speak to it. Speak to the wind, Vayu Deva. Speak to water, speak to the trees, speak to the plant. Just go spend some time connecting with it. Come on, can I request every one of you to do this? Don't sit in your closed room and expect wind to come to you. You go to that area, you go to the place where there's wind, go to the nature, speak to it, just connect with it. See, all this while, many times we are all just so, we don't even connect to the wind that is around us. We don't connect to the nature around us. So you take the step from your side and I request every one of you to go now. So don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. I will not talk for a few minutes, so you all will not miss anything. But go, all of you go. First, do this and come. Please head. Go to the window, doors. Just spend time with nature. Speak to the wind. Ask you to do something for you. Just play with it. Please start. I request everyone to do this sincerely.
परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द
Paramaशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Please relax. All of you can come back and settle down.
Nityananda
Okay, so how was it this time for you all when you were manifesting? How did you all experience you going next to the wind and you building that connection? Very nice. So many of you did it.
Paramashivoham. Om
Beautiful. See, understand, it starts with first you building the space of oneness. And from there, the whole manifestation starts. When you understand that the nature is always there, it listens to you. That space gets established inside of you. All right. Now, in this same space, we're all going to be entering into the next session, understanding the power of our words, the power of our space, the Akasha Tattva.
Space, kasha. Let me use exactly the word Mahadeva uses. Akasha is modern Sanskrit word. In original Agama, the word kasha only is there. There is a possibility in that palm leaf. Sometimes this corner of the palm leaf gets broken. So, anyhow, whatever available, even the palm leaf breaking is his action only. So what he left it for us to understand, from that the word kasha only is there. So let's use that, that's all. Space, simple understanding, where length, breadth, depth, time, all these are dancing, vibrating. That is the aspect called space. It's a very simple understanding, but now I am going to give you how understanding space is going to have some use for you. See, ultimately our goal is to rest in the highest existence and highest consciousness, what we call as Mahasadashiva. See these simple words: feeling suffocated, irritated, I am not okay with all these simple words. Only by uttering them again and again, you create that feeling. How many of you understand this? Usage of those words avoided, that experience is also avoided. How many of you understand that? So, can you take 2-3 minutes and pen down, listen carefully. Usage of words in your space, becoming experience, few incident. When you started using these words, cherishing these words, and manifesting those experiences in your space. Just for you to understand, listen, please listen. If two objects are stuck, sound is generated. If a thought is stuck on the space, reality is generated. That's all. Thought, idea, depression, irritation, simple words. How you teach to these teenager kids, how they pick up between when you guys are fighting, I cannot tolerate this, I can't digest this, hell with it, better to die than living like this. All these words, they pick up while both of you fight. And when they use that word on their space, they generate that as an experience. You yourself have done this crime against you. First time when you did this crime, try to remember and pen down. See, where you could have avoided the word and avoided the experience, that is called freedom. You chose the word and chose the experience. After that, you, even if you don't choose the word, experience does not leave you, that's called marriage. Bondage. Understand? See, first few times when you use the word, I am irritated, I am agitated, I can't tolerate this, I can't put up with this, better to die than living like this life, hell with you, all these phrases, there is a tons. All these Jerry Springer shows phrases. All these words, listen, when you are using first time and manifesting them as reality, you had a choice not to use them and manifest those experiences and reality. How many of you understand that? So, but after continuous usage and those experiences produced, when that become your normalcy, that is what, I can't understand this word normalcy. What is common? What is normal? Most abnormal thing is normal. Most stupid things are common. Sometimes people question me, why our kids are taught so much of importance for the language is given. Our balasans are not supposed to even utter the word no, not, all that. Avoid knowing. So much importance is given for their language, because when the language is stuck in the inner space, the reality is generated. Understand the Damaru of Mahadeva, dancing in the space of Chidambara, generates the cosmos. So the language we use inside is the Damaru of Mahadeva. Whatever is generated here becomes reality. Just remember one or two incidents and write, so you will understand when you started doing this big crime against you, using strong words and generating those ideas and experiences in your inner space stupidly. And same way, even when you use the good words, generated good words or generated bad words, when they hit the space, they become real. Whatever makes the word into real is space. Akasa, kasa. You are an adult, you can choose your words. Try to write both experiences so you understand how initially the word you generate in your space manifests reality. These three words. Taharakasha, Chidakasha, or Katakasha, or Mahakasha. This has two words, Chidakasha and Katakasha, both. Why I am using both words, if you don't manifest what you want as a reality in your space, it is called Katakasha. If you manifest your life as you want, it is called Chitakasha. The state, space where you live. The state. Space where you operate. As of now, all of you are operating in this Nityananda Sabha. Am I right? So this is called Katakasha. If you don't manifest what you want as reality. But if you manifest what you want as reality in your breathing space, it's called Chidakasha. Conscious space. Katakasha means mud space. Katam is a mud pot. The space inside the mud pot has no use. The mud pot has any use of the space inside? No, you are saying Katam. No, Katam is used for us, not for mud pot. For mud pot it is a beating. No, he's trying to show, no, there is a use Gatam. Gatam music is used for whom? For us who generates, not for the Gatam. In your space, listen, your state is Taharakasha, where you exist. Tahara Vidya. Tahara Vidya means the knowledge of enlightenment science. Now, whatever I am talking to you, all these can be classified as Tahara Vidya. Precisely, if I have to translate that word, grounded in existence. Tahara. Grounding you in your soul, Atman, enlightenment, is called Tahara Vidya. Where you are grounded is called Taharakasha, the space of your life, alive. Your state. The words you generate there and hit you decides the state you are in. Feeling experienced, expanded, joyful, or suffocation, all is within this. How many of you are understanding? Having the whole world open for you and feeling imprisoned can be there. Sitting on one small cave, feeling enlightened can be there. Because it is on Tahara. There are many great sadhus lived in a small cave of remote Himalayas, lived such an ecstatic, glorious space. And there are many people who are flying whole day and night in the space, but feeling imprisoned inside. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? The words you utter, that creates the space you operate. That makes your breathing space as Katakasha or Chitakasha. Chitakasha means consciously generated space. Means if you are uttering all the words consciously, tuning to your life's goal, you create Chitakasha. If you are uttering why without knowing why you are uttering, or because of compulsions, and manifest default reality by fault, that is called Katakasha. Listen, default reality is Katakasha, conscious reality is Chitakasha. These three words, Taharakasha, Katakasha and Chitakasha, and Mahakasha. Mahakasha is whatever exists, that you don't know anything. One good thing about Akasha is it can never get corrupted. It can be easily programmed. Like electricity cannot be corrupted. It may be helping you for last 100 years, but it will not bother to kill you in 1 second if you do something wrong. Same way it may be killing so many people in so many places if something wrong is done. It will not bother to help you if you do it proper circuit. No qualities acquired, no favoritism, and no corruption. That's the quality of space. No favoritism, no quality acquired. It is all about what you want to do from now. That decides the whole programming of the space. That's all. See, only when you are initiated, you use your will. With that will, you manifest something consciously in your space. Only then soul enters into your system. Till then, soul means the jiva is not operative in your system. Your body is alive and functioning because of the Vatavarana, not because of the individual soul. He calls it Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagratam. I'll be using this word many times in the satsang also. Individual conscious will awakening and declaring its existence. If you know, yes, I exist and I have this as a problem, this as an inspiration. Even if you have a problem, it's okay. But your individual will should perceive the problem, only then it will start cracking the code. Understand, the Katakashic existence is called accidental existence. You need to use your will persistence ferociously. You need to break the laws of Katakasha, that is called tapas. Breaking the chains of your Vatavarana by will persistence is called tapas. More tapas, more alive you will feel. That is why in Hindu tradition, if somebody wants to become a king, he will not enter into politics, he will retire to forest and start meditating for 12 years. When he becomes alive and walks into the city, the elephant comes and puts the garland and carries him and puts him on the throne of the king. Whether conquering infrastructure or internal structure, breaking Katakasha by your will is the only thing any human being need to do in the life. Katakasha is the accidental ambience you are breathing, which gives the illusion or delusion you are alive. Your existence is given a delusory idea that you are alive. Because you are breathing, you are made to believe you are alive. Like ups and downs of the wave gives the feeling as if the ocean is alive in that area, even though there is no independent individual energy exists. Listen, will is not astra, it is shastra. I'll explain these two concepts. Astra means a weapon loaded, pre-planned, pre-programmed and operated. Shastra means power is generated and immediately released is Shastra. Will cannot be programmed earlier and kept and used. No. Now you generate and you release. The good news is, does not need training. Will to manifest will persistence and will, you need not be trained for 12 years. Person who has tried to have will for 22 years and who is beginning today, both will have the same will. Because will is the weapon from the space which cannot be programmed. Listen carefully. Subtler and subtler you go, they can only be less baggaged, programmed. When you are Going in bullock cart, you can carry the whole city. When you go in bus, you will have to reduce. When you go in train, you have to reduce more. When you are going in the flight, it has to be reduced a lot more. If it is jet, you can only carry pills. The subtler and subtler you go, baggage, the past patterns, compilations, judgments, concepts are not allowed. Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says, state, space, manifestation, all the three does not need pre-training because it is fundamentally based on the space. Will power, will persistence is enough. Means you deciding now, from now what I want to do only matters. Till now what I have done does not matter. Understand, past, the good news I have for you, past is irrelevant when you are working with the space, akasha. Present is too relevant when you are working with akasha. Clear? You have been 20 years devotee, 25 years devotee, or born and brought up along with me, does not matter. Or yesterday only you entered the program, does not matter at all. From this moment, what do you want to do matters. Taharakasha means your soul is infused into you in the form of Shaktipada as a will. Will means experience, I exist larger than what I was feeling as me till before the initiation. How many of you are catching what I am saying? How many of you feel, listen carefully, after the initiation and power manifestation, even the way you feel you is much larger. That only manifests into Katakasha and makes it into Chidakasha. If you don't manifest power, your Nityananda Sabha is Katakasha. If you manifest power, your Nityananda Sabha is Chidakasha. Signs of initiation. Diksha. This word Diksha need to be understood. The word initiation is too superficial for Diksha. If I have to translate exactly the word Diksha into English, breathing life, infusing life. The frequency of your will existence raised to the level of frequency of will persistence to become the realization of will, reality, realization. Understand? Taharakasha, breathed, Guru breathes life into Taharakasha. With that you start that will persistence. With the will persistence you start manifesting. Not only powers, even the life as you want. Katakasha becomes Chitakasha. Listen. Gap between one thought and the other thought is space. Here. Gap between one Big Bang, another black hole is space here. Listen. Listen carefully. LBD, active. LBD, active. On the space generates time. Anything gets active on the space generates time. Space is the canvas on which all these four exist. Listen. Whenever a mass rotates, it creates gravity. Whenever LBD gets active, it generates time. Where all four exist is space. Because you have space inside, you are able to perceive everything. Because there is a space in the cosmos, all the generation, maintenance, destruction, delusion, liberation happens. The space here, Chidakasa, perceives everything. Space here, Parakasha, allows everything to happen. Little more. Little more. Eyes receive information, digitize it. I should call biodigitizing. Sense it. It hits at one space and the response comes back. For example, you see the snake, response of let's run away or beat. The spot where this information hits and the response comes back is called space, Akasha. The spot which responds to information is space. If the thought, the gap between one thought and the other thought is too little, you do not perceive the existence of space. If there's a more gap, you perceive the existence of space. It's like if you are taking 2000 files, quickly you have to come back. If you are taking only 2 files, you can spend time with him. Ability to spend time with him is called luxury, Lakshmi.
Akasha Tattva. Oh my God, this is such a powerful session. Actually, this is one of my most favorite sessions of Paramashivoham. Because Swamiji tells one of the most powerful truth in one of the most subtlest ways. Every one of us are having this space, the power of our words, which just we do not harness it, but which is abundantly available every second of our life, which is there always for us. This space where all of us are manifesting this experience, this power of words. Every word that you repeat it again and again and again to yourself becomes reality. That's what, when your thought hits the space, reality is generated. This is a simple science, but a very profound, a very important science that all of us need to understand. For how many of you it was very new what Swamiji revealed and what Swamiji told to all of us? For how many of you it was very new and very powerful? Actually, I'd like to share my own experience here. Um, yes, can I request everyone to come on camera, please? Hello, whoever has gone to different states of consciousness, please come back up to the state of Jagrat. I can see slowly some people drifting. They're trying to figure out whether this is their dream or their dream is their dream. Can I request all of you to come back? Nityanandam, go grab a cup of coffee. I know it's late night for many of you here. Please take a few minutes, quickly go grab a cup of coffee, tea, hot chocolate, something that you'd like to. See, it's very important that you hydrate yourself. I know 16 hours a day you're all sitting here and it's not a joke, right? You have taken out 16 hours from your busy schedule and each of you have committed your time. So I just want to make sure none of you are missing out. But at the same time, just make sure even though you're here, be available here fully. Some people look at the screen so intensely, but they'll be thinking about, oh, what should I eat for lunch today? Last week only I ate spaghetti. Maybe this time I should try something new. So please be here physically, mentally, in all your levels, and please be in the wakeful state of consciousness. Okay. Great. All right. So here I'll just tell you all one thing. Every one of you that are here, Swamiji revealed the truth about how when you constantly repeat a word, you make that as your experience. Correct? I have a very powerful experience which happened very recently. Okay. So I think 2 years back, Swamiji had told about, told all of us to have castor oil every single day. You all must be remembering in the satsang only Swamiji had told. And Swamiji told everyone to take castor oil every day. So I started, the moment Swamiji said, I started taking castor oil. And what had happened was initially I used to take castor oil and it was perfectly normal for me. I didn't have any cognition in my head, but another person, every time she used to take castor oil, I used to hear her tell, oh, the moment I take castor oil, something is happening. I think it feels a little weird in my throat and I feel like throwing up. First time I heard, it didn't create much of an impact in me. Second time, third time, every time I go to pick up a spoon of castor oil, it started ringing in me. Oh, it gives that feeling. That word started coming. I started repeating that inside me. So by the fifth time that I actually took castor oil, I actually went and threw up, after which I completely stopped taking castor oil at all. something which was never my experience. It's something very simple. Many of you are laughing. It might be very simple. It's just a castor oil. But this was so powerful. Like when I listened to this satsang few seasons back, it really struck me because it was never my experience. When Swamiji said castor oil, I used to happily take castor oil without any worry. But the moment I entertained that word inside of me, every time I used to go pick up the spoon of castor oil, instead of remembering Swamiji's words, I started remembering the other person's words saying, oh, this will cause some feeling in the throat. It will make you want to throw up. It became my cognition became experience, and that became reality. Very soon, every time I would think of castor oil, I'll feel like, oh God, I'm just going to throw up, will not even touch it. When I listened to this satsang, it really struck me. I was like, oh my God, it's so true. It is not even my experience, but by consciously, constantly uttering another person's incompletion, I made it as a reality for me. And I started having an unnecessary pattern because of that. And you know what I did? After that satsang, it really became a click. And I started consciously, every time I went back to take castor oil, I started repeating Swamiji's words. So in a few days, like how the previous cognition, the incompletion got created, the number of times I kept repeating Swamiji's words that castor oil is very good for the body and my stomach enjoys it, though it may not feel good in my throat, my stomach enjoys it. After that, in 2-3 times, my cognition changed back again. So my resistance to castor oil dropped. That is the power of words. You keep repeating something, you keep constantly repeating something to you, you make that as an experience. Your right hand hitting the left hand, sound is generated. Clap. Same way, your words, your thought hitting your space, reality is generated. This is a very simple, very straightforward, very, very, very powerful formula for you to analyze your life. Just like how your right hand hitting the left hand creates sound, same way your thoughts hitting your space generates reality. So every moment you say, oh, this is what is life, hell with it, I don't want it, it's horrible. Understand, you are consciously generating that experience inside of you. Your words have the power. That is why, I feel so blessed that after joining Swamiji, I never really watched these TV serials, all of that. If you're from, especially if you watch Indian soaps, if you're from India, you will know every single uh, every single serial will have that one auntie character who's very prolific. Everything she does is to conspire in what is happening in the house, like a typical Indian soap. And you know what? What is a funny thing? Every house will have a daughter-in-law watching that serial and she will map her mother-in-law to that character. This is like cliche Indian serials. You go to North India, South India, there'll be so many differences in language, culture, but all of them will be united through TV serials. North India, South India, East India, West India, any part you go to, all of them watch these soaps that will have like a traffic signal. She'll have a big bindi and some vilific tone every time she comes when the music will run. And literally every soaps, like same, exact same story plot it will be. And every single daughter-in-law that watches it, she will keep relating, oh, this is how my mother-in-law is. And you know what? I have seen so many people have fights because they believe that their mother-in-law is something similar to the character they see in the Indian soaps. We all may laugh for it because feel it's illogical. But unfortunately, this is the truth. So many of us do create this for ourselves. You don't need to have a mother-in-law for this. You create in so many different ways. You just take a word inside of you. As kids, you see your parents or your friends using some words. You don't even know what it is, but you pick it up. And then you start repeating, and you end up having that as your experience. You will not even know how and why this pattern was formed in you, but it just becomes your experience. How many of you are able to relate to these experiences you have created for yourselves? How many of you are connecting to it? understand, just go back, visit in your lives. You will see how you generate this as an experience for you every single time, multiple ways. It's not always only bad things. Sometimes even positive experiences you do create like this, your words. Let me say, for example, um, from young age, some kids, if you see, their parents will always teach them even the bitter gourd, the bitter vegetables. They'll say, it's very nice, it's very nice. So the kid will constantly repeat the word, it's very nice inside himself or herself, and they start eating it. It's a profound truth. It does have an impact. But understand, your words have an impact. It is not okay even for you to casually utter, oh, I don't want this. Life is so bad. I hate it. Better let me just die. No. You may think it's okay. In that spur of a moment, I told no. In your spur of a moment, that statement you utter is generating a reality in front of you. That spur of a moment thoughts that you generate is creating that reality for you. Your thoughts becomes your words. The words becomes your thinking. The thinking becomes your actions. Actions generate reality. Let us do one exercise, okay? Can I request every one of you to pen down 5 such incidents from your life where you created a negative statement commonly, again and again and again, you kept using that negative statement inside of you, and actually that became an experience. Like the castor oil experience I gave, that's an apt example. I just kept repeating that again and again and again, and it just became my experience. Like that, I request every one of you to revisit in your life any 5 negative statements that you kept repeating. I hate this, I don't like this, and I don't like this person, or I don't like this food. And you just generated that as a reality. Or you'd have thought, oh, okay, this is very boring, math is very difficult. And you would have thought you are not going to be able to do it, and you would have just given up. And you kept repeating that to yourself over and over and over, and you actually generated that as a reality. Similarly, write down even 5 positive statements. Like, for example, you would have kept repeating, I love doing puja. Puja gives me peace. And because you kept repeating that, it actually became your experience. Write down both. Take a few minutes, pen down. Can I request everyone to please write down? I'll give you all about 5 minutes for this. Let's make it fast. So I request everyone to write it down. Yes, you all can relax now. So hope all of you have written down. So please understand and remember, every time the words that you utter to yourself and others, with that understanding, with that space, you will be able to manifest, you will be able to have tremendous clarity with the words that you utter, and you will be able to understand it so much more better than what it is right now. And the way you harness the power of your words will be very different. All right. So with this session, you also get a gift on a book of called Akasha Tattva, which is a glimpses of this session, and this will be emailed to all of you. So every day, please do check out your emails. We have been sending out gifts every day for all the participants who are attending. So you should be receiving the gifts in your email. So just make sure you're checking it out and receiving your gifts. All right. So now let us all enter into the power manifestation. Okay. In this round now, you're going to be manifesting the power of altering the fire element. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to be moving a fire element. You're going to be, let's say, a flame. Okay, let's say you have a flame in front of you. You're going to be increasing or decreasing the size of the flame just by looking at it with your conscious will. Listen very carefully. It need not just be like, turning off. Even you can make the flame like so bright, and this is one of the most easiest power to manifest. The same way you connected with wind, connect with fire. Okay, if it is, of course, if it's legal in your place, if you could please light a lamp, just light a lamp. Can I request every one of you to light a lamp and keep it in front of you? If it's legal and allowed in your place, whatever is in accordance to the legalities, of course. Just light a lamp. Keep it in front of you. Okay. Can you all make sure it's visible in the camera? I'm just giving you all a few minutes. Please make sure that you're keeping the lamp in front and make sure it's visible in the camera. Okay. One thing you all need to make sure is just ensure your fan is not on, or some external thing should not be the factor for the flame to get affected. See, only if you make sure all the other factors are taken care of, you can manifest with confidence. Madhyana Spilav. Madhyana, come on, manifest. I know you want to become a sannyasi. I know you've signed up for becoming a sannyasi. And from the very short span of time that you've known Swamiji for, the way you are, you're very intense. You already want to take the jump for sannyas. That's right. And only courageous people can do that. And when you are preparing, one of the key ways to prepare yourself for sannyas is you manifesting that powers of Paramashiva. So sit, focus on that. Consciously build yourself to prepare yourself to receive sannyas. Okay, ma? So do all the power manifestations sincerely. Sit, manifest, play with the powers. Only then your inner space gets trained, matures to become a sannyasi. Yes, for all of you, whomever it is night time, please hydrate yourself, drink water. Make sure you're all staying hydrated. Perfect. Okay, Madonna, I see many of you have kept the fire. Ma Sumita Som, you also have the fire, ma? When I say fire, I mean a lamp, a diya in front of you. Okay. So now keep that at a distance. Your breath should not affect. On its own, the fire flame should move, basically. Okay. So breathe in, breathe out deeply and slowly. Make sure it's not affecting the flame. You're going to be fully putting your awareness on the flame. Just look at the flame intensely. Connect with the flame. Okay. You will literally be able to connect with the flame. You'll be able to see it. And then, as you connect to the flame, consciously just bring that space of oneness. And with that space, with intensely looking into the flame, just manifest. You will see the flame will flicker, it'll shake, and it'll even turn off just at your will. Please start the manifestation. Come on, every one of you, please manifest.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ
Yes, all of you can now please relax. Slowly, please relax. We are now going to be entering into our next very important session. We are going to be understanding about the two parts of the DNA. Let us now listen to the revelations.
Scientists say that human species has evolved with two-stranded DNA found in every cell, determining the form. One part determines the form, the other determines the potential diseases and spiritual gifts. And another research says DNA contains blueprint for one's life's purpose and divine personality. Scientists are very clear about what we think is not our original blueprint. Means the one part only we are able to study, the two parts of the DNA. We are able to study still now only one part. And scientists are really feeling that is not really our blueprint. The unrevealed DNA, the part still which they are not able to discover or make it clear, logically understand, is called, they are naming it as a junk DNA. I can say the part which is discovered is junk DNA. The part which is not discovered, still yet to be realized, maybe I can use the word even the words like a biomemory, all these are too small words. They are using the word junk DNA or shadow DNA that contains information about who you really are on a level of spiritual beingness. I can say that part is what I can give the name Jivatma. The part which they are calling as junk DNA or shadow DNA, I'll give the name as Jivatma. Of course, you can give the name individual self DNA. Individual self DNA, because the junk word is too small, even the shadow word is too small. the healing modalities clear karmic blockages and stimulate these dormant portions of the DNA. So these are the discoveries. Whatever now I said are from various scientific researches, the discoveries and conclusions from various scientists. Now I'll try to explain exactly what I experience in these lines. Scientists are absolutely right when they say there's two parts in DNA. Only one part they are able to study, which is responsible for form and diseases. There is other part which is responsible for spiritual gifts. I tell you, the other part which is responsible for spiritual gifts only carries this extrasensory power, all the siddhis. Understand? This part which already science has understood, this part carries the ordinary samskaras and biomemories. See, this carries the microcosmic samskaras, whatever you got in this body, those samskaras, from the body of fish to this body. In Indian tradition, Vedic tradition, we claim fish is the first individual which has a capacity to collect samskara. Of course, even before fish, you can collect samskara, but it is untransmittable. That is why Matsyavatara is first avatara. Please understand. As fish, any engram you collect only can be transmittable. Till then it is so subtle, negligible, it cannot be transmittable. That is why the Vedic tradition we call first incarnation is Matsyavatara. Then the avataras, then the incarnations expand and grow. Actually, you need to understand, everybody is an incarnation who knows they are incarnations. That's all. See, incarnation means what exactly? Taking birth again and again. If you know you took birth again and again, that will lead you to enlightenment and you are incarnation. That's all. Nothing else. If you know you took birth again and again and again, and it's a reality, you will just realize, oh God, hey, I'm doing the same thing. That's enlightenment. Then you are incarnation. Understand, when I say, in 2000 I realized I am an incarnation, that is what I mean. It's not that before 2000 I was not incarnation. Only in 2000 I realized I am an incarnation. You understand what I am saying? See, when you realize you took birth again and again and again, that suddenly makes you an incarnation. That just makes you an incarnation. So, even now all of you are incarnations. Now if you realize that truth, you are an incarnation, you can write a biography, autobiography of an avatar. With that understanding, when you look your whole life back, you will understand the whole thing was very synchronized way, very synergetic way, was planned for the peak hit. For the peak hit only, everything was very synergetically planned in a synchronized way. Now you will not understand that. You will see, oh, it's a big chaos. No, it is not. It is not. No chaos is a big chaos. You thinking that everything is chaos is the biggest chaos. Nothing else. You thinking everything is everything is chaos is the biggest chaos. Nothing else is chaos. It's a very revolutionary idea which I heard from Ram Surat Kumar, that Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, saint who lived in Arunachala. Many of you have heard about him, and very revolutionary thought, very revolutionary process. When somebody goes to him for liberation and all that, it's a little unconventional, untraditional. He will always used to keep a rope, bunch of rope. I have seen. And he will completely tie them. He will tie their leg, he will tie their hands, and he will make them sit. Sometime even 24 hours he will make them sit. And those poor fellows have to be sitting. And naturally, 5-6 hours the dedication will be there. See, 5-6 hours, oh, this Swami is making me. The dedication will be there. And you will sit with patience. But after 10 hours, naturally the passions will wither away. Completely the passions will wither away. You can't, you see, just imagine, 10 hours your hands and legs are tied and made to sit, and you don't know when he is going to release you. See, if you know in one day he is going to release you, you will not have a problem. You don't know when he is going to release you. So first 5-6 hours the dedication will be up. That part will be up. Everything is okay. But after 10 hours, what will happen? That is when the suffocation will start. And especially physical tying up is such a survival thing. Nobody can tolerate more than maximum 10 hours. 10 hours is the maximum. You can't tolerate more than that. That's a maximum. Especially people who come to him for enlightenment, all these things, civilized people. They are not traditional trained criminals who are habituated for prison or handcuff and all that. All civilized, cultured people. So 10 hours will be too much. Then there, that microcosmic biomemory, see the dedication which they carry in microcosmic biomemory will be exhausted. Let me give you the example of this microcosmic biomemory, macrocosmic biomemory. From the fish body till now, whatever you collected is microcosmic biomemory. That part only the scientists are able to analyze and understand as a known DNA. Let us call that as a known DNA. And the other part, which I call Jivatma DNA, the individual self DNA, that part is a macrocosmic biomemory. Please understand. Macrocosmic biomemory means whatever has happened in the cosmos, whatever has happened in your body. When I say your body means not only just the 6 feet. Whatever ingredient added to make these 6 feet means when you are first time fish and the fight which you had with your spouse fish, that memory will be there. From whatever you collected from the fish body, it will pass to the next body, next body, next body. From that body to till this body, whatever was collected and transmitted is what I am calling microcosmic biomemory. And whatever has happened in cosmos is macrocosmic biomemory. A certain dedication or love will happen in microcosmic biomemory. With that only you recognize my microcosmic biomemory. See, in my microcosmic biomemory, something extraordinary expresses. So your microcosmic biomemory's dedication recognizes that. And after some time, the 10 hours passes. The 10 hour will be over. This Ram Sarat Kumar's 10 hour. If you see his photograph, he will always be having a thick of coconut fiber rope, kaya rope. He will be having it. So he will tie the people with that only. He will tie their hand and leg very tightly. They can't move. And after that, he will put the hands on the leg and tie it. And those fellows have to be sitting. In 10 hours, that microcosmic dedication, microcosmic biomemory dedication will go away. That devotion will go away. That will be exhausted. After that, when the suffocation starts only, he will just sit and wait. He will watch how they are irritated. And by 10 hours, they will start telling him, no, leave us, it's okay, wait. And then he will ask, so this is your dedication for enlightenment. He will make them very clearly understand. that their microcosmic biomemory strength is only this much. Only this much spiritual experience can be acquired by them. See, it's like your microcosmic biomemory's dedication gets attached to my microcosmic biomemory's expression. Now I want to define God. Whatever you don't have is God. All that you don't have put together is God. That is why you are attracted to God. So whatever your microcosmic biomemory does not have, my microcosmic biomemory has it. That is why that attraction. But the funny thing is, your microcosmic biomemory's attraction, how much dedication it has, that much only I can pour. I can't pour more than that. But your greed demands more pouring. More pouring is demanded. So within the 10 hours, you will make them understand that this much only can be poured, understand. And there are few people, very intelligent, I have seen at least 2 cases. Who just withstood more than 10 hours also. When they lie down, I have really seen completely, not just their brain, pulse rate will become 0. I have seen at least 2% whose pulse rate has become 0. He will make them, he did both persons separately, not at a time, separately. I have seen he made that person lie down on that samadhi, tomb of Tiruvannamalai. In Tiruvannamalai there is a burial ground where he used to live regularly. He made that person lie down on the tomb. After that, removing the robe, I have seen that person becoming 0, that pulse rate becoming 0. It's like a step-by-step process, that biomemory. He will agitate it, then exhaust it, the dedication, the biomemory will go away. And the funny thing is, he knows exactly where that person is caught. He will not use this process for everybody. He knows exactly where the person is caught. And somehow you will agitate exactly that samskara by talking. By talking, you will exactly awaken that samskara. One fellow gave the promise to him, I saw in these 2. It's a very beautiful process. Promise to him that I will not move till you leave me. I won't bother. So he sat and really he sat whole day and did not get agitated. Then he had a dog. He threw the dog and he sent word through that dog to the Narayana Swami, the another one mantric saint about whom I have spoken in my biography. He sent word for that guy. That guy came, and both of them are smokers. That guy is a specialist in having a mirror, and he will apply some kind of a anjanam, that black eyeliner on the mirror, and whatever he wants, he will show it like a TV. So this Raghupati Yogi was making this fellow sit. He is sitting, this guy is just sitting. One day passed, but this fellow is not agitated. This Raghupati Yogi sent word for that Narayana Swami. That Narayana Swami came, and this Raghupati Yogi said, in a very, Yogi Ram Swarup Kumar, he said, in a very casual way, hey, show him what is happening in his house with his wife. That guy showed that lady was having some affair with somebody. This fellow's only attachment was with the wife. So that fellow showed it, the TV showed very clearly that wife was having affair with somebody. So immediately that engram got agitated, that agitation happened, got awakened. And this fellow immediately wanted to go to the house. He's telling, leave my rope, leave everything, I wanted to go there. And somehow this Raghupati Yogi was able to, Ram Swarup Kumar was able to slowly talk to him. Now tell me, you gave the promise that you will work till the end. Now I only brought and awakened this agitation. Now even if you go, what are you going to do? What can be done? Nothing can be done. So understand, this is the biomemory in which you are stuck. Where? Why the microcosm? See, when this microcosmic biomemory and macrocosmic biomemory meets, that area will be very thick. That microcosmic biomemory's last layer will be very thick. It's like a coconut. When you grind the coconut, finally the shell will be very thick. The white part will be very soft. That will all come away. That's what is dedication part. That coconut part is the engram. When there you start digging, it will create sound. That layer, his layer, that layer for him was his deep attachment to the wife. You see, in Anandagandha Chakra, it will lead only to that macrocosmic experience when you close your eyes and sit. But in the life itself, you see, it's like what is Anandagandha Chakra? You know, that coconut shell is there. That all that coconut fiber, coconut part, white part, fruit part, that is taken away by the, that is what is microcosmic biomemory. Only if one hole I make in that shell and macrocosmic biomemory gushes through that one hole, it is called Anandagandha Chakra. If the whole shell is broken, it is called Jivan Mukti. So if you are living with me, I will break the whole shell, put you in Sahaja Samadhi. Because I am a macrocosmic biomemory, I grind you both sides. See, my form, microcosmic biomemory of me, is only grinding the fruit side, the white side. And my macrocosmic biomemory, me present everywhere, that will be grinding you from the shell side. Both will be grinding. This macrocosmic biomemory obeys prayer. If you feel the grinding is too much, pray. Immediately macrocosmic biomemory will stop it. Or if you say, no, I want this to go on. Let it be done. Let me be done with it. Then it will go on. Please understand, this microcosmic biomemory, which is responding to you, is that is only cleaning the fruit side, the white side. It will be drilling, drying and drying. That how much that fruit thickness, that much only is the dedication. When all the dedication is exhausted, when that engram crushing is happening, that's where that sound will come. That sound is coming means that engram crushing is happening. Engram crushing is happening. See, when that sound comes, this microcosmic biomemory will not move further. It cannot move further. See, when the microcosmic biomemory exhausts, the layer which need to be opened is that second layer DNA, what I call as Jivatman portion of DNA, the self DNA. Understand? The self DNA. Why I call that as a Jivatman, because still it is connected to microcosmic biomemory. When the microcosmic biomemory is completely exhausted, then this unknown DNA, what they call junk DNA, shadow DNA, that part can be called as the Parabrahman or the God, the macrocosmic biomemory or Paramatma. You don't need to call that as Jivatma. As and now, microcosmic biomemory in you is known DNA. Macrocosmic biomemory in you is Jivatman. In me, the microcosmic biomemory is Jivatman and macrocosmic biomemory is Paramatman. There is no known DNA in me. That is why I defy all the known DNA rules and philosophies. When microcosmic biomemory and macrocosmic biomemory is drilling the coconut. But one important thing, everybody behaves very intelligently till their coconut is grilled. That is the most unfortunate thing. See, let other coconuts get drilled. These guys will have so much of consolation, love, promise, words, inspiration, lifting, elevating. When their coconut gets drilled only. What about you guys? Even for me this has happened. When my coconut was getting drilled in 1999, 1999, before 2000, even I had to go through such a thing. See, when you do the weightlifting, how the nerves are seen by green, like that when I went through that grilling, all my nerves were seen as red. That kind of a drilling. Whenever you are able to see the nerves in the red, just understand the drilling is going on. Drilling is going on. That's what has happened in me. It will not be seen in the green or other color. It will be very deep red. Heavy pain. Heavy pain. Physically, these are the symptoms to find out whether drilling is going on. Choosing to choose. Deciding to decide. It's almost like when you are standing in the waves, the sand under your feet will be washed away, taken away. If you decide to push, you can stand. If you just slip one step, what will happen? You will just go with the wave. Now I'll become busy with somebody else and something else. The second layer DNA, the Jivatman DNA, if that is awakened in you, you become a new being, new human being. The whole purpose is to awaken that second layer, Jivatman DNA in you guys. That's all, nothing else. It means you have to completely annihilate whatever you are holding. Like that Narada, when he was caught in the flood, in Yamuna, I told you Narada's story, who got caught in illusion. That wife went away. The child is slipping out of the hand. And luggage, the wealth, little wealth, is leaving the hand. So that is the time when the first level biomemory gets exhausted. Narada has to drop that. No other way, let go. Then Krishna's voice said, hey Narada, oh God, the second level biomemory is awakened. The Jivatman biomemory is awakened. Complete annihilation. There is no shortcut for in the spiritual line, understand. If you put yourself into that belt, conveyor belt, there is no shortcut. There is no shortcut. You can only pray and tell the power system, hey, stop the belt. I don't want to move further. Let the belt be stopped. The prayer will always have the answer. Either you should know, is this lubrication? Lubrication means love. Is this enough for me to go through this drilling, this process? Let me pass. If you feel no, it is too much, then tell, pray, stop the belt. That's all. There is no shortcut. There is no technique or shortcut. Technique and shortcuts can give you one drilling, like a one hole in the shell, Anandagandha, but not complete annihilation. All the concept you have, all the idea you have, all the relationship you have, all the holdings you have, everything has to be annihilated, no other way. Unfortunately, sometimes you can't even say, no, I don't want enlightenment, I don't want. You just stop this process. Maybe if you say that you can stop the process to the macrocosm, then it stops. I've seen. It stops and puts more lubrication. Lot of love and more lubrication and pacifies. But again, when you feel comfortable, everything is okay, again that belt starts moving towards the drilling machine. But that is what everybody wants. That is what all the jivas want. It's a tremendous love with which the cosmos does the whole drama game. All right. So let the Jivatman DNA be awakened in you. The self DNA be awakened in you. That is what is repository of all the siddhis, all the great siddhis, powers. See, in the microcosmic biomemory, the powers which has microcosmic biomemory is that moving your hand and eating, chewing, swallowing, lungs, heart, all these things are microcosmic biomemories, powers, which goes on without even your knowledge. Same way, in macrocosmic biomemory, that Jivatman DNA, there only all the extraordinary powers like a flying, levitating, all those things are there. Mahima, Lahima, Karima, Anima, Ishitvam, Vashitvam, Prapti, all those siddhis, they are there in macrocosmic biomemory. But that will be awakened only if the microcosmic biomemory is annihilated. Awakening the Jivatman DNA is the essence. So the essence of my today's message is, two part of DNA you have. One is known by the science, which is responsible for your form, disease and all that. The unknown, the second one is unknown, which scientists call as junk DNA or shadow DNA, which I call as Jivatman DNA, self DNA. Awaken that self DNA, because that has all extraordinary powers. Life will become extraordinary joy when that is awakened. And the known DNA will dry. Those biomemories has to be dried. No other way. It cannot give you the life. That is not your blueprint. That is not your blueprint. You need to know that. As long as you catch that as a blueprint, life will be struggle. It will be struggle. So catch the macrocosmic DNA, allow that to open up. Life DNA, allow the Jivatman DNA, self DNA to open up. That will lead you to the ultimate. I bless you all with my deep love. Let you all experience the lubrication, love energy. Panchabhuta, the air example. I am giving you one example. Panchabhuta is 5 elements, all of you know. the earth, water, fire, air and space. The air, constant level means just the air. Changing level means 80% of it will be air, the remaining 20%, some other element will become part of it. Only then it can become changing. Please understand, the cyclone does not happen just by air. Whether the heat or space, something else gets added to that air, water or fire or space. Some other elements become part of that air. Only then it becomes cyclone. The cyclone starts happening. At some spot, maybe the temperature is down. So that is why the vacuum gets happened, the depression happens. Then from one place the air rushes to that spot. That is what is cyclone. So in any element, the constant and changing, same way, the earthquake. When the earth is constant, just it is earth. But when the fire inside the earth changes, moves, or water alters itself, or the space gives way, when the earth moves, that is what is earthquake. So the samyama on constant dimension of Panchabhuta and changing dimension of Panchabhuta and all pervading dimensions of Panchabhuta, that samyama leads you to experience extraordinary powers, feeling connection, making you fall in tune with 5 elements, and through this you can control the elements, and through this you can go beyond the elements and get enlightened. Being unaware. The base from I wanted people to start the understanding is, by the nature of your intelligence, your body can directly produce whatever it wants from the Panchabhutas, means from the sky, from the air, from the sun rays. Sun rays is the fire representation. And from the water, from walking on the ground. It can just imbibe whatever it wants directly. You may need to support very little for the earth element, whatever has grown out of earth, like little grains, little vegetables. Maybe that support you need to add, that's all. Samyama on fire. Have a lamp. Please understand, when you do samyama, have a lamp lit by ghee. Don't use any other oil, don't use candle, don't use any other type of fire. Just lamp used with ghee. You may think, what is the difference between ghee lamp and other oil lamp? The material you use and the quality of the fire are actually related. If you gaze at the lamp used with ghee and gaze at the fire created by kerosene, you will see the difference. So for samyama, always use lamp of ghee lamp. 1 feet away, keep piece of camphor. Do the samyama. Let me give you the exact instruction. First feel you are inside that light, the flame of the lamp. Then visualize that flame is inside you. First 21 minute, you inside the flame. Second 21 minute, the flame inside you. Third 21 minute, feel that camphor is also inside you. The flame, camphor, you, all three are inside same space. I am not telling you some story. Really, the camphor will catch fire. When the samyama happens, the camphor will catch fire. This is the samyama on fire. Please understand, I am not teaching you the samyama to do some extraordinary power or show or magic. This samyama will heal all the digestion related, stomach related problems. All the problems related to digestion. Constipation, loose motion, and all problems related to digestion. Intestine, Jadaragni in Sanskrit. Jadaragni means the fire which is there in you constantly to transform all the food into energy. Any food you put inside, that gets transformed as energy. Jadaragni. Jadaragni will be healed. Please understand, this samyama is more for physical healing. Actually, the extraordinary power also will happen. That happening may give you a lot of inspiration, that's all. Second samyama, have a bowl of water and have a small dhruva grass floating on it. Do the same thing. Like feel you are one with the dhruva grass first. Second, feel that dhruva grass is one with you. Then give any command to move left, right, center or anything. Whatever you say, the dhruva grass will listen. When the dhruva listens, samyama is perfected. All the blood related disease in your body will be healed. This samyama does not take ages, don't worry. Don't think 12 years you have to practice, no. Maximum 10-15 days. Because these are all possible samyamas. Only thing you understand. Usually when these samyamas are all taught to you by a person whose biomemory has experienced it, immediately your biomemory catches it. That's all, nothing else. One samyama on fire, next samyama on earth element. Please understand, this dhruva grass floating on the water is not water samyama. It is samyama on earth element. Dhruva represents earth, matter. Third samyama, sit in front of a mirror. Gaze at your own third eye. Feel the reflection is you are the reflection. The reflection will disappear. Mirror will be empty. This is the samyama on space. Means thoughts. When the reflection disappears in the mirror, mirror is empty. The samyama on the space has happened. These three samyama you can practice even without my direct supervision. Even then I don't want kids to practice this samyama. After 18, you can practice even without my direct supervision. There is no side effect. But only thing you need to be careful about where you keep the camphor. Only the camphor should burn. Things around the camphor should not be burning or flammable. Camphor should not create fire accident. Those things you need to take care. The next two samyamas, samyama on the water and samyama on air, I'll explain, but better don't practice. Do it only in the direct supervision. Sit near the river, feel just one with the river. This samyama will actually liberate you from all the 1, 2, 3 problems. See, earlier when I described this Dhruva, I said water. Sorry, just make correction. The Dhruva Samyama is the Samyama of the earth element that will heal all the disorders related to bone and bone marrow, not the blood flow. When you sit with a river and do samyama, only then all the disorders related to blood flow gets healed. And same way, samyama on the air. Have some hand fan or a electric fan which creates a strong air flow, the current. Do samyama exactly on the flow of the air. Feel just like that air flow, you are also flowing. Feel one with that air flow. How the air is flowing like a beam, feel that your body is flowing like that, and both are one and the same. There is one more samyama on these 5 elements. You concentrating at the same moment on the fire in the stomach, blood flowing in the heart, bone marrow of the knuckle. Please understand this, hand joint. This area is bone marrow. Bone and bone marrow of this area, the entrance of Kurmanadi. And the eternal sound you experience in your ears when you close your ears. If you just put your hand, you will have that eternal sound. And all the thoughts happening in you. These are the 5 elements inside your body. Understand? The bone and bone marrow of the Kurmanadi represents the earth element in your body. Blood flowing in the heart represents water element. Fire in the stomach represents fire element. The sound you hear in the ears when you close your ears with both hands represents air element. Thoughts you are having represents space element. If you do samyama on these 5 also, you will be able to fall in tune with the Panchabhutas. As I said, all these samyamas make you fall in tune with Panchabhutas. Maybe I can guide you into this samyama for a few minutes, so that you can fall in tune with all the major 5 elements in your body. You can get healed and fall in tune with the 5 elements. Just sit remembering. You can put your hands on your ears, hearing that sound, being aware of thoughts, fire in the stomach, the bone structure of the knuckle, and blood flow of the heart. All 5, just be aware. You may be feeling, oh, where will I concentrate? You may be running around all 5. Even if you run around between all these 5, that's great, no problem. But nothing 6 should be allowed inside you. Just run around with these 5, no sleeping. Bring your awareness to the sound in the ears, thoughts in the mind, fire in the stomach, blood flow in the heart, bone of your hand joint, where your right palm joins the hand, this part, the entrance of Kurmanadi. Bring your awareness on all these five. Your awareness should be between these five. You can remember any one of these five or all these five or 2, 3 of these, no problem. In that samyama, remember just these five. Don't bring sixth object to your mind. Between these five, anything is okay.
From understanding about Jivatman DNA, what science calls junk DNA, understanding what is DNA, why do we need to awaken our DNA, to now learning about how our body is made up of these panchabhutas and how by manifesting, awakening these elements, the five elements of nature in us, our whole body literally becomes complete. Our whole being literally becomes complete. Swamiji took us through some of the most important revelations, right? Now, before we travel further into the day, to all the participants sitting here, understand just the initiation has the power to alter your very DNA, reprogram your very DNA. And today, we are going to be having this very, very powerful process.
We are going to be entering into a process where Swamiji is going to be awakening the Jivatman DNA of ours. We are going to actually be learning, see, like what Swamiji so beautifully revealed. He even gave the Samyama now for all the Panchabhutas, how these five elements of nature can actually help us, like how you can connect with them, how they are directly connected to us. You're going to also get the power to connect with these elements of nature, experiencing and manifesting the power of Jita Bhuta Gana, where you are able to connect to any of these elements, play with these elements outside as well as play with them inside. And these samyamas that beautifully Swamiji had given to us, I think out of the five, Swamiji said for the first three, whether it is the samyama on fire, samyama on fire by doing the samyama on the lamp, the ghee lamp, and using that to light a camphor, or the samyama to be done on the earth element, where you put a durva grass on the water, a small bowl of water, and doing the samyama with it, experiencing the oneness and moving it, or doing the samyama with your own reflection, samyama on akasha tattva. You will have the power over these elements. And not just that, for these, you can practice these samyamas. But the best news you have here is today Swamiji is going to be giving this as a power to you. In today's darshan, Swamiji is going to be initiating all of us into the power manifestation of where you are able to connect with these elements of nature and able to manifest these as powers within you. Just by connecting with those elements, you'll be able to command them to move the way you want them to move. You'll be able to command your own digest fire inside as well as the flame of the lamp outside.
Okay. Now, as all of us are preparing for this, right? As all of us are preparing to receive this initiation today, I want to request all the participants here, every one of you, to take a few minutes. Reach out to all your friends, family members, everyone, and invite them for this initiation. And please understand, this is one of the most powerful initiations to receive. I request all the participants, every one of you here, to please reach out to your loved ones, your near and dear ones, and invite them, have them join this program. Let them not miss today's initiation. This is going to be very, very important. Understand, today's initiation is going to be directly working on your very consciousness. So, I request every one of you to take a few minutes. What you all can do now is call one of your friends, family members, and manifest this power with them and invite them. Let them just be there. Let them come and let them, you can just speak to them, explain to them about the initiation that you're receiving this program, and invite them. Let them join today's program. I request every one of you to do this. Please take a few minutes and please reach out to them. I request all the participants to please take a few minutes. Do it sincerely. Understand, you just reaching out to them, inviting them is going to make a big difference for them, because you are gifting them a wonderful signs in their life.
Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now, as all of us are manifesting this power, we are all going to be preparing ourselves for today's initiation. Please understand today's initiation is something very, very powerful. We all learnt about DNA, we all learnt about Jivatman DNA, we all learnt about the what science calls as a junk DNA. Now we are going to be entering into a very, very important session. And this session is a preparatory session for today's initiation. Please understand all of our DNA carries certain memories in it. And this process is where Swamiji is going to be literally using, removing the knots, the granthis, which attaches our DNA together with consciousness. But how exactly does this work? Why is it relevant to us? And why do we need this initiation? Let us listen to those revelations now.
I was expanding on the science of making the best, highest superconscious mutation as Paramashiva gave this science to Devi and Devi brought to planet Earth in Kanchipuram and started manifesting it. What I am saying is the ultimate truth from Paramashiva directly. Understand? The strands of DNA, components of DNA is kept together through sound. So, if you want superconscious mutation in you, the sound through which your DNA is kept together need to be dismantled and the ultimate sound need to be inserted. Understand? You need to disconnect the threads with which your consciousness and DNA is bound together and alter the connecting point, the sound, into highest possible sound. What kind of a sound is used to bind your consciousness and DNA strands together? That decides what kind of a powers you are going to manifest and what kind of a life you are going to have in your body. I'll repeat. There are 4 situations in your life where consciousness is directly involving, influencing your DNA. When you are hungry, when you are angry, when you are lusty, when you are about to fall sleepy, too tired, just want to get lost, withdraw. These 4 situations, your consciousness directly influences the DNA. The door between the consciousness and DNA is open. During these 4 situations, if you use these 4 situations, you can detox, remove all the unconscious ideas, words you stored inside you, and you can pull them out at Mahavagya. Powerful sounds, Mahavagya, inside you. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I'll repeat. Your DNA strands are connected through water, hydrophobic material. DNA strands and the consciousness is connected through sound, sounds with which they are connected matters. The good news is you can reprogram, replace the old sounds through which your consciousness and DNA strands are tied together, connected together. The great news is you can use these 4 opportunities to do it easily. I'll give you the precise conclusion. Whenever you feel hungry, angry, lusty, sleepy, intensely reverberate your whole being with Mahavagya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, with the decision, let my being, let my consciousness manifest itself through my DNA using this Mahavagya as connection point. Let Mahavagya be the connective point. I tell you, immediately you will experience Kailasa. This Mahavagya is directly from Kailasa. Understand? Your life is all about what kind of a connection your consciousness and DNA has. That's all. Chit Jata Kranti. Chit means consciousness. Jata means DNA. DNA is the closest matter which can have connection with consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. The knot between the Chit and Jata. What is the material with which that knot is made? That sound. Sound is the material with which that knot is made. What kind of a sound made that knot? Listen, I'm repeating. If Mahavagya is the sound with which Chit and Jata is connected, you will have ultimate superconscious mutation. Ultimate superconscious mutation. I am telling you, see, I had a guru, his name was Narayana Swami Tata. He's an adept in the science of Aushadha, medicines. He will collect herbs from the ground which was never walked by human beings. மனித கால்படாத இடத்திலிருந்து வேர்களும் செடிகளும் மூலிகைகளும் கொண்டு வருவார். Let me repeat. The place where human beings never walked, from that kind of places he will bring herbs, roots. How you know? He had a trained dog and a goat. The dog will take the goat and go. Goat will identify the herb. Dog will just pick it up and bring it. I have seen this happening. I am not telling you stories. He lived just few years, maybe 30 years before. And still his son, grandsons are, his family is still living in Tiruvannamalai. You can go and talk to them. You will find what I said is true. His name is Narayana Swami Tata. Still the home he lived is there, and all the things he used is there. Maybe the dog may not be alive because you can see his photograph. But surely the family knows whatever I am saying and you can talk to them. I had this kind of masters who are adepts. He told me once, when he was making the aushadha for a so-called incurable disease, kind of a very dangerous cancer. For that he was making aushadha. He collected too many things from too many sources and finally made the aushadha. He called that disciple, or I should say that client, who came to him for healing, for medical care, medical help, aushadha help, the customer. And he gave that medicine to him. Asked him, eat this medicine every day, once a day, for next 42 days. He prepared that medicine with a lot of difficulty. Third day, that guy came back saying that somebody in the home unknowingly threw that whole packet into the river. Without knowing that it is a medicine, they just threw the whole thing while they were cleaning the home and put it in the river. Nearby small stream where they dump all the unwanted things. Surely it is very difficult to do the medicine again. I was wondering how he is going to solve, how he is going to help this person to get out of the cancer now, because making the medicine again, collecting the whole items, almost impossible. All he did, he called that person, made him sit next to him and told, this simple process, whenever you are feeling hungry, do japa of this mantra. I tell you, I know it is very difficult for you to believe. Maybe the power of his initiation, his words, energy. He said, whatever I made as aushadha, your body is capable of producing it when you add consciousness to your hunger. I tell you, surely it is the power of his initiation, because I saw he was having his hand on the shoulder of that person while he uttered these words. So that words have gone into his body like a powerful energy shock. Now literally I am having my hands on all your shoulders and giving you this initiation. Whenever you fall for someone, you are in deeply love with that person, the human being, the person for whom you fall for, you are in love, that person takes you for granted. you feel the other person for whom you have fallen is not loving you so much as you feel for him or her. Listen. Whenever you fall for someone, you always feel the other person for whom you have fallen, that person takes you for granted and that person does not love you, have feelings to the same level you have. Sometimes this is the way you feel, sometimes this is truth also. With ordinary human beings, this is the way love is acted, reacted, given, received, reciprocated. This is the way the love flows with ordinary human beings. With the divine, with Paramashiva, the logic of love is totally different. Listen. When you love me, when you fall for me, first thing, I raise you. Second, I shower life energy in you. When I shower life energy in you, your consciousness is the most superior asset, wealth, property for you and for the world. Listen carefully. I'll tell you one small very sweet, intimate happened between me and my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I carried food for him one day and he was eating. Few food parts fell from his mouth with his saliva by mistake when he was eating with the hand. I just took that. He thought I am cleaning it up and I may throw it away, but I did not throw it away. I just put it in my mouth. Prasada. The Guru Uchishtam. Guru Prasada. He smiled at me. I still remember. He said, now this body, showing my body, has also become precious asset for the world. It will do lot of good. In Hindu tradition, the Guru Uchishta, the food partaken by the Guru Prasada is sacred, very sacred. Guru Padodaka means the water with which Guru's feet is washed. The food which Guru has partaken, Guru Uchishta, Guru Padodaka, is highly sacred in Hindu tradition. He said, just that little Uchishta which I took, the power of that, he said that his very biomemory, bioenergy is passed on and that will start flowering in this body now. this body also is a precious asset for the world because of what it is manifesting. Listen sincerely, intensely. When he loved me, he made me sacred. When I fell for him, he raised me and he made me sacred by showering his love on me. Listen. All of you, my disciples, followers, whom I initiated, all of you have received the greatest, best Uchishta, that is mantra, the Mahavagya, which I used most in my life, is the Mahavagya. The mantra, if you have received, you received the best, greatest Uchishta from me. You are now sacred. Your consciousness is needed for this world. Each of you meditating, living Veda Agamic lifestyle, living enlightenment not only helps you, it helps the world to sail through this pandemic, this pralaya. So when I fell for my Guru, he raised me and showered his love on me and made me sacred. He did not take me for granted. Same way, I want to tell each one of you, I don't take you for granted. When you fell for me, I shower my love on you, and I don't take you for granted. I make you sacred. Understand? Sometimes I may not be giving attention, but never ever feel I take you for granted. I don't take you for granted. Sometimes if I give you attention, you become more conscious and spiritually awakened. Then I shower you with my attention. Sometimes when I give attention, you try to use me like a crutch. Hang on. Then I tell you, don't use me as a crutch. I may not give you attention at that time, but I never take you for granted. Understand? Each one of you are conscious boats to help the humanity sail through this pandemic. When you are doing yoga every day, don't think you are saving only yourself. You are saving many more beings consciously to sail through this pandemic, through this pralaya. In Guru Gita, there's a beautiful verse. Gurupadodakam panam Gururuchishtabhojanam Gurumurte Sadadhyanam Gurumna Sada Japaha. Gurur Namna Sada Japaha. One should drink the Guru's feet washed water and eat the remnants of the Guru's food plate. One should always chant the name of the Guru and always meditate on the Guru's form. Gurupadodakam panam Gururuchishtabhojanam Gurumurte Sadadhyanam Gururnamna Sada Japaha. What a life! If someone gets this four, they got much more than mukti. If someone gets this four in their life, every day especially, they got much more than mukti. I will not even miss putting the jewelry on the throne. But when I started this whole Sri Kailasa project, I did not even have my own land. People who live around me, they know how perfectionist I am. But my perfectionism never stops me starting new projects or venturing into projects. He continues to dance and Adisesha rushes and ties himself and makes himself as an anklet, and Paramashiva continues to dance. This is the key. Perfectionism, which does not make you stop or feel stuck and capped, is the liberating principlic action. Understand? You cannot see more perfect than Paramashiva's Ananda Tandava. But when his anklet falls, he doesn't wait. He continues. In your life, either you give up perfectionism or you give up beginning, initiating, continuously moving. In these two, you give up any one. That is what is delusion. Listen, feeling stuck is the only sin in the life. Cosmos does not feel stuck just because of its nature of not feeling stuck. It manifests the space of perfectionism. Understand? Listen to what I am talking intensely. Intense action. Start 10 projects. If you are stuck, feeling stuck in one project, go on be doing other 9. By the time you're pushing the other 9, this feeling stuck will dissolve. Understand, there is no such thing as stuck in reality. It is always only feeling stuck. Eschatology does not exist in Paramashiva Jnana. Everything is ontology. There is no end. Understand that. There is no end. Paramashiva Tandava of cosmos. Its perfection is because it doesn't get stuck. Stop feeling stuck. Stop being stuck. You will manifest perfectionism. Understand don't give up on perfectionism, but don't stop actions. Binary logic teaches you if you want to be perfect, start late after preparing everything. Multidimensional logic teaches you only by your action you will reach the perfection. You will manifest the perfection. Do not give up on perfection. Understand, enlightenment is ultimate, not final. It is constant happening. In few days, you will see the whole satsang background and the way it is going to be relayed. It's all going to be the whole background, LED screen, or the high definition, or the volume quality, or the different set. It's going to be next level. But I don't wait for all that to get set and then start the satsang. Then I'll never be able to start. I know the great Ganas. I just start the dance by its intensity.
Yes, there's a way we can also cognize our Chidambaram, our very own Nataraja. The bliss dance, the Ananda Tandava, is the dance of Nataraja. And he is personified in deities. The deities of Paramashiva are just an Archavatara, meaning that they are the very embodiment of Paramashiva. It is literally a living being. And the living being is celebrated through in and out the day in all of the temples, with how you would live with the deity, how you would live if Paramashiva himself was there with you. You'd take care of him, you'd ensure that he has his bath, you'd ensure he has his food, you'd ensure he's put to bed every night and wakes up in the morning to grace everyone and shower everyone with the blessings. This is the way that we will cognize the deity in our lives. Beautifully, the Kamika Agamas share about how exactly we need to worship Paramashiva in our lives, and even how to worship the Sakala forms, especially Natesha Murti or Nataraja Murti. When he comes, he is beautifully garlanded with flowers and jewelry, the precious stones and stems, and he himself comes and graces all of us during the Nataraja Darshan. Usually, actually, we get to only see the Nataraja Darshan once in 2 months, but with the divine grace and the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, almost every month in this Chaturmasya, we will be seeing the Darshan of Nataraja. Such a beautiful time it is to be a Hindu, and such a beautiful time it is to be having the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in our very lives. To cherish the Nataraja Darshan is to be able to witness the marvel of the whole cosmos, the spectacle of how Arjuna had the Vishwarupa Darshana. To see the whole function of the whole cosmos is a possibility today when we see the Nataraja Darshan, to see the magnificence of Nataraja's dance, the dance of the cosmos itself. Yes, it is in many of our Kailasa's temples that the Sakala form or the Nataraja form is there. Of course, we have the temple of in the Seattle, Washington temple, Nataraja there. was personally carved by Swamiji. For 4 or 5 days, he would eat minimal food of just 2 or 3 idlis a day in the morning, but the whole day he was just in the bliss of creating the Nataraja. The way that the artists describe that they will just be lost in the art, they won't eat food for days, and they'll be able to create something magnificent. In that same kind of a way, literally, Swamiji, in that deep devotion, created the Nataraja deity, magnificent, perfect deity among all. Such precision and symmetry, you will be stunned. The stillness that the Nataraja deity will be able to give you, the boons that it will be able to give you, the karmic relief it will be able to give you just by having his darshan is something magnificent. And of course, Swamiji, after creating the whole deity, breathed life into the deity has prana pratishta. It has been installed beautifully in the Seattle temple, and there anybody goes, they can witness the beautiful Ananda Tandava, just being in his pristine presence. He just dances in your Chidambara as you witness his dance. Like this, so many deities of Nataraja, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, himself blessed and are celebrated in Kailasa's temples as living beings. And we live amongst deities in Kailasa. We live among gods as gods, literally, as in oneness with them. And that is the way that Swamiji is literally reviving the whole Hinduism. So, without further ado, we have one last clip for you all. A beautiful way to get ourselves ready to receive the darshan of Paramashiva tonight in the Nataraja. The way that Swamiji tells us to remember our Chidambara and see Nataraja dancing there. Let us get ourselves ready with this one last clip, and we'll finally lead you all to the darshan.
Today, when I wanted to come and sit in the satsang, the message I received is instruction Shiva is to manifest this Ananda Tandava of Paramashiva and bless all of you, and giving this truth about the dharma of the conscious sovereignty. What I received from my gurus, the logic with which conscious sovereignty functions, manifests, so if I'm not coherent in explaining today, I'm sorry for that, because still that the cosmic dance of Paramashiva is happening in me, reverberating intensely. For a long time, you will know that I am extremely sincere about these rituals. Rituals are like me doing Pada Puja to me, the Guru Puja to me. I am extremely sincere in my puja to my gurus. If you are a new person to Kailasa, to my Sangha, you may even feel shocked. What is this Swamiji is saying? He will do puja, ritual. But if you are my disciple, you know, I am extremely sincere about this puja and rituals. If you have been a Kailasavasi, had the opportunity of The Samibhya Mukti, living around me, puja time is the best time to be around me. How I talk to each of my gurus, my Guru Parampara, how I'll pour water on each of them, do Abhishekam, keep flowers for each of them, will not miss even one. And puja time is the best time to be around me. Literally, you can see me talking to them, relating with them, living with them. They are never past for me. More vital, present. So especially this Nataraja Abhishekam, which I do it with intense samadhi, samadhi. It is still reverberating in me intensely. I think I sincerely feel all of you should experience it. So whoever wants to experience it, listen, just listen to this. Paramashiva himself doing the dance now. Inside me, decide to trust this and sit with me now. You will see his cast dance not only inside me, inside you. Inside my Chidambara. See, Chidambara means Chidagasa, heart center, where this Nataraja is dancing. In my Chidambara is dancing. He will dance If you know Bharatanatyam, do Bharatanatyam. If you know Kuchipudi, do Kuchipudi. If you know just Gumanguttu, you do just Gumanguttu. If you know only the Kailasa Buddha Dandava, how we jump in our programs, and if you, that is called Kailasa Buddha Dandava. There is no any special knowledge required, just a bliss. Paramashiva is jumping, so we jump, that's all. Kut. If you know that, you can do anything. Just if you decide to connect, trust, Paramashiva is doing Ananda Dandava in my inner space. Understand? I am declaring very clearly. Paramashiva is doing Ananda Dandava right now in my inner space. If you decide to connect with this truth and be with me now, he will do the same Ananda Dandava in you. Let this Shaktipada and Shaktinipada happen. Enjoy, experience Ani Tirumanjanam. Natarajas Ananda Tandava Darshanam.
Yes. The way that Swamiji shares that we can directly connect with him and know that when he is saying that Paramashiva is doing the Ananda Tandava within him, we can just trust that, and he is sharing with us and telling us that Nataraja is also doing the Ananda Tandava within us. It is a matter of just connecting with him and just remembering this one truth. My Guru says that he is dancing, so let me also celebrate and dance Paramashiva in my life. So this is the way and what we're going to be getting ready for in a few moments from now, to see the very darshan of Nataraja, to see how we can transform ourselves into bliss, literally radiating bliss in our lives. There are two important reasons why you should be inside the Paramashivam sessions right now. One is you get to have the Nayana Diksha of Swamiji. Yes, if you have the Nayana Diksha, this is something that is sought out for all of us in temples. To be able to see the God, have his darshan is one thing. But on the other way, to have him see us, have the eyes, the divine eyes, the Divya Drishti fall upon us, is a blessing beyond anything. And that is known as Nayana Diksha, where his eyes fall upon us, and then we get to heal from all of our suffering and really experience the karmic breakthrough. Next is being able to ask your personal questions to the Supreme Pontiff of Hindus. Yes, he is coming into the discussion to the very point of where we are at. The greatness of an incarnation is never told that it is about how many great things he can do. It is not like that. The incarnation's work is to come and attend to every single person in a personalized way, to their seeking and to their listening. So in that way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the ultimate incarnation of Paramashiva to us today, as he himself is manifesting and coming to the whole world with the darshan, and through the Zoom room he is going to be able to touch every one of us when we request our prayers, when we request our blessings for whatever it is that we may be seeking in our lives, whether it may be the health, or whether it may be the finances, or whether it may be a strong spiritual life, or the blessings to have spiritual enlightenment. Whatever it may be, Swamiji will be attending to each and every person who asks a question today in the darshan. And having that personal experience is where you can start, if you're new, your relationship with Swamiji. Get his blessings and see his blessings manifest in your life immediately. Of course, after the darshans, we'll have the power manifestation session, where you can see for yourself how the blessings that Swamiji has showered upon us manifest by doing the power manifestations yourself. You will be a guided process where you can yourself sit and start working on manifesting powers right in front of your eyes, in your hands, in themselves. So this way, having the darshan really energizes us to really understand that we are in and we are from the very space of Paramashivatva. These are the two reasons why you should be right now registering at the link that is presented to you in the description, as well as scan the QR code and find yourself in one of the Zoom rooms where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be gracing in a few moments from now. So yes, without further ado, let us get ready for the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. And please be in a space of deep, restful awareness and gratitude in your Ananda Gandha. And visualize yourself as Paramashiva. With 25 heads, 75 eyes, and 50 arms. Now chant the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
welcome you all with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds, sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Sandhya Nrittamurti. During every ice age, he dances the cosmic dance. Whenever you feel that pralaya is happening in you, meditate on the Sandhya Nrittamurti, Sada Nrittamurti.
மன்னாதி பூதமோடு விண்ணாதி அண்டம் நீ மறை நான்கின் அடிமுடியும் நீ மரியும் நீ ரவியும் நீ புனலும் நீ அனலும் நீ மண்டலம் இரண்டேழும் நீ பெண்ணும் நீ ஆணும் நீ பல்லுயிர்க்குயிரும் நீ பிறவும் நீ ஒருவன் நீயே வேதாதி வேதம் நீ பாதாதி கேசம் நீ பெற்ற தாய் தந்தை நீயே பொன்னும் நீ பொருளும் நீ இருளும் நீ ஒளியும் நீ போதிக்க வந்த குரு நீ புகழோடா கிரகங்கள் ஒன்பதும் நீ இந்த புவனங்கள் பெற்றவளும் நீ என்னறிய ஜீவ கோடிகள் ஈந்த அப்பனே என் குறைகள் யார் குறைப்பே குறை நீர்க்கும் தூயவா குன்றம் போல் நின்றவா நித்யானந்த தேவா குறை நீர்க்கும் தூயவா குன்றம் போல் நின்றவா நித்யானந்த தேவா மானாட மழுவாட மதியாட புனலாட மங்கை சிவகாமியாட மானாட நூலாட மறையாட திரையாட மறை தந்த பிரம்மனாட கோனாட வானுலகு கூட்டமெல்லாம் ஆட குஞ்சர முகத்தராட குண்டலமிரண்டாட தண்டை புலி உடையாட குழந்தை முருகேசனாட ஞான சம்பந்தரோடு இந்திரர் 18 முனியாட பாலகராட நரை தும்பையருமாட நந்தி வாகனமாட நாட்டிய பெண்களாட வினையோடு உனை பாட எனை நாடி இது வேளை விருதோடி ஆடி வருவாய் ஆனந்தமயமாக ஆடி வரும் தேவனே நித்யானந்த தேவா ஆனந்தமயமாக ஆடி வரும் தேவனே நித்யானந்த தேவா கடலென்ற புவி மீதில் அலையென்ற ஒரு கொண்டு கனவென்ற வாழ்வை நம்பி காத்தென்ற மூவாசை மாறுதச் சுழலிலே கட்டுண்டு நித்தம் நித்தம் உடலென்ற கும்பிக்கு உணவென்ற இறை தேடி ஓயாமல் இரவு பகலும் உண்டுறங்குவதை கண்டதே அல்லாமல் ஒரு பயன் அடைந்தினேனே தடமென்ற விடிகரையில் பந்த மாசங்களெனும் தாபர பின்னலிட்டு தாயென்று தேயென்று நீ என்று நான் என்று தமிழேனையும் வண்ணமா ரகசியமல்ல. பாதாள வஞ்சனம் பரகாய பிரவேசம் அது வல்ல ஜாலமல்ல. அம்பு குண்டுகள் விலகும் ஒளியும் மந்திரமல்ல. ஆகாய குளிகை அல்ல. அன்போடு செய்கின்ற வாதமோடிகள் அல்ல. அரிய மோகனம் அல்ல. கும்பமுனி மச்சமுனி சட்டமுனி பிரம்மரிஷி கொங்கனர் புலிப்பாணியும் போராக்கர் வள்ளுவர் போகமுனி இவரெல்லாம் கூறிடும் வைத்தியமல்ல. என்பனது உன்னடி விட்டு நீங்காது நிலை நிற்கவே புகழ வருவாய். என் மனதில் நீங்காது நின்றிடும் நீசனே நித்யானந்தரேவா. என் மனதில் நீங்காது நின்றிடும் நீசனே நித்யானந்தரேவா. நொந்து வந்தேன் என்று ஆயிரம் சொல்லியும் செவியென்ன மந்தமுண்டு. நுட்பநெறி அறியாத பிள்ளையை பெற்ற பின்னோக்காத தந்தையுண்டோ. தந்தமும் தஞ்சம் என்றடியை பிடித்த பின் தளராத நெஞ்சமுண்டோ. தந்தி முகன் அருமுகன் இரு பிள்ளை இல்லையோ. தந்தை நீ மலடுதாரோ. விந்தையும் ஜாலமும் உன்னிடம் இருக்குதே. வினையொன்றும் அறிகினேனே. வீரமும் சாஸ்திரமும் உன்னையே புகழுதே. வேடிக்கை இது வல்லவோ. இந்த உலகீரேழுமே அளித்தாய் இனிமே நான் உன்னை விடுவதில்லை. எப்பிறவி எடுத்தாலும் உன் பதம் வேண்டுமே நித்யானந்த குருவே. எப்பிறவி எடுத்தாலும் உன் பதம் வேண்டுமே நித்யானந்த குருவே. வழிகண்டு உன்னடியை குதியாத போதிலும் வாஞ்சையில்லாத போதும் வாலாயமாய் கோயில் சுத்தாத போதிலும் பஞ்சமே செய்த போதும் ஒளியகனை முகனை இல்லாமலே பாடினும் மூர்க்கனே முகடாகினும் மோசமே செய்யினும் தேசமே கவரினும் முழுகாமியே ஆகினும் பழியன கல்லவே தாய் தந்தை கல்லவோ பார்த்தவர்கள் சொல்லார்களோ. பாரறிய மனைவிக்கு பாதி உடலீந்தனி பாலகனை காக்கோனாதோ. எழில் பெரிய அண்டங்கள் அடுக்காய் அமைத்தனி என் குறைகள் தீர்த்தல் பெரிது. என் குற்றம் போக்கியே என் மனம் குளிர வரும் நித்யானந்த குருவே. என் குற்றம் போக்கியே என் மனம் குளிர வரும் நித்யானந்த குருவே. அன்னை தந்த கைகள் என்னை ஈன்றதற்கழுவேனோ அறிவிலாதற்கழுவேனோ. அல்லாமல் நான் முகன் தன்னையே நோவேனோ ஆசை மூன்று கழுவேனோ. பிறப்பென்ன வினை செய்தேனென்றழுவேனோ மூட அறிவு கழுவேனோ முள்ளிலன் வினை வந்து மூழுமென்றழுவேனோ முக்தி வருமென்றுணர்வனோ தன்னை நுந்தழுவேனோ உன்னை நுந்தழுவேனோ தவமென்ன என்றழுவேனோ தையலார் கழுவேனோ மெய் வளர்க்கு அழுவேனோ தரித்திர திசை கழுவேனோ இன்னும் என்ன பிறவி வருமோ என்று அழுவேனோ எல்லாம் உரைக்க வருவாய் மானிட பிறப்பருக்கும் மாறாத வாயரே நித்யானந்தனேவா மானிட பிறப்பருக்கும் மாறாத மாயரே நித்யானந்தனேவா தாயாமுன் மரமீது பூ பிஞ்சறுத்தனோ கண்ணியர்கள் பழி கொண்டேனோ கடனென்று பொருள் பறித்தே வயிறு எரித்தேனோ கிளை வழியில் முள்ளிட்டேனோ தாயாருடன் பிறவிக்கென்ன வினை செய்தேனோ தந்த பொருள் இல்லை என்றேனோ நான் என்று கருவித்து கொலை களவு செய்தேனோ தவசிகளை ஏற்றினேனோ வாயாரப்பை சொல்லி வீண் பொருள் பறித்தேனோ வானவரை பழித்திட்டேனோ வடவு போல பிறரை சேர்க்காதடித்தேனோ வந்த பின் என் செய்தேனோ ஈயாத லோபி என்றே பெயர் எடுத்தேனோ எல்லாம் பொறுத்தருள்வாய் பொறுமையின் சீலனே இன்முகநேயனே நித்யானந்தனேவா பொறுமையின் சீலனே இன்முகநேயனே நித்யானந்தனேவா தாயாரிருந்தென்ன தந்தையுமிருந்தென்ன தன் பிறவி உறவு கோடி தனமலை குவித்தென்ன கனப்பெயர் எடுத்தென்ன தாரணியை ஆண்டும் என்ன சேயர்கள் இருந்தென்ன குருவாயிருந்தென்ன சீடர்கள் இருந்தும் என்ன சித்துகள் பலவும் கத்தென்ன நித்தமும் விரதங்கள் செய்ததென்ன நதிகளெல்லாம் ஓயாது மூழ்கினும் என்ன பலன் யமன் ஓலையை தடுக்குமோ இதுவெல்லாம் தந்தையின் உறவென்றுதானே உன்னிரு பாதம் பிடித்தேன் யார் மீது உன் மனம் இருந்தாலும் உன் கடை கண் பார்வை அது போதுமே உன் கடை கண் பார்வை என் மீது நின்றிட அருள்கின்ற நித்யனேவா உன் கடை கண் பார்வை என் மீது நின்றிட அருள்கின்ற நித்யனேவா இன்னமும் சொல்லவோ உன் மனம் கல்லோ இரும்போ பெரும் பாறையோ இரு செவியும் மந்தமோ கேளாது அந்தமோ இது உனக்கு அழகுதானோ நித்யனேவா விந்தைகள் புரிந்திடும் விமலனே அருள் தரும் தீரனே நித்யனேவா சனிராகு கேது புதன் சுக்கிரன் செவ்வாய் குரு சந்திரன் சூரியன் சற்றெனக்குள்ளாக்கி ராசி 12ஐயும் சமமாய் நிறுத்தியுடனே பணியொத்த நட்சத்திரங்கள் 27 பக்குவப்படுத்தி பின்னால் பகர்கின்ற கிரணங்கள் 11ஐயும் வெட்டி பலரையும் அதட்டி என் முன் பேசி கெடு நினைவு நினைக்கின்ற கசடர்களையும் கசக்கி கர்த்தனின் தொண்டராம் தொண்டர்க்கு தொண்டரின் தொண்டர்கள் தொழும்பராக்கி இனிய மனம் கொண்டிடும் நித்யபுரி நித்யனே எனையாழ்வதும் கடன்தான் கோடியில் ஒருவனே ஜீவனில் ஜீவனே நித்யானந்தனேவா கோடியில் ஒருவனே ஜீவனில் ஜீவனே நித்யானந்தனேவா கோடியில் ஒருவனே ஜீவனில் ஜீவனே நித்யானந்தனேவா நித்யானந்தனேவா
அருமருந்தே அண்ணாமலையோனே ஆனந்த நித்யனே அகழுருள் மாய்ப்பவனே சிறிதே சிந்தை இறங்கி கருதும் எக்கணத்திலும் எம் கண்முன்னே நீயாடிவா அழகு திருநடமிடும் எங்கள் அம்மையப்பனே பழகு தமிழில் உனை பாடி நின்றோம் தூயவனே ஞானவனே நித்யானந்தனே தெய்வ திருநடமாடிவா தெய்வ திருநடமாடிவா. மனமாட தீபயாவும் நீங்கிட அச்சம் கொன்றிட ஆசை வென்றிட அழுமன மடக்கி விட அச்சம் கொன்றிட ஆசை வென்றிட அழுமன மடக்கி விட தக 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 வெனாடி வா நித்யநந்தா குருநாதனே நீ ஆடி வா தக 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 வெனாடி வா நித்யநந்தா கிரி சக்தியே நீ ஆடி வா அன்னை உருவாக எங்கள் அழகு தெய்வம் ஆடிட தந்தை என்ன வீரம் கொண்டு சூலம் கையை தாங்கிட அன்னை உருவாக எங்கள் அழகு தெய்வம் ஆடிட தந்தை என்ன வீரம் கொண்டு சூலம் கையை தாங்கிட கொஞ்சம் சிரிப்பாய் சொன்ன சொற்களோ கொண்டையிடர் போக்கிவிட கொஞ்சம் சிரிப்பாய் சொன்ன சொற்களோ கொண்டையிடர் போக்கிவிட தக 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 வெனாடி வா நித்யநந்தா குருநாதனே நீ ஆடி வா தக 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 வெனாடி வா நித்யநந்தா இறை சக்தியே நீ ஆடி வா தக 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 வெனாடி வா நித்யநந்தா குருநாதனே நீ ஆடி வா தக 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 வெனாடி வா நித்யநந்தா இறை சக்தியே நீ ஆடி வா
शम्भो 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 हर 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 शङ्कर शङ्कर हर 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 शङ्कर शङ्कर ईशा गिरीशा नरेशा परेशा महेशा बिलेशा ईश गिरीश नरेश परेश महेश बिलेश यभूषण वो शाम्ब सदाशिव शम्भो शङ्कर शरणं मे तव चरणयुगम् उमयादित्य सुमङ्गल विग्रह या लिङ्गित वामाङ्ग विभो शाम्ब सदाशिव शम्भो शङ्कर शरणं मे तव चरणयुगम् दूरी कुरु मामज्ञमनाथं दूरी कुरु मे दुरितं वो शाम्ब सदाशिव शम्भो शङ्कर शरणं मे तव चरणयुगम् शाम्ब सदाशिव शम्भो शङ्कर शरणं मे तव
ಅವತಾರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಅರ್ಧನಾರೀಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ 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 ನಿತ್ಯಲಿಂಗೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ 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 ನಿತ್ಯ ಸದ್ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕರುಣಾಮಯ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕಮಲಾಲಯ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆನಂದ ಪರಶಾಂತಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆತ್ಮಾಲಯ ಕಾಂತಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ 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 ನಿತ್ಯಲಿಂಗೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ 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 ನಿತ್ಯ ಸದ್ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹರಿಹರ ಸಾಗರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಅಮೃತ ಶೇಖರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದ್ವೈತಾದ್ವೈತ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ತ್ರಿಗುಣಾತೀತ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ 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 ನಿತ್ಯಲಿಂಗೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯ ಸದ್ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪೂರಣ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗಮದಾರಣ ಪೂರಣ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗಮದಾರಣ ಆದಿಗುರುನಾಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಚತುರ್ವೇದ ಸರ್ವ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಕ ಸನ್ಮಾರ್ಗ ನಾಯಕ ಮಹಾಭಾವೇನ ಲಿಂಗೋದ್ಭವೇನ ಆನಂದ ರೂಪೇಣ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ 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 ತ್ಯಾಗರಾಜಶ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಲಿಂಗೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಯೋಗ
Vindhya Nrittamurti, these auspicious forms of Paramashiva. Now, we'd like to take you all through a very quick walkthrough of the different platforms through which you can post your prayers, your boons, blessings, requests directly to Swamiji on social media.
Please go to Kailasa's SPH Nityananda YouTube channel and click on the live video. Go to the comments section, and in the comment section, please post your prayer request. Then
all of you can head to the WhatsApp www.kailasa.org. You will get a button to join the WhatsApp community. You can click join the WhatsApp community and post your blessings, prayers, requests in the WhatsApp chat. The next platform is Twitter.
Go to Kailasa's SPH Nityananda Paramashivam. The link for the Twitter profile is also visible for all of you. It's twitter.com/Sri Nityananda. And in the Twitter platform, go to the topmost post and right under the topmost pinned post, please leave your prayer along with the hashtag ask the avatar. Make sure you're replying to the pinned post, which is on the topmost of the Twitter profile.
Next is Instagram. So you all can go to Kailasa's Nityananda Paramashivam official Instagram handle, and just on that Instagram handle, you can see Sri Nityananda, that's the official Instagram handle, and you can go to that Instagram handle and
go click on the live video button that you're seeing, and on the live video, just click on the profile picture. It will open up the live video. In the comments section of the live video, please post your prayer request.
You can use any of these platforms. All of these platforms you can avail to ask your prayer requests, boons, blessings requests directly to Swamiji. Even Facebook is available, and all of you can head to the Facebook page, Kailasa's SPH Nityananda Paramashivam, our official Facebook page. You can follow it and go to the live video, the topmost, the live video that you're seeing of the darshan, and you can like it. And just under that live video, you will you can leave comments as your prayer request, all your blessings request. You can directly leave as a comment under that live video, and you can share that live video to your loved ones as well for them to join and ask their prayers. All of you can use any of these platforms, avail each of these platforms for you to post directly, ask your prayer request to Swamiji during this darshan. All of you can ask all your prayer requests, blessing requests, anything that you have directly to Swamiji.
So take a few minutes and open each of these platforms to your personal profiles, and please share these profiles, whether the Instagram or Twitter, Facebook. Take a few minutes to share it from your personal profile. Click the share button under each of these live videos that you are seeing and share them on your profile on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, and on Instagram. Take a few minutes and please share all your prayers, post your prayers and boons, whatever you want to ask for blessings. Take a few minutes and post it on these platforms.
Now, let us all continue enjoying the darshan as we all post and ask our prayer request to Swamiji.
வாழ்க நம சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான்.
Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya,
मम रात्रिं दिवसत्वं कालभैरवाय नमः जगदादिस्त्वम् अन्तस्त्वं हे जगत्कारण मम संघर्षत्वं पूर्णत्वं हे फलप्रदा मम भूमिराकाशत्वं नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वं नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वं मम सर्वस्वम् सा री 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 गा 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 म ग म ग म प ग म प म ग म ग रे सा नि सा 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 री 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 गा 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 सा नि सा नि सा सरि नि स द नि सरि ग रि म ग प म द प नि द नि प द म प द नि नि द द प प म म माता जनकोऽपि त्वं यन्नम्मयप्पने रात्रिं दिवसत्वं कालभैरवाय नमः जगदादिस्त्वम् अन्तस्त्वं हे जगत्कारण मम संघर्षत्वं पूर्णत्वं हे फलप्रदा मम भूमिराकाशत्वं नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वं नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वम् सनातन धर्म के उधार सकल जग दुख दैत्य संहार तुझे दो टोके वो अपने मरण स्मरण कर लेना उनकी आचरण सहन करेंगे तू अपनी जन्म कारण पूरी कर ले तेरे शरण शरण में आए हम साथ तेरे हैं हम मम माता जनकोऽपि त्वं मम माता जनकोऽपि त्वं मम माता जनकोऽपि त्वं नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वं नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वं नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वं मम सर्वस्वं मम सर्वस्वम् नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मूषिकवाहना मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिवशक्तीश्वरा श्रीशैलेश्वरा शम्भो शङ्करा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
Ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva's Sada Nritta Murti, Nataraja, Chanda Dandava Murti, Gauri Dandava Murti, Sandhya Nritta Murti, Bhujanga Lalita Murti, Bhujangatrasa Murti. I shower you all with Paramadvaita, the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva, superconsciousness of Paramashiva, Mahakailasa of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva. I initiate all of you now in Chit Jata Granthi process. Take the Atmalinga, keep in your hand near the Ananda Gandha, where you see Nataraja in my body. Below the Anahata, above the Manipuraga, in this place. Keep Atmalinga in your hand and keep the hands like this. See through all your three eyes, my three eyes. Keep the hand with Atmalinga near your Anandagandha. This is the zone Anandagandha where I am keeping my hand. This is the place Chidambara, Chitsaba. All of you will experience now Nataraja dancing, Paramashiva dancing in your Anandagandha, Chidambara. Take the Atmalinga, keep in your hand, sit, see through your three eyes to my three eyes. Now, Paramashiva will start dancing in your Chidambara. I will awaken Chidambara Yantra in your space. You will see Paramashiva dancing. You will manifest the power of Bhuta Jaya, means you will manifest oneness with all the five elements of the nature. Om, Om, Om.
कृपाकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनन्दना गोपी मनोहर हरि नारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतित पावन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
ಪನ್ನಗಭೂಷಣ ನಿಖಿಲಲೋಚನ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಮಾತಾ ಪಿತಾ ಗುರು ದೇವ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರ ದೀನದಯಾಭರ ನಿತ್ಯಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ.
ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಬಾಳು ಬಾಳಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಬಾಳ್ದ್ರೇನೆ ದೈವತ್ವವನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸುವಿದು. ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಬಾಳು ಬಾಳಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಬಾಳ್ದ್ರೇನೆ ದೈವತ್ವವನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸುವಿದು. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡುತ್ತದೆ, ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡುತ್ತದೆ, ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳ್ದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳ್ದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು.
ಭಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಹಾಡೋಣ, ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಯ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ನಿತ್ಯನ ಪಾದಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ನಾವು ಸೇರೋಣ. ಭಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಹಾಡೋಣ, ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಯ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ನಿತ್ಯನ ಪಾದಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ನಾವು ಸೇರೋಣ. ಧ್ಯಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಶರೀರ ಮನ ಶುದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಶುದ್ಧಿಯಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ದೈವತ್ವದೊಡನೆ ಸೇರೋಣ. ಧ್ಯಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಶರೀರ ಮನ ಶುದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಶುದ್ಧಿಯಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ದೈವತ್ವದೊಡನೆ ಸೇರೋಣ. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡುತ್ತದೆ, ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡುತ್ತದೆ, ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳ್ದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳ್ದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು. ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿಯಿಂದ ಬೀಸುತ್ತ ಮೈಯೆಲ್ಲ ಜುಮಾಣಿಸುತ್ತ, ಹೊಂದಲೆಂದು ಬಯಸಿದರೆ ಸೇರದೆಯ ಓಡುತ್ತ. ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿಯಿಂದ ಬೀಸುತ್ತ ಮೈಯೆಲ್ಲ ಜುಮಾಣಿಸುತ್ತ, ಹೊಂದಲೆಂದು ಬಯಸಿದರೆ ಸೇರದೆಯ ಓಡುತ್ತ. ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ತೆರೆದಾಗ ಕರುಣೆಯಿಂದ ತುಂಬುತ್ತ, ಹೃದಯದ ಒಳಗಿಂದ ತುಂಬಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಆನಂದ. ಕೈಗಳನ್ನು ತೆರೆದಾಗ ಕರುಣೆಯಿಂದ ತುಂಬುತ್ತ, ಹೃದಯದ ಒಳಗಿಂದ ತುಂಬಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಆನಂದ. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡುತ್ತದೆ, ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡುತ್ತದೆ, ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳ್ದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳ್ದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು. ಸ್ವರ್ಗಲೋಕವೆಂಬುದು ನರಗಲೋಕವೆಂಬುದು ದೂರದಾಚೆ ಇರುವುದೆಂದು ವ್ಯರ್ಥವಾಗಿ ಹುಡುಗುವುದು. ಸ್ವರ್ಗಲೋಕವೆಂಬುದು ನರಗಲೋಕವೆಂಬುದು ದೂರದಾಚೆ ಇರುವುದೆಂದು ವ್ಯರ್ಥವಾಗಿ ಹುಡುಗುವುದು. ನಮ್ಮಲೆಯ ಯೋಚನೆಯ ಆ ನೆಲೆಯ ನಮಗೆ ತೋರಿಸುವುದು. ಯೋಚನೆಯ ಹೋಗಿ ಮನ ಸ್ವರ್ಗವನ್ನೇ ಕಾಣುವುದು. ನಮ್ಮಲೆಯ ಯೋಚನೆಯ ಆ ನೆಲೆಯ ನಮಗೆ ತೋರಿಸುವುದು. ಯೋಚನೆಯ ಹೋಗಿ ಮನ ಸ್ವರ್ಗವನ್ನೇ ಕಾಣುವುದು. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡುತ್ತದೆ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡುತ್ತದೆ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳಿದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳಿದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು. ಹೆಚ್ಚಿದಂತೆ ಚಿಂತೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಳು ದುಃಖಮಯವು. ಆಳವಾದ ಶ್ರಮದಿಂದವು ಮಾಯವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗುವವು. ಹೆಚ್ಚಿದಂತೆ ಚಿಂತೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಳು ದುಃಖಮಯವು. ಆಳವಾದ ಶ್ರಮದಿಂದವು ಮಾಯವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗುವವು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಲ್ಲುವುದು. ಚಿಂತೆಗಳ ಬಡಿದಾಗ ಅದು ದೈವದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಸರಿಸುವುದು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಲ್ಲುವುದು. ಚಿಂತೆಗಳ ಬಡಿದಾಗ ಅದು ದೈವದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಸರಿಸುವುದು. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡುತ್ತದೆ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡುತ್ತದೆ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳಿದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳಿದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು. ಅಂತಸ್ತಿಗೆ ಏರುಪೇರು ಆದಾಗ ವಿನಯದಿ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸೋ ಪಕ್ವ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಬೇಕಾಗ. ಬಾಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಸ್ತಿಗೆ ಏರುಪೇರು ಆದಾಗ ವಿನಯದಿ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸೋ ಪಕ್ವ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಬೇಕಾಗ. ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗಳನ್ನೊಪ್ಪಲು ಮನವು ತುಂಬಾ ಹೆಣಗುವುದು. ಒಪ್ಪಿಕೊಂಡರೆ ಬಾಳು ಆನಂದದಿ ತೂಗುವುದು. ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗಳನ್ನೊಪ್ಪಲು ಮನವು ತುಂಬಾ ಹೆಣಗುವುದು. ಒಪ್ಪಿಕೊಂಡರೆ ಬಾಳು ಆನಂದದಿ ತೂಗುವುದು. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡುತ್ತದೆ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡುತ್ತದೆ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳಿದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳಿದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು. ಇಂದ್ರಿಯಗಳ ಆಳ್ವಿಕೆಯು ಕಷ್ಟಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣವು. ಆನಂದವನ್ನೇ ಕೊಡುವಂತ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯನ ನೀ ನಂಬು. ಇಂದ್ರಿಯಗಳ ಆಳ್ವಿಕೆಯು ಕಷ್ಟಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣವು. ಆನಂದವನ್ನೇ ಕೊಡುವಂತ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯನ ನೀ ನಂಬು. ಅಹಂಕಾರ ನಾಶ ಮಾಡಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ದಾರಿ ಅರಳಿಸೋಣ. ಗುರುವಿನ ಪಾದಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಶರಣಾಗಿ ಹೋಗೋಣ. ಅಹಂಕಾರ ನಾಶ ಮಾಡಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ದಾರಿ ಅರಳಿಸೋಣ. ಗುರುವಿನ ಪಾದಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಶರಣಾಗಿ ಹೋಗೋಣ. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡುತ್ತದೆ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಶಕ್ತಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡುತ್ತದೆ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳಿದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹೇಳಿದ ಸೂತ್ರವು ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವು.
ಅಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಬಾಳು ಬಾಳಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಬಾಳ್ದ್ರೇನೆ ದೈವತ್ವವನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸುವಿದು. ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಬಾಳು ಬಾಳಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಬಾಳ್ದ್ರೇನೆ ದೈವತ್ವವನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸುವಿದು. पापसंहारम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् त्रिसाहैर्बिल्वपत्रैश्च अच्छित्रैर्कोमलैश्चुभै तव पूजां करिष्यामि एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् सर्वत्रैलोक्यकर्तारम् सर्वत्रैलोक्यपावनम् सर्वत्रैलोक्यहर्तारम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् नागादिराजवलयम् नागहारेण भूषितम् नागकुण्डलसंयुक्तम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् अक्षमालाधरं रुद्रं पार्वतीप्रियवल्लभम् चन्द्रशेखरमीशानम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् त्रिलोचनं दशभुजं दुःखादेहोर्तधारिणं विभूत्यपर्चितं देवम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् त्रिशूलधारिणं देवं नागाभरणसुन्दरं चन्द्रशेखरमीशानम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् गङ्गाधरम् उमानादं पणिकुण्डलमण्डितं कालकालं गिरीशं च एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् कण्ठस्फटिकसङ्कासं चितिकण्ठं कृपानिधिं सर्वेश्वरं सदा शान्तम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् सच्चिदानन्दरूपं च पारनन्दमयं शिवं वागीश्वरं चिदाकाशम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् शिविविष्टं सहस्राक्षं दुत्तुभ्यां च निषङ्गिणं हिरण्यबाहुं सेनान्यम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् अरुणं वामनं दारं वास्तव्यं चैव वास्तुवं ज्येष्ठं कनिष्ठं वैशान्तम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् सुराश्रयं विशहरं
Om.
वर्णमिच्छ
Om. Om. Pandit Shri Ram Kishore Shastri, Pandit Shri Ram Kishore Shastri, blessings. Blessings for you to start Kailasa in your temple, mission in your temple. I'll completely heal you. Your whole body will be healed. From today you will see your whole body will start getting healed. I am with you. My blessings. All your financial problems will be solved. You will be showered with wealth. My blessings. Thank you. Blessings. Om. 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 Amotkale. Amotkale from Mumbai. Blessings. I'll heal your son and your family to live happily. I'll heal both of you and my blessings to all of you. Tatast, tatast, tatast. I am with you. Chaya Bharatwaj, Chaya Bharatwaj, blessings. I am with you. I'll shower you with gratitude, complete completion, enlightenment. I'll remove your fears. I'll remove your fears. I shower you with wealth. Blessings. Chaya Bharatwaj. I'll take care. Ramit Lal. Ramit Lal Sri Nitya Santeshwarananda. I give you all the 7 boons. I'll remove your migraines and STHD. I'll protect your father. My blessings for Arvind Lal. And I'll make sure Dharma is followed in the wealth sharing, real estate dividing. You will have a job, career. You will be showered with wealth. My blessings. I'll protect your spouse, Jennifer Martins. And I will make sure you become Sarvanya Pitakarta. You will be showered with the punya of Sarvanya Pitakarta. You will be part of Kailasa. Your life will be Sattvic. Ramitlal, Sri Santeshwarananda. Blessings. I give you all the 7 boons. Tatast. Rekha Patak. Rekha Patak Tatastu. I shower you with enlightenment for you, your family, whole Vamsha. Blessings for your son Harry and Charles, son-in-law, your husband Mohan. My blessings to all of them. And I'll give you complete enlightenment and powers. Rekha Patak Tatastu. Vang Pu. Vang Pu. Vang Pu. I give you all 7 boons. I'll heal your mother's uremia. My blessings for your sons. I'll heal your cerebrovascular embolism. And I'll shower you with wealth. The spiritual name for you, Jnana Yoga Swarupini. Jnana Yoga Swarupini is your spiritual name. Chant Mahavagya Om Nityananda Paramashivoham every day. I'll take care. Murali Krishna Manmari. Murali Krishna Manmari. I give you all the 6 boons. Blessings for you, your whole family. I'll heal all your health disorders. I'll remove the fear of death. I am inside your heart. I'll protect you forever. Blessings for your wife Sumitra and your kids Grishmika, Nihal, Sai. Blessings. My blessings for your home. Tatast. Huli. Huli. Tatast. I shower you with my blessings for your commercial project and all your family members and your dogs Goldie and Coco. My blessings. Huli. Tatast. I give you enlightenment. Blessings. Go Kyang Zing. Go Kyang Zing. My blessings for your company to be successful. My blessings for your 3-year Canadian residency card. My blessings for everything you want. Tatast. Zeng. Zeng Shu Shen. Zeng Shu Shen. Jiang Shi Mo. My blessings. I give you all the 5 boons. Your house will be sold in Julian. I'll heal your inside. I'll heal you completely. I'll shower my love inside you and heal you completely. Blessings for your husband Jiang Huan Yi. Blessings. The spiritual name for you Nataraja Priyai. Nataraja Priyai will be your spiritual name. My blessings. I give you all 5 boons you want. Blessings. Ramesh and Mandira Canal. Ramesh and Mandira Canal. I'll shower you with wealth and I'll make you Saranya Pitakarta. Don't worry. I'll make sure all your businesses are successful. Solar, insurance, pet food, everything is successful. Don't worry. I'll really shower you with wealth and right customers, clients, ecosystem, everything. My blessings. I'll shower you with all the right things and my blessings for your brother. Tatast. Ramesh and Mandira Kanal. Blessings to your whole family. Boom. Ambassador Uri, Ambassador Bundu Uri from Sierra Leone. Thank you for being here. My blessings. Your family and you will have a very good health, prosperity. You will be showered with all the best things. You will receive your new position as resident minister. You will receive your new position as a resident minister. My blessings. Ambassador Bundu Uri, my blessings. Om.
இரேழு பிறவிக்கும் துயர் நீக்க பிறந்தோடி வருகின்ற யமயாலும் நடராஜா பயமாகி மயமாகி வலி
கருணை பொழிவாய் நித்யானந்தா சரணம் குரு நித்யானந்தா கருணை
மண்ணே மாமலகே மணியே மாணிக்கமே மரகதமே வைரமே பொன்னே புகழ் சேர் பொன்மலகே சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா கடல் நீங்கி கணக்கு ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் குருநாதா நித்யானந்தா. ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் நித்யா. மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடிக்கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே, சுடலை பொடி பூசி புடுக்கை தன ஏந்தும் காலனே புடிதோலனே, விழியால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே, இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே, ஞாயிறு திங்கள் நித்த முறைகின்ற செவ்விழி கொண்ட செல்வனே, சொற்கனே எந்த சோமனே ஐயா சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே, அடிமொழி காணா அண்ணாமலையே அகிலமும் போற்றிடும் ஐயனே, நாதாவரணனே நால்வர் போற்றிட நயமுடனாடிடும் நாதனே, ஆழகாலம் உண்டு ஆழம் காடுதனில் ஆனந்த நடமிடும் ஆதி செய்வனே, மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே, சுடலை முடி பூசி முடுகை ஏதும் காலனே புலிதோலனே, மீனின் விழிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே, இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே. தானாடிட மங்கையவளிடம் கொண்டு நீயாடி வாடியாது இருவினைகள் தீர்த்தருளவே நித்யனே இடவத்தின் மேலேறிவா என்றென்றும் ஈசனை தானாடிட புவிதனில் சுந்தரனை நீயாடிவா தினமும் நீ விசும்பு தந்தருளவே நேசனே மலனே நீயாடிவா இமையோர்கள் இன்னலை கலந்திடும் தேவா தேவாதி தேவா சதா சிவா வாவா குருவாக வந்து திருவருள் புரிவாய் நித்யானந்தனே முக்தி தரவாவா பிறவியில் உரைகின்ற பிரமனே நீயாடிவா. காஞ்சியில் மண்ணாய் உரைபவனே அப்பாய் காட்சி தரும் எங்கள் ஆணை காவரசே ஆதியந்தமிழாத ஜோதியாய் அருணகிரி உரைநாதனே உலகை இயக்கிடும் வாயு வடிவே காலகத்தி ஈசனே தொழுதிடத்தில்லை நகர்தனி வானில் ஆடும் கூத்தனே பஞ்சபூதமும் நித்தம் பணியும் பரமனே பரமேசனே நித்ய ரசித நித்ய வைபவ குப்த கைலை வாசனே ஈசனே சர்வேசனே பரமேசனே ஜெகதீசனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே குரு சேவனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே குரு சேவனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே
चन्द्रकलाधर नित्यानन्दा शशिवदनां शिव नित्यानन्दा चन्द्रकलाधर नित्यानन्दा शशिवदनां शिव नित्यानन्दा केशव नरहरि नित्यानन्दा श्याम गोपाला नित्यानन्दा केशव नरहरि नित्यानन्दा श्याम गोपाला नित्यानन्दा मुरली गोपाल नित्यानन्दा मुरली मनोहर नित्यानन्दा मुरली गोपाल नित्यानन्दा मुरली मनोहर नित्यानन्दा गोकुलनन्दन नित्यानन्दा नटवर श्यामा नित्यानन्दा गोकुलनन्दन नित्यानन्दा नटवर श्यामा नित्यानन्दा नित्यानन्दा हरि 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 नित्यानन्दा नित्यनाममो जन्मरक्षक मन्त्र तापसमो सेयग भजिम्बवे मनसा नित्यनाममो जन्मरक्षक मन्त्र तामसमो सेयग भजिम्बवे मनसा नित्यनाममो सोम सूर्य नेत्रुडैन श्री सोम सूर्य नेत्रुडैन श्री सोम सूर्य नेत्रुडैन श्री नित्यचंद्रुनिकी सरियवरूरा नित्यचंद्रुनिकी सरियवरूरा नित्यचंद्रुनिकी सरियवरूरा नित्यनाममो जन्मरक्षक मन्त्र तामसमो सेयग भजिम्बवे मनसा नित्यनाममो नित्यनामरूप नित्यानन्दा नित्यनामरूप नित्यानन्दा नित्यनामरूप नित्यानन्द ध्यानस्वरूप नित्यानन्द ध्यानस्वरूप नित्यानन्द ध्यानस्वरूप नित्यानन्द त्यागराजार्चित नित्यानन्द त्यागराजार्चित नित्यानन्द त्यागराजार्चित नित्यानन्द नित्यनाममो जन्मरक्षक मन्त्र तामसमो सेयग भजिम्बवे मनसा नित्यनाममो
நான்தான் சிவன் நானே அவன் உன்னில் உறையும் மகாசதா சிவன் நான்தான் சிவன் 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 நானே அவன் 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 உன்னில் உறையும் மகாசதா சிவன் உன்னில் உறையும் மகாசதா சிவன் உன்னத பிறவி நோக்கும் நீ நானாவது உன்னத பிறவி நோக்கும் நீ நானாவது உனக்கு என்னை தெளிவாக்குவது காருண்யம் எனது உன்னத பிறவி நோக்கும் நீ நானாவது உனக்கு என்னை தெளிவாக்குவது காருண்யம் எனது உண்மையை புரிந்து கொள்வாய் மட நெஞ்சே உன்னை நீ புரிந்து கொள்வாய் உண்மையை புரிந்து கொள்வாய் மட நெஞ்சே உன்னை நீ புரிந்து கொள்வாய் என் கண்களை நீ பார்த்தது போதுதான் உனக்கென காத்திருந்தேன் என் கண்களை நீ பார்த்தது போதுதான் உனக்கென்ன காத்திருந்தேன் நான் கால காலமாய் காத்திருந்தேன் நான் கால காலமாய் காத்திருந்தேன் காயும் நிலவும் காத்தியும் இருந்தெல்லா ஒன்றே ஒன்றே நீயும் நானும் இருவிரெல்லா ஒன்றே 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 நான்தான் சிவன் 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 நானே அவன் 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 உன்னில் உறையும் மகாசதா சிவன் உன்னில் உறையும் மகாசதா சிவன்
நித்யானந்தனே போற்றி சதா சிவ नित्य शंकरा शिव नित्य शंकरा हे इंदुशेखरा राजा नित्यानंद 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 शंकरा शुभवर शुभकर दिगंबर भवहर जटमकुटधर परमपद गुरुवर हर 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 शिव शंकर विभूति सुंदर त्रिशूलधर तकधिमित झणुत धिमित नटन प्रिय गुण सदन शरण पवन चरण नित्यानंद सदा शिव नित्यानंद नित्यानंद संन्यास गणराज योगीशा अनन्य सहन गुण सर्वेशा समस्त भक्त जन विश्वेशा संन्यास गणराज योगीशा अनन्य सहन गुण सर्वेशा समस्त भक्त जन विश्वेशा अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायका
संन्यास राजयोगी नित्यानंद महासदा शिवा
आनंद नित्यानंद गुरु नित्यानंद गुरुदेव नित्यानंद सुरनर मुनिवर गणनमित शंकर शुभवर शुभकर दिगंबर भवहर जटमकुटधर परमपद गुरुवर हर 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 शिव शंकर विभूति सुंदर त्रिशूलधर तकधिमित झणुत धिमित नटन प्रिय गुण सदन शरण पवन चरण नित्यानंद ओम नित्यानंद महासदा शिवोऽहम् ओम नित्यानंद महासदा शिवोऽहम् ओम नित्यानंद महासदा शिवोऽहम्
शिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्य कल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मशासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गि साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरम्परा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवच्छ्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव श्री ज्ञान सम्बन्ध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय
How many of you had that as an experience? Like intensely, Swamiji is just reverberating in your inner space. Understand that is the very process of initiation itself. It's, I know it's just so beautiful, beautiful. Literally, you cannot describe.
The experience that Swamiji showered on us is just so beautiful and indescribable for all of us. Every one of you that are sitting here, that are enjoying this session, that have received this powerful initiation. Tomorrow we are having a very, very powerful initiation as well. Any malefic effects of planets, planetary positions, impact in us is going to be removed. Tomorrow we are going to be learning about cosmology, Hindu cosmology, how stars, planets have an impact in us, and we are going to be learning about the truths, how Hinduism knew all these advanced sciences. So do not miss. Tomorrow is going to be a very, very powerful day, and we welcome every one of you to join with us tomorrow as well. Tomorrow's initiation is going to be something too important not to be missed.
Absolutely. And how many of you here want to really get, liberated from the malefic effects the planets can have on you? I know this Hindu astrology, learning about the Vedic astrology and coming out of all the effects, side effects that the planetary positions can have upon you is a really loved and wanted day for most of you. I've been seeing even in the past programs, every time when this happens, it's like so many of you really, really don't want to miss it. Tomorrow it's happening. Please take a few minutes to inform your friends and invite a few more people who also would love to enjoy these sciences. Tomorrow, we are going to be having a few more special initiations that you've never had before in any of the previous Mahaparameshuvoham or Paramashuvoham programs. Swamiji is going to specially initiate all the participants to removing the malefic effects that's there in each of your planetary positions and a lot more. So please make sure attending from morning. Every session is designed directly by Swamiji to give you the best experience. So do not ever miss out on that. Oh wow, Malita, your Atmaling also stood up. That's because literally Nataraja is dancing on your Ananda Gandha. Today, so beautifully, Swamiji showed us where our Ananda Gandha is by adorning a beautiful Nataraja deity on his Ananda Gandha.
That are sitting here today during the darshan, understand our DNA itself has been reprogrammed. All the abilities, the higher conscious possibilities for us to manifest has been awakened for all of us today. And every one of us that are sitting here, during the initiation, what happens is, especially during the processes like Chidambara Yantra processes, Swamiji is literally working in our very DNA level to alter all those wrong sounds that coils our DNA together with consciousness and replacing that with a higher frequency vibrations in all of us. Now, with this powerful initiation, let us all manifest powers. This is the best time to manifest the powers of any communication with nature, the 5 elements of nature. Now, what all of you can do is play with water element, play with wind element, or play with fire element. Any of this is fine. You can even communicate with animals. Let's say you have an animal with you in your house. You can even communicate with your pets. Like maybe you would have never, you would have trained your pet in a certain way, but without you giving that verbal communication, even making a noise or anything, you just create space and make that animal come towards you. So every one of you that are sitting here, um, you all can start having that fun. Just play with the powers right now itself. What you can do is bring a cup of water in front of you. Play with the water. Maybe put something in the water and try playing with it. Wind, moving the curtain as per your will. Play with every element around you. You are just going to have fun. Do it like a game. But understand, Swamiji has given us a very, very powerful in
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ
Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda.
As all of us are manifesting and as all of us are experiencing the signs, let us all enter into the next session where we are going to be learning about the power of space creation. Today, having Sandhya Nrittamurti, who represents that the truth, the eternal truth that nothing falls apart and everything falls in place. Everything is auspicious.
Sandhya Nrittamurti. See, Sandhya means the day and night meeting, and destruction, pralaya, and creation meeting. For you to understand roughly, you can roughly understand as ice age. During every ice age, he dances the cosmic dance. That is called Sandhya Tandava. Listen. Whenever you feel everything in your life is falling apart, suddenly business is collapsing, wife is leaving, and kids are not listening to you. It's almost like your whole life is going. What you think as your life is going, health is failing. Whenever you feel that pralaya is happening in you, meditate on the Sandhya Nrittamurti, invoke him. Mahadeva, you are doing your Sandhya Nritya in my life. Just show me you are doing the Sandhya Nritya. That's enough. He will simply manifest auspiciousness in you. Listen. He just wants you to know he is doing Sandhya Tandava in your life. If you recognize it, you will say, all right, come on. Now, it is time. Let's start the creation. Let the new yuga start. Let the new universe manifest. Let the new life manifest. If you want new life to manifest in you, connect with Sandhya Tandava Murti. Nritta means Tandava. Sandhya Nrittamurti. Tandava goes through certain discipline. Nritta is beyond all discipline. So, if you feel things are falling apart in your life, connect with Sandhya Nrittamurti. Mahadeva, Paramashiva, I know you are doing Sandhya Nritta in me. Just reveal that you are doing Sandhya Nritta, so I will be in peace. That's all. You will feel very shy. Hey, this fellow caught me. Now he knows my Leela. Okay, come on, all right. I'll create the new life for you. I'll manifest new life for you. Delusion will delude you as long as you are not recognized. The delusion is deluding you. The moment you recognize delusion is deluding you, it can no more delude you. Delusion cannot delude you. The moment you recognize delusion is deluding you. Actually, even this Sandhya Nritta Murti we have in Seattle Temple. Seattle Temple, we have not only the huge Nataraja, Ananda Nataraja, we have some more dancing forms of Shiva. I think we have done some, that 108 dancing forms of Shiva, and sent to different temples few deities, few forms. So Seattle has Ananda Tandava, as in Chidambaram, and Sandhya Nritta Murti, and even Los Angeles has few more Tandavas of Paramashiva's forms. So connect with this superconscious mutation, Sandhya Nritta Murti. You will realize nothing is falling apart, everything is falling in place. If you know Paramashiva, you will know everything falls in place. If you don't know Paramashiva, you may be deluded thinking everything is falling apart. Listen intensely. Principle of manifestation getting manifested. Principle of maintenance getting manifested. Principle of rejuvenation getting manifested. Principle of pulling out of delusion getting manifested. Principle of liberation getting manifested. So, creation of the universe is one level. Principle of creation getting created. Creation energy getting created. So, the permutation combination of all these 5 into 5 is 25. All the 25 happening in you now. Now. Listen. Listen. If you meditate on this, you will understand some people manifesting in your life is creation. Some people leaving your life is rejuvenation. Some people getting back to your life is pulling out of delusion. Some people are adding bliss, joy to you, and you adding bliss and joy to them is liberation. All this, understand, whether it is people, places, object, health, anything you experience, it is all just the 25 principles manifesting, happening in you. If you are fighting with that happening, you are Jiva. If you are master of that happening, you are Shiva. If you sit now and complete with all these 25 happenings in your life, internally, externally, some good things getting created. Some things which you think as good getting destroyed, rejuvenated. Some things getting pulled out of delusion. Some things getting liberated. Listen carefully. Everything happening in you is auspicious. If you understand that, you are Shiva. Inside you, outside you, everything happening is auspicious. I tell you, once you are initiated, once you are initiated, once you are my disciple, listen very clearly. Even if you think in your life things are falling apart, they are falling in proper place. Understand? Nothing is falling apart. They are all falling in place. Once you are initiated, you are integrated to Guru, Linga, Sangha. I tell you, nothing falls apart. You may, even if you think things are falling apart in your life, they all fall in place. Understand that. Nothing falls apart. Everything happening is auspicious. Everything is falling in place for the higher purpose. I tell you. Once you sit with that clarity, you are Shiva. If you are able to come to that clarity in your life, you are master of your life. You are Ishvara. I tell you, whoever is constantly in firefighting mode internally lives as Jiva. Whoever lives in ferocious mode internally lives as Shiva. So be very clear. If you are suddenly having lottery, wealth is getting manifested. If you are losing some money, the destruction of wealth is happening. But that does not mean you are a loser or something is wrong with you. You are Paramashiva. Things are not falling apart. Things are falling in place. Sometimes some wealth loss awakens strong, active, workaholic energy in you, which is, you might have lost few $1,000s, but the energy gets triggered in you, maybe worth of millions of dollars. I have seen this happening. So nothing is wrong, inauspicious. Anybody who soaks into this powerful cognition, whatever is happening is auspicious. First of all, that powerful cognition fellow, you will not have violence inside. And you will not be doing anything wrong. You will be living as Paramashiva. When somebody tries to attack you, they only create karma. It's not that you have some karma, because of that they are coming near. No, they create karma for themselves. You live in a pure Paramashiva space. I tell you, when you are integrated to your Guru, the powerful cognitions they manifest, it may be very simple word, but it will just open your Kundalini and make it into reality. Now, I am telling you about the most powerful sacred secret of death. 5 into 5 means creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, liberation. This 5 into 5, this 25 principles is happening now in you. Take this as powerful cognition. And everything happening inside you, outside you is auspiciousness. This powerful cognition will make you intelligent, strategic, brilliant, powerful. It will not make you lazy, tired, bored, powerless. No, understand that. It will bring so much healing and energy, especially when you are my disciple. When you are initiated by me, integrated to me, understand. It just manifests in you like initiation. If you are initiated and you have not abused me and you are not interested in abusing me, if you are clear about that, that's all. You are integrated to me. You are my disciple. Understand, if you are my initiated disciple and integrated to me, listen very carefully. This word may look very simple, but meditate on it. It will just open Paramashiva in you. Everything is auspicious. Whatever you think, good, bad, right, wrong, everything is just these 25 activities happening. Some thoughts getting manifested, some thoughts getting sustained, some thoughts getting distracted, something's coming in your life as manifesting, something's getting maintained, something's getting distracted, something's getting pulled out of delusion, something's getting liberated. Understand this. This 25 will go on in you forever. You can be in firefighting mode as a jiva, means deluded individual. Or you can be in ferocious mood as Paramashiva, individual. Be Paramashiva with the clarity, everything happening is auspiciousness. Be individual, not individual. He manifesting through individual is individual. Understand? He manifesting through individual is individual. Understand? I tell you, with my tremendous love, just meditate, internalize this powerful cognition. Everything happening is auspicious and Paramashiva is within me doing all these 25. Your body, physical body, carries the consciousness. I use new word called Divya Sarira. Consciousness wearing this body is Divya Sarira. The consciousness getting more and more empowered. When the consciousness gets empowered, you don't feel suffocated by physical body and its limitations. Listen carefully. Understand, sometime you may say, oh Swamiji, the universe does not make sense to me. It does not need to make sense to you. It is not obligated to make sense to you. You are obligated to make sense to Paramashiva. Understand, you deciding to make yourself sensible to Paramashiva is surrender to Paramashiva. I decided I will make myself sensible to Paramashiva. I will not bother whether Paramashiva makes sense to me or not. That is surrender. Paramashiva is no way bound to make sense to me. Universe is not obligated to make sense to me. I am only obligated to make sense to universe. I am obligated to make sense to Paramashiva. My behavior, my lifestyle, my thought currents, me, I am supposed to make myself sensible to Paramashiva. Paramashiva is no way obligated to make himself sensible to me. When I decided this, Paramashiva started manifesting in me. Make this decision on this auspicious Deepavali day. Understand? This is I am revealing the most internal, deepest sacred secret. Decide. Life. Paramashiva. Universe. Jiva. Ishvara. Jagat. The Jiva means the individual existence, soul, Atma of me. Ishvara means the cosmic soul. Jagat is cosmos. These three put together is Paramashiva. All this is not at all obligated to make sense to me. I am only obligated to make sense to Paramashiva. That is surrender. When I decided that, suddenly I saw everything started making sense to me and he started manifesting through me. I became insider. Understand? As long as you think world, universe should make sense to you, you will be an outsider. When you decide, universe is no way, Paramashiva is no way obligated to make sense to you. You are only obligated to make sense to Paramashiva. You become insider. Paramashiva starts revealing all the truths to you and he makes so much sense to you. Understand? When Paramashiva starts making sense to you, you feel just with life. Wow! Life is dharmic. Nothing is negative in the universe. Everything is auspicious.
Shiva means in Sanskrit costless auspiciousness. And you'll be surprised to know some more details. In Sanskrit, the word for destruction, literally if you translate, it is not destruction. It is, the word means samhara. That is the word we use. That word means rejuvenation, creating place for new things happening. Wrongly we translate the word samhara as a destruction. The exact Sanskrit word means creating new space for new things to happen. Rejuvenation. Even destruction can be looked from different dimension. Even destruction can be looked from different dimension. Rejuvenating or creating new space for better things to happen. Even the disease which happens to your body just creates a new space so that you can start having new body. You can get ready to live a new life. You can just restart the whole thing. So actually, restarting the whole thing can heal many of your wounds. There are some wounds which can't be healed just by going to sleep and coming back. There are some wounds which can be healed by falling asleep and coming back. You will forget. There are some wounds which can't be healed by falling asleep and coming back. At that point only you decide, let me restart the whole thing. Let me just refresh. then you allow the body to have some disease so that the rejuvenation process can start. You can drop this body and take a new body and start new life, the new way of thinking, new way of living, new way of expressing. Every moment when you move from one moment to next moment, you are expanding, you are growing, you are learning. If you look from this angle, even your death is auspicious, because you are going to next step, you are going to further. Only if you are not clear about the next step, you will feel the fear of death. It is not even fear of death, it is fear of unknown. Fear of unknown. Present moment is the possibility of rejuvenation. If you are in the present moment, you will experience overflowing energy in the body. You will feel whatever is happening is auspicious. If you are caught with Brahma or Vishnu, you will not feel whatever is happening is auspicious. If you are caught in Shiva, if you are centered in the center, present moment, where future is disappearing into present and becoming past. If you are in the present moment, in this moment, you will become like Shiva, who is rejuvenator, who is constantly creating space for new things to happen. You will be fearless the moment you are fearless about the things happening. You will feel everything happening around you is causeless auspiciousness. As long as you are caught in future, you will feel insecure, fear. If you are caught in the past, you will feel things are inauspicious. Life is dull, dead. If you are in the present, one more thing, if you are in the present, you will see very clearly the future which is coming in inside you and becoming past leaves so much energy in you. Every moment you are just overflowing with energy. If you are caught by future, you are in fantasies, means castles in the air, no energy. If you are caught in the past, you are just a stone, a rock which can't be moved, dead, no energy. If you are caught in the future, air. If you are caught in the past, dead rock. If you are caught in the present, if you are centered in the present, you will be a flowing river, water. You will be just a flowing river. You will be just a flowing energy. Whoever is in the present moment, just swallowing the future and making it as a past consciously, will be overflowing, bubbling with energy. The Mahadeva, Shiva, who represents the rejuvenation process, are creating space for new things to happen. He is causeless auspiciousness.
in E equal to mc square, Einstein is trying to maintain the speed of the light as a constant. Listen carefully. Speed of the light or time is not constant. I'll tell you what is exactly constant. Consciousness reflecting on the space, the fifth dimension of the universe, consciousness reflecting is constant. In all our consciousness, Paramasiva is reflecting in all our inner space. Paramashiva is reflecting. That is constant. Understand? These 5 elements and 5 dimensions are related. Length, breadth, depth, time and space, earth, water, fire, air and space. These 5 are connected. Listen carefully. When Paramashiva, cosmic consciousness, reflects in your inner space, that reflection is constant in all beings. Not speed of the light or time. Time and speed of the light is not constant, but the way superconsciousness, Paramashiva, reflects in your inner space is constant. Means the way cosmic consciousness dances, reflects in your pure inner space. The way Sadashiva dances in your Chidambara is constant. All the beings who feel Aham, he exists in that. That is the only constant. Understand? From that starts the will persistence. Manifests the will persistence. Whoever gets back to that source from which he is reflecting, all of them fall into that space called oneness, which is constant. Paramashiva is equivalent to the will persistence decision to look at the source by the reflection. The constant in the cosmos is feeling of Aham. There is nothing in the cosmos which does not feel the Aham, including stone, Stavara, Jangama, everything feels the existence of Aham. When Mahadeva, Paramashiva says, Vyapakam, anything which feels Aham, he is in that. Listen carefully. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. The pure consciousness reflects on the space. That reflection is individual consciousness called Aham. The frequency of that reflection is constant in everything. But the side effect of that reflection, will persistence, is not constant in everything. Reflection is constant. Will persistence is not. So based on your will persistence, your life is decided. Are you going to spend 80% of your time in time related, or depth related, or length related, or breadth related existence of you? Neither length nor breadth or depth or time is low or wrong, but you not knowing the source vision, your reality, which is constant and playing in these other dimensions, there is every possibility you will get lost. If you remember your cosmic identity, if you remember the constant in you, which is your Chidambara, where the cosmic reflection Paramashiva, cosmic source Paramashiva is dancing in your pure heart Anandagandha, your inner space. Listen, cosmic Paramashiva is like a sun. Your pure inner space, that space Chidambara, Akasha, Antarakasha, Chitakasha, is like a mirror. That sun reflecting in this reflection is called individual consciousness, Pratyagatma Chaitanyam. That is the constant in all beings. This constant's first side effect is will persistence. That is not constant in all beings. The quality of your will persistence decides whether your life is going to be stuck in time or depth or breadth or length. You remembering which is constant in you and which is not constant in you will not put you in a delusion where you make permanently damaging decisions of your life due to temporary mood swings. Guru is the person constantly resides in the constant and supports your will persistence to get back to your constant.
The higher dimensions, when they enter consciously into the lower dimensions, they manifest as powers. Unexpected positive turn of the events and the reality you experience. You can name it as miracle, you can name it as power, you can name it as a God's grace, you can use any name you want, but the greater science, the cosmic science is the higher dimensions entering into the lower dimensions. For example, length, breadth, depth, time, space. If the space dimension enters into time, time literally manifests everything space wants. If the time dimension enters into depth, depth manifests everything time wants. Understand? This length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these dimensions are independently intelligent, alive.
able to make their own conclusions and respond within their frame and working zone. Please understand. The length dimension is responsible for your logic, rationality. The breadth dimension is responsible for your ability to feel the emotions, feeling connections. The depth dimension is responsible for you making cognitions, powerful cognitions about life beyond your logic and emotions. So understand, every dimension, when it enters into the lower level dimensions, it manifests intense power. Now, I want you to understand, time and space is independent intelligence and power. I'll give you simple understanding, very raw, crude, down to earth, simplest understanding. You just try to internalize this one understanding. I'll help you to go through the whole initiation and make you manifest this power. I commit with you. Just understand this one. Time is as alive as your skin. If you believe, cognize, your skin is alive. If somebody massages your skin, you feel good. If somebody cuts it, you feel bad, pain. How much your skin is alive, that much, I should say little more than, much more than that, time is alive skin of the cosmos. Listen, where your skin ends, the skin of the cosmos, which is called time, starts. Actually, your skin and the skin of the cosmos both always touch each other. You can't be away from cosmos. Understand this? Where your skin ends, exactly that is the spot time starts. Time is the skin of the cosmos. Time is the skin of the cosmos. How you have a nervous system which passes the thought currents inside you, same way the cosmos has a nervous system which passes its decisions and thought currents, that is the space. Your skin is alive. Your nervous system keeps you living. The equivalent of your skin for the cosmos is time. Equivalent of your nervous system for the cosmos is space. I'll give you some of the important, powerful cognitions about space. Just if you internalize this, you can use the power of space in your day-to-day life in a very practical practical way, simple and very practical way. First, space is a living entity. It's not emptiness, it's not dead, it is living. Second, it is very close to consciousness. Third, the space you are carrying inside you, where the thoughts manifest, is directly connected to the space where this universe is established. Chidakasa, your conscious inner space, is directly connected to Mahakasa, where this universe is established. The space where this universe is established is directly connected to the space, your inner space where you are established. It means you have absolute ability to influence, inspire, directly intervene with the outer space on which the world is established. Any mass has a power to influence the space. When you are able to influence space through which you can influence anything which is established in the space, and just by sheer power of thoughts, you can raise, lower your mass through which you can influence the space, through which you can influence anything established in the space. Please understand. When you meditate on cognize something very heavy, higher than your brain can grasp, your space becomes powerful, that can influence the space outside, and anything established in the space outside. Thoughts can travel using space as medium. Anything which has a mass can influence space, through that can influence anything established in the space. Let me be more clear and straight. Just through your thought, power of cognition, the power of your inner space, Chidambara, you can influence anything established in the space, whether sun or the moon or the universe or the black hole or the Big Bang, anything established in the space can be influenced through the power of your inner space. Most powerful, greatest sacred secret greatest Satya. I should say this is the greatest alchemy I can contribute to all your being. So please listen. The logic, length, dimension of your existence. In that, if you understand about oneness, it is imagination. Breath, the heart dimension of your existence. If you are able to grasp oneness in that level, it can be visualization of oneness. The depth dimension. In that, if you can grasp oneness, that will be declaration of oneness. In time dimension, you just need to manifest ferociousness. So, this imagination about oneness, visualization about oneness, declaration of oneness gets into your space, your Akasha. That is when the Mahasadashivatva, that is where the Mahasadashivatva manifests. Length, breadth, depth of a person is not he. The space he carries is he. When I say length, breadth, depth of a person, I speak in both the meanings. One, logic, heart and cognition. Length, logic, breadth, heart, depth, cognition. This three does not really constitute a person. And length, breadth, depth of the size, shape. Size and shape does not constitute a person. That is why you fall in love with the size and shape, get frightened when you see the space. Be very clear. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor comes out of you like energy. Like energy. Many of the Indian restaurants use this as a tactic. They release a certain masala flavor. That whole area will have that masala flavor. The moment you enter that zone, you will feel like eating. That is also again like a marriage only. You go to the restaurant and you order what do you want. Then when you see what the other person has, you always wish you had ordered for that. And the other person is feeling the same. And you can't even exchange the plate, owner will not allow. The smell, the flavor of your space The flavor of your space is what I call Shakti. Understand? The explosion happening in your inner space is Shakti. Please listen. This is the good news for you. The moment you manifest even one Shakti, I have already entered into your inner space. If I have not entered in your inner space and made the connection, you will not be able to manifest Shakti, because all power manifestation has to start from space, not from depth. Understand that time is a non-existence power layer. It has no existence, like a length, breadth, depth. It is only when the space collides with the length, breadth, depth, the dust created is time. See, the length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is a energy. When these two collides, the dust generated is the time. I can roughly compare it to the Vatavarana, the layer around the planet Earth. Listen, no power can manifest in you if I have not entered into your space. Even if you manifest one power once, be informed, I have drilled you already up to your space. Kailasavasi celebrates the manifestations of his space. The manifestations of the length, breadth, depth. Manifestations of the length, breadth, depth is so superficial. So superficial. They are not worthy. Manifestations of length, breadth, depth is too superficial. They are not worthy. They are not at all worthy. Manifest the space. Celebrate your capabilities based on your power manifesting abilities and space.
A very, very profound and important truth that Swamiji revealed. Nothing falls apart, everything falls only in place. Nothing of what we do falls apart. Even in the situations that you think is the most beyond control and you can't do anything, life is not interested in giving you the worst experience. Life is here for enlightenment, for the purpose of enlightenment. Nothing falls apart, everything falls in place. The most beautiful truth that is revealed. Whatever the reason might be, whatever the situation might be, but nothing falls apart. Everything falls only in place. Every single happening in life, every single thing that happens in life, Just look back. Many times, even one small situation, something that happens as per, not as per the way we want, we immediately come to a conclusion. Life is inauspicious. Life is not going to do this, and it is so unfair. I have to suffer this. Life doesn't want me to enjoy. Life is not sadistic. Just look back into your life. Surely each of us have at least 5 happenings in our life which have become positive after each year. Like, for example, let's say you always thought things are going out of control with your job. Let's say every single project you failed in, things didn't get well, your managers didn't like you, and it never worked really good. So you almost gave up on it, and then that made you forced you to start your own business, after which your business flourished beautifully. So it was not that things were falling apart. Instead, it gave you a good push to start something better. Every problem in life, just look back, it would have led you to something more better, something more beautiful. Pen down at least 5 negative things in your life which became positive after each year. Like, write down just 5 years. Something you thought was very bad, like something didn't work out very good, which forced you to start another thing and that became very successful. Look into your life. Write down at least 5 such things. You'll get more than 5 very easily. Just look into your life and pen down. Take a few minutes. writing this down. This one cognition is a very, very important truth for us to understand. When we realize that everything around us is not, nothing is falling apart. Everything that life gives us is only for the most auspicious. Now, we're going to be entering into the last session of our day today. And that is, this session is a very, very important one, which is consciousness can alter your DNA.
There is another one truth from some of the websites which does research in this DNA line. Quotesofascension.com. Our DNA is unique to each of us. The imprint of our higher self is held in our DNA. We carry our lineage from other planets and other areas of universe in our DNA. The imprint of our earthly ancestral lineage is also held within our DNA. This is what we call in Vedic tradition the Gotra. Which Rishis Gotra you belong to, we say. The Gotra is your code of other living spaces, components of other living spaces which is in you. That code is the Gotra. If you say Bharadwaja Gotra, the energy and experience and the DNA Bharadwaja represents is there in your body. And you can access to those energies very easily. If you take up the mantras and spiritual practices delivered by Bharadwaja, immediately you can decode your DNA and Akashic records can open. So the Gotra you belong to is the keyword, password for the huge information available to you in the form of Akashic records. The Akashic records are, it's like a password being handed over to you. All the informations are there and this is the password, please see it, that's all. The Akashic records are like DNA of the universe. Each soul has its own Akashic records and there are collective records of all souls of all journeys. That's what I call all souls of all journeys is what I call Hiranyagarbha. So now I'll add some of my insights. First thing, understand all the information you collected through all your births is available in your DNA. Second, you can access some of them just to understand and not to waste the time doing the same actions again and again thinking you will have a joy end of this action. So it's like if you have done certain action and you did not receive the joy which you wanted, and if you forget that you did that action and did not have the joy, you will be trying it again and again in various ways. But if you remember, you did this action, did not have the joy, you will not try it again. By training your mind, you can transform your DNA. Today I want to introduce few truths about this epigenetics. As browsing through some of the articles about this epigenetics, this is Dr. Hassan Church. He's written a book called Genie in Our Genes. He has done a great service to Vedic tradition by proving many of the Vedic truths scientifically. Anybody digs in any field with the one goal of Satya, truth, they land on Vedic tradition. In any field it can be. See, without having the vested interests of the marketing companies, marketing industry, in any field, anybody does research with Satya. Satya as the goal, truth as the goal. Simply they land on Vedic tradition. He very clearly proves the quality of your consciousness directly transforms the way in which you exist physiologically, or your physiological existence is directly affected by the quality of your consciousness. The quality of your consciousness and the physiological existence are so closely connected the epigenetics. They have done so much of research on this field, on this epigenome. Epigenome is a protein particle responsible for your genes and all the happenings based on genes. Please understand, we are always taught genes are responsible for our diseases. No, it's not true. Even your DNA is not responsible. The quality of your consciousness is responsible. The quality of consciousness can directly change DNA. Hassan Church very beautifully proves even the persistent diseases handed over to you by the previous generations, like cancer, sugar, blood pressure, heart diseases, even they can be just altered, changed, transformed by the quality of your consciousness. Another one research proves only 35% of your DNA is responsible, only 35%, for what you are, who you are, how you are, and all the major factors like your longevity, disease, health and everything. Only 35%. The science of epigenetics and the epigenome opens a new door to the great truths declared by Patanjali and Swatmarama. Patanjali in Raja Yoga Sutras and Swatmarama in Hatha Yoga Sutras. Shiva Sutras says very clearly, the man who is in perfect health just by his nisangalpa, means the intentionless consciousness, can transmit that to a human being or any being. That is what is exactly the science of healing. I have so many research references here today to share with you all. One is that Dawson Church research and the truth about the epigenome. I can see very clearly when I see these researches, exactly the experience which is happening in me, in others when I do the healing, is scientifically recorded and proved. Usually I see how the healing happens in people. I can see very clearly when I put the hand on the person, the epigenome structure starts changing, which is responsible for the whole building. Please understand, DNA is not responsible for the building. DNA is like a brick. Out of brick we build buildings, but brick itself is not responsible for the plan. If there is a defective brick, there will be defective building. But brick does not carry the blueprint of the building. The epigenome is responsible for the blueprint of the building. I could see very clearly. The epigenome transforms itself and DNA just alters as per the transformation of the epigenome, and clearly the body just remembers the health. Please understand, health is your nature. You don't need to create it, you just need to remember it. The remembrance immediately awakens and the health is back. That is why even the doctors were surprised and shocked when they see the persistent diseases like cancer, blood pressure, all those things get healed. Especially these long-term drug therapies are no more needed and people just walk out of diseases. The quality of your consciousness, the quality of consciousness in which you are living is directly responsible. It can just alter, transform any disease, including diseases like cancer, arthritis, handed over to you through generations. If you go to the internet, tons and tons of research is done in this field. How the spiritual healing directly works. Not only during spiritual healing, even during initiations And when people come and sit near me in my breathing space, I can see very clearly their epigenome starts getting awakened, restructures itself, realigns itself. There is another research I was reading. In a vacuum tube, if there are some electrons lying random, if a human DNA is introduced, immediately they all come to a clear, organized shape. They all just stand up. It's like when master enters, how you automatically stand up. They all just organize themselves. Even after the DNA, human DNA was removed, they all stay back in the same shape. Same way, I can see very clearly when people sit in my breathing space, especially during Pada Puja, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I can see very clearly their body just recupes and transforms. I used to wonder how to express this clearly in scientific terms. Hassan Church has done that job. Very beautifully, very scientifically, he has explained. The science of epigenome and epigenetics is the revelation. It's a science which proves now the declarations of Patanjali and Swatmarama and all great Vedic rishis, and my own experience. The quality of your consciousness decides diseases, longevity, quality of life, pain, depression, everything. Even the persistent diseases like cancer, blood pressure, heart diseases, sugar, everything. So I tell you, wake up and raise your consciousness. Not only to transform your DNA, to transform the whole world. See, when you transform your DNA, it is not just the great service done to you alone. It will be the greatest service you are doing to the whole world, because when your DNA is transformed, you see, when your consciousness is brought to certain level, whoever you touch will be impacted by your consciousness, and their epigenome also will be realtered, and their DNA will be transformed, and they get back to their health. This is the science of healer's initiation. That's what I am doing. Not only I transformed my epigenome and transformed my DNA structure and brought the highest possible conscious expression in this body and mind. Whoever is touched, if they also can raise their consciousness, of course, when I touch, the physical and mental healing happens. And if they also put little bit of their effort and take up the responsibility to receive it completely, then a complete epigenome transformation, DNA transformation happens in them, and they also start experiencing the higher and higher possibilities of the consciousness in their body mind. So naturally, when they touch somebody else, their epigenome gets awakened, the DNA gets transformed, the health starts happening in that person. This is what the ripple wave effect. Let's popularize. Let's popularize these great researches on this epigenetics and the epigenome. The ideas about the epigenome. Epigenome can be changed through conscious choices regardless of what we have been handed over through generations. Add more and more joy, laughter, love, life, dance, bliss, restful awareness to the humanity. Let us create intense, conscious cyclones, superconscious tsunamis. All over the world. Save the humanity, human consciousness and human health. All you guys decide two things strongly. One, from now you will live in the highest possible consciousness continuously. Second, even if you leave the body, you will get back to serve the world in this highest consciousness. We need more and more people in human body to remove the inhumanity from humanity. We need more and more people in human body to remove inhumanity in humanity. It's time. We really need. We really need. Actually, when I go through the scientific researches, even I realize more and more the urgency with which we need to create N communities, urgency with which we need to create the N civilization. Urgency with which we need to radiate enlightenment. So let the urge become the urgent.
Yes. Plus, your conscious will has the power to make your DNA take a quantum leap to have a superconscious breakthrough. You are neither descended consciousness, you're neither just descended consciousness nor just the free will. You are consciousness who has the power. Your decision has the power to move and have push your DNA to have a superconscious breakthrough. Today's whole day, we've all learned about the experience of how you can awaken your DNA and how you can harness all the untapped potential that your DNA has. But does not just end there. Now, with the initiations that Swamiji has given, all of your innate abilities to manifest these superpowers or harness these powers of the DNA has been awakened in you all. So now it's just time that you start using it, manifesting it in your day to day life. Apply it, experience it, see how you can apply these clicks and how you can constantly live these truths in your daily life. Ma Parvati Sukumaniam, what you're doing, which lifestyle you're living right now, listening to the powerful cognitions, constantly applying these truths in your daily life is the way to raise that conscious quality. Okay. Constantly acid washing your consciousness with the right powerful cognitions in life. Yes. And this brings us all to the conclusion of our day today. Tomorrow is going to be something very, very fun and very, very exciting. Tomorrow, all of us are going to be learning about cosmology, removing all the malefic effects of planets, planetary positions in our lives. So don't miss. Tomorrow is very, very important and a very, very special day. So please bring all your relatives, friends, family, whoever you feel will have a big impact change just by, they're really impacted by the planetary positions. Or even if they're just curious to know about cosmology, what Hinduism has to say, please bring them. They can all join tomorrow's program. So this brings us all to the conclusion of our day today. We thank you all for joining our program. Let us conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Parameshwar Padukarpanamastu Om Nityanandam. Thank you all. Thank you so much, Nityanandam.